Chapter 3101. Brother Yang, come with me to Blue Sea Palace. With the help of my Yen family's old ancestor, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yen Luo warmly invited. Yang Kai smiled faintly, thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Yen, but I have no intention of joining Blue Sea Palace. Farewell, we will not meet again. Duan Mu Chi, who was whispering to Shen Kuling, heard this and his eyes darkened. He didn't care about Yang Kai at all. He came with Yen Luo this time only because he had some friendship with him. As for the Yen family's grudge with this young man, he didn't care. But he didn't expect this young man to refuse to join Blue Sea Palace, and there was no respect in his words. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Boy, my Blue Sea Palace can be considered a good force in the ancestral territory. Ordinary cultivators may not necessarily have the means to join. Since you have been given the opportunity, you must cherish it. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future." Yang Kai didn't say much and just slowly shook his head. Duan Mu Chi's face darkened even more as he snorted, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness. A country bumpkin from the lower star territory actually dared to be so arrogant." He released his Dao Source Realm aura to pressure Yang Kai. Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. Duan Mu Chi was just from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He didn't know where this sense of superiority came from, but he dared to be so arrogant in front of the Emperor Realm. If he really unsealed his cultivation, wouldn't he scare everyone here to death? Duan Mu Chi, what are you doing? Another Dao Source Realm aura suddenly spread out and collided silently with Duan Mu Chi before disappearing. It was a burly man with bulging muscles. He had a rough appearance and his cultivation was equal to Duan Mu Chi's, so he wasn't afraid of him. Don't you know the rules? You're trying to steal him. Yes, this friend has already said that he doesn't want to join Blue Sea Palace. Why are you still so chatty? Have some face. Don't let others look down on people from our ancestral territory. Come on, young man, don't be afraid. It's a wise choice not to join Songhai Palace. What's so good about Songhai Palace? It's better to join our sacred Peak. You'll have a bright future and great benefits. Come to my 9 Stars Temple. As long as your aptitude is high enough, I guarantee that you will be able to reach the Dao Source Realm within 10 years. Hee, little brother, do you want to consider the Yin Yang sect? As long as you enter the sect, you can bring any senior sister or junior sister back home. Moreover, the girl behind you has a face like a peach blossom. If I'm not wrong, it's the human face peach blossom physique. She's very suitable for cultivating the secret skill of the Yin Yang sect. He Yinxiang was dumbstruck as she stared blankly at the group of Origin Kings enthusiastically sending invitations to Yang Kai or Yang Kai and herself. Were they all above the Origin King realm? Where's your modesty? Where is your magnanimity? He Yinxiang felt like she was a tycoon who had accidentally stumbled into a wet market with a huge sum of money in her hands, attracting the warm reception of countless people. What was going on? Why was this happening? Something must be wrong. In just a short while, almost all the Origin Kings present had opened their mouths and sent out invitations. At a rough count, there were no less than a dozen. An old man smoking a pipe stepped forward. Instead of greeting Yang Kai, he went directly to He Yinxiang's side and stuffed something into her hand with a serious expression, whispering, "Join my longevity pavilion. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can get anything you want." This old man seemed to want to take the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. As long as he could get the woman beside Yang Kai, what was there to be afraid of not being able to deal with Yang Kai? He Yinxiang lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. A somewhat familiar spirit pill immediately came into view. Isn't this a source condensing pill? She had taken a lot of source condensing pills recently, so she was very familiar with them, so she recognized them at a glance. However, compared to the one Yang Kai gave her, this source condensing pill seemed to be much worse. The pill fragrance was not as strong, the size was not as good, and the color was a little dull, as if it was malnourished. She immediately understood that the source condensing pills Yang Kai gave her were probably the best among pills of the same level. How could the one in her hand compare? He Yunxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she was filled with confidence in Yang Kai. Without mentioning anything else, just in terms of spirit pills, the foundation of these people in front of her could not compare to Yang Kai. On the small slope, Duanmu Qi and the 2 Yen family members of Songhai Palace looked unhappy, especially Yen Luo. He was hoping to rely on the old ancestor to teach Yang Kai a lesson after arriving at the ancestral territory and letting him know the consequences of offending the Yen family, but he did not expect such a turn of events. He seemed to understand what his old ancestor was afraid of. He could not attack Yang Kai in front of so many people. If Yang Kai joined another sect, it would be difficult for him to have a chance to take revenge in the future. Looking back at the old ancestor, Yen Renhao just shook his head slowly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Yen Luo clenched his fists hatefully, the anger in his chest had nowhere to vent. I appreciate everyone's kindness. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said with a smile, it's just that the two of us have no intention of joining any forces for the time being, I'm really sorry. The noise came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked at Yang Kai like looking at a fool. The enchanting woman of the Yin-Yang sect said in a low voice, little brother, although I don't know what grudges you have with that Yen guy, if you don't find protection at this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to move around in the ancestral territory. The old man also said in a low voice, a wise man submits to circumstances. As a man, you should know when to stretch and when to withdraw. A moment of forbearance is nothing. Yang Kai shook his head, thank you, everyone. He Yunxiang handed the spirit pill in her hand to the old man. Since she wouldn't join the other party's sect, she naturally couldn't take other people's benefits. The old man waved his hand, it's fate that brought us together. It's a gift to you. It was just a source condensing pill, he didn't care much about it. If he could make this man and woman change their minds, it would be a good investment. He believed that as long as He Yunxiang took the source condensing pill, she would definitely change her mind. See you later. Yang Kai said and walked out with He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang summoned a flight-type artifact and stepped on it with Yang Kai, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The group of people left behind sighed in vain. Yen Luo almost looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it, and there was no door to hell. You could have chosen any force to join and left this place safely, but you just had to walk into a dead end. Wasn't it obvious that you wanted to let me get what I wanted? How could I easily miss such a good opportunity? Looking at the Yen family's old ancestor, how could they not see through each other's thoughts? Yen Renhao said, Brother Duanmu, this matter is over, let's go back to Songhai Palace. All right. Duanmu Qi nodded pretentiously, then threw out a small boat. The boat grew in the wind and soon became the size of 5 or 6 people. The 4 people from Songhai Palace boarded the boat and rose into the air, chasing in the direction Yang Kai had left without the slightest concealment. This kid, he's really looking for death. I think there's something wrong with his head. No, which guy from the territory of the lower plains isn't arrogant? Which one of them isn't a tyrant in their own territory? Now that he's suddenly asked to join a force and be under someone, I'm afraid he won't be too happy. To be able to cultivate until now, there's nothing wrong with his head. It's just that he thinks too highly of himself. I'm afraid he'll have to suffer a lot before he can recognize reality. These words couldn't help but resonate. Many of them had been like this, so how could they not know the importance of a change in mentality? Being a tyrant in the territory of the lower plains was nothing, but being able to stand tall in the ancestral territory was true ability. It seemed that this kid wouldn't have the chance to live to see tomorrow's sun. It's just a pity for that girl. The woman from Yin-Yang sect sighed slightly. She wasn't exaggerating before. He Yunxiang had a charming face and was indeed very suitable to cultivate their Yin-Yang sect's secret technique. It was just that she didn't have the time to promise any benefits, nor did she have the time to show He Yunxiang the strength and heritage of Yin Yang sect. But for a person who was about to die, she didn't care much. The scenery around them quickly passed by. Yang Kai and He Yunxiang flew while leading the way to the ancestral territory. The world energy here was indeed better than the star territory, but it was much worse than the star boundary. It was a level between the two. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that the world principles here weren't as strong as those in the star boundary. In other words, in the ancestral territory, the Tao source realm was probably the peak. It was probably more difficult than ascending to the heavens to give birth to the emperor realm. If it weren't for the previous incident, He Yunxiang would definitely be happy to enjoy this dazzling scenery. But after that incident, how could she be in the mood to enjoy it? There was obviously an aura following behind them, like a maggot in their bones that they couldn't get rid of. Needless to say, it was definitely the people from Azure Sea Palace and the Yen family. There were several times when she wanted to ask Yang Kai what his plan was, but she swallowed the words back down. She comforted herself in her heart that there was nothing to be afraid of. Since Yang Kai was so confident, he definitely had a way to deal with those people. The cultivator who came from the star territory is all talented and intelligent. They are one in a million existences. These people have extremely bright futures. That's why those people in the ancestral territory are guarding there and are trying their best to invite us to join. Yang Kai suddenly said something that didn't make sense. He Yunxiang was surprised, is that so? Otherwise, why do you think they have nothing better to do than to stay there all the time? If they have time, wouldn't it be better to meditate and cultivate? He had a similar experience before. When he first entered the star boundary, he was valued by Bian Yuqing. It was just that the ancestral territory was a little different from the star boundary. There was no fixed exit into the star boundary. After passing through the Starlight Avenue, the place where one would land was uncertain. But judging from what happened just now, the exit into the ancestral territory was fixed. It seemed to be a passage that connected the ancestral territory and the star territory, which gave those people the opportunity to wait. Yang Kai even felt that he could open a passage in the opposite direction and return to the limitless star territory again. This discovery made him excited, because if he could find the passage connected to the Hangluo star field, he could return to his homeland. Chapter 3102. However, I don't think those sects are too strong. Why would a truly powerful sect do such a thing? From the fact that these people were only first-order Tao source realm cultivators, it could be seen that in truly powerful sects, cultivators would flock to them like a flock of ducks, so why would they lower themselves like this? He Yunxiang nodded thoughtfully, Master is right. This is it. Yang Kai patted He Yunxiang's shoulder. He Yunxiang stopped the star shuttle. Surrounded by mountains, the scenery in the valley was beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. You've chosen a good grave for yourself. You have good taste. Yen Luo's voice came from behind. When he first spoke, he was still far away, but when he spoke the last word, he was already right in front of them. The boat was put away, and the four from Shanghai Palace stood in the air. It's a good grave, but I didn't choose it for myself. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that rejecting the invitations of those sects and leaving alone would lead to Shanghai Palace chasing after him? It was fine if Shanghai Palace and Yen family didn't chase after him. Perhaps there was still a way to survive and enter the ancestral territory. After all, it was the Yen family who put in the effort, so it wasn't a bad idea to end this grudge. Since they chased after him, then he was sorry. A true powerhouse would never deliberately deal with the weak. They would only inadvertently destroy everything that belonged to the weak. A person who bullied the weak all day was not strong, but mentally ill. Yen Luo understood the meaning behind his words and snorted, shameless boasting. Now that the Yen family's ancestor is here, do you really think you can do whatever you want? Yen Luo was elated as he gritted his teeth and said, "Old ancestor, please seek justice for the Yen family and seek justice for the second elder who has passed away." Yen Luo's heart trembled as he said, "Old ancestor, please seek justice for the Yen family and seek justice for the second elder who has died." Yen Renhao nodded slightly and took a step forward. The aura of the First Order Dao Source Realm immediately reached its peak and pressed down on Yang Kai. Duanmu Qi said casually, "You can do whatever you want with the man, but leave the woman to me." Shen Kuling immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Duan Muqi smiled and said, "Why wouldn't you be willing to find another sister to share your burdens and solve your problems?" Shen Kuling also knew that she couldn't dissuade him. Men had always been fickle in love. As long as she could cling on to him, it would be fine. She faintly said, "Then I have to be the elder sister." Up to you, up to you." Duanmu Qi smiled. Only then did Shen Kuling smile. Inadvertently, she glanced at He Yunxiang with some repulsion and disgust. After today, there would be another woman who would compete with her for favor. Just thinking about it made her unhappy. Patriarch, be careful. This person seems to have cultivated the spatial divine technique. The spatial divine technique. Yen Renhao's face turned cold, but he immediately said proudly, "So what? In the face of absolute strength, what could the spatial divine technique do?" Without any nonsense, he shouted, "Accept your death," and his figure flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Without using any artifact or secret technique, his hand turned into an eagle's claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's head. Source Qi pulsed from his fingertips, and with a sizzling sound, his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into sharp weapons. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge the humiliation the Yen family suffered that day. He Yunxiang exclaimed. The Dao Source Realm cultivator showed his extraordinary strength as soon as he made a move. She didn't even see the other party's movements clearly. If she were in his shoes, she probably wouldn't have been able to avoid this move. Her beautiful face turned pale as she urged her star shuttle to take Yang Kai away. She dodged, but Yang Kai stood in place. Asterisk dang, asterisk the sound of metal colliding rang out, crisp and pleasant. The ruthless look on Yen Renhao's face instantly stiffened and turned into shock as he stared in disbelief. His attack had hit the target without any deviation. However, the expected scene of the skull exploding and brain matter splattering did not appear. The sensation from his hand did not feel like he had grabbed a person's head. Instead, it felt like he had grabbed onto an extremely sturdy metal, leaving only a few white marks on the other party's head. What kind of head is this? How can it be so hard? Not daring to neglect, Yen Renhao spat out a burst of source qi from his palm. Kai Yang's head jerked backwards, then bounced back like a roly-poly toy, his eyes filled with ridicule as he stared at Yen Renhao who was standing right in front of him. Yen Renhao's heart sank as he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, a strange force came from his wrist, and with a series of cracking sounds, the bones in his wrist were shattered. I'm not his opponent. I'm absolutely not his opponent. Did this person really come from the territory of Limitless Star? How could there be such a monster in the territory of Limitless Star? Yen Renhao was scared out of his wits, spitting out a ray of light that turned into a small sword, but instead of attacking Yang Kai, he wrapped it around his wrist. His wrist was separated, and blood gushed out, but he took the opportunity to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. A hero severing his wrist, what kind of determination, but he knew that if he didn't do so, he wouldn't be far from death. The reason he could cultivate to this point was not only because of his talent and luck, but also because of his keen intuition. Seeing Yang Kai step through the air, not willing to let him go, and even faster than him, Yen Renhao was shocked, retreating while shouting, "Friend, please stop, I think there is some misunderstanding today, it must be my Yen family's descendants who have eyes but fail to see, offending you first. This Yen Renhao wants to thank this friend for punishing them and teaching them how to behave. I haven't asked for this friend's name yet. His words were spoken quickly and clearly, and he probably didn't have a chance to say anything else. Go to hell. I gave you a chance, and since you don't know how to cherish it, then go to hell and regret it. A punch was thrown, simple and unadorned, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual qi. Yen Renhao, who bore the brunt of the attack, was pale, shouting, "Brother Duanmu, save me." As soon as his voice fell, he was hit by the fist, and without a sound, he exploded into a bloody flower, blooming in the air, and could be seen clearly from 10 miles away. It was extremely beautiful. Yang Kai stretched out his hands to wipe his hair that was messed up by Yen Renhao, and turned to look at Yen Luo. Yen Luo's mouth was wide open, and he still hadn't recovered from the shock of his ancestor's death. It was too fast, from the moment his ancestor attacked to the moment he exploded into a bloody flower, it was only 3 breaths of time. The expected scene of Yang Kai dying didn't happen, and instead his ancestor died. He simply couldn't accept it, and his mind was greatly shaken, as if someone had hit him with a heavy hammer. His heart contracted, and he couldn't breathe. Feeling the piercing gaze, Yen Luo trembled, and only felt that his whole body was wrapped in the aura of death. He subconsciously flashed behind Duanmu Qi, looking for a sense of security. You dare to kill my Blue Sea Temple's people. Duanmu Qi was no longer in the mood to flirt with Shen Kuling. In the blink of an eye, Yen Renhao was killed, and he didn't even see what happened. He immediately shouted angrily, "You deserve to die." The fact was just as Yang Kai had expected. Although Blue Sea Temple had some power in the ancestral territory, it wasn't a top sect, and there weren't many Dao Source realm cultivators. The death of any one of them would be a huge loss. He thought it was just a small matter, but it actually caused the death of one of the temple's masters. If he returned, he would definitely be punished. It was simple to avoid punishment, and that was to kill the murderer and make up for his mistakes. Is this guy sick in the head? Yang Kai turned to look at He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm afraid his illness is beyond cure, and even the gods can't save him." Seeing that a cultivator above the Origin King realm couldn't even withstand a single move from Yang Kai, the worry in He Yunxiang's heart instantly disappeared. She could never measure how strong this master was. "In that case, I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Duanmu Qi. His figure wasn't very tall, but it seemed to be able to cover the sky, blocking the light in front of Duanmu Qi. Only then did Duanmu Qi come back to his senses, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. How could he not know that a disaster was imminent? However, Yang Kai did not panic. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing a long sword to appear in his palm. Impressively, it was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Layers of cold light rippled from the long sword as it transformed into a sword net that instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand high, and a sword also appeared in his hand. However, this sword was not the same as an ordinary long sword. It was extremely wide, and an ordinary person could use it with both hands. At a glance, one could tell that it was heavy, but he held it lightly in his hand without exerting any force. Without any fancy moves, the myriad sword slashed down just like that. The sword net that filled the sky instantly collapsed, and with a crisp clang, Duanmu Qi spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. The Dao Source grade long sword in his hand was broken in half. The myriad sword's momentum didn't decrease as it slashed down. Duanmu Qi stood in place in a daze, as if he had been struck by a spell. He stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. Walla, Duanmu Qi's body split open from the middle, and his blood and organs scattered all over the sky. After a short silence, sobbing sounds came from the side. Shen Kuling's face was covered in tears, and her face was pale. She trembled as she looked at Yang Kai, her pupils dilated to the limit. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a human, but a vicious demon. Two first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't even last 2 moves in front of this young man. They were crushed to death like ants. She was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come with Duan Muqi. When Duan Muqi died, blood splattered all over his body. When she got close, she was directly dyed in blood. Blood mixed with tears flowed down her cheeks. It was fishy, salty, and nauseating. Yang Kai didn't look at her. He just smiled at Yen Luo, who was hiding behind Duan Muqi. Yen Luo was also covered in blood at this moment. The fear and horror in his eyes were almost overflowing, and he was wailing in his heart. How can he be so strong? Is there such a strong person in this world? When Yang Kai attacked, he didn't even feel the fluctuation of spirit energy. With just a punch and a sword, his own old ancestor Duan Muqi died without knowing why. He fled, and with his reluctance to leave, he defeated the fear in his heart. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at his back. He Yinxiang said, "Master, she didn't want to let Yen Luo go. If not for the master's unparalleled divine technique, she would have been tricked by Yen Luo. Since the situation had turned, how could she be merciful?" Chapter 3103. Yang Kai didn't chase after him. If it wasn't for the master, he wouldn't hold a grudge. But because, a spirit net suddenly flew out from the woods below, heading straight for Yen Luo, catching him off guard and wrapping him up tightly. Yen Luo was shocked and kept pushing his Saint Qi to resist, but what made him despair was that the more he struggled, the tighter the spirit net wrapped around him. In just a few moments, he was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, the thin threads of the net cutting into his flesh and blood. It seemed to have a sealing power that made it impossible for him to circulate his Saint Qi. On the other side of the spirit net, an old man with a yellow complexion appeared leisurely, holding a pipe in his hand and looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, he held the pipe in one hand and a net-bound Yen Luo in the other and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. He looked him up and down and asked, "What's your cultivation?" Although he was rejected by Yang Kai before, he couldn't bear to give up. He felt that it was a pity that a genius from Star Territory had been killed by someone from Blue Sea Temple, so he quietly followed him. His original intention was to find an opportunity to save Yang Kai from the fire and water, sell him a favor, and rope him in to join Long Life Temple. But who knew that instead of selling a favor, he would see a thrilling show. 2 first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators were easily killed by this young man. Didn't that mean that it would be easy for this young man to kill him? What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see through the depths of this young man's cultivation. Even if he had some kind of artifact to hide his cultivation, he couldn't hide his spirit energy when he attacked. But from the beginning to the end, this young man's ability was a secret. "How should I address you, old sir?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The old man said, "Su Hudu." Yang Kai said, Yang Kai would like to thank old man Su for his help. Su Hudu shook his head helplessly. He could easily kill 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators, so how could a third-order Origin King cause any trouble? Even if he didn't make a move, this guy called Yama wouldn't be able to escape alive. Changing the topic like this clearly showed that he didn't want to answer his question. Pondering for a moment, he said, "There are nearly 10 Dao Source Realm Masters in Blue Sea Palace, and the Temple Master is a powerful second-order Dao Source Realm Master. You killed 2 of them this time, so I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest." Yang Kai said, "Although I'm not interested in exterminating an entire family, I won't be lenient if someone comes looking for death." Su Hudu was shocked. Although his words just now were to tell Yang Kai some information about Blue Sea Palace, in reality, it was mostly to probe. Now, seeing that Yang Kai didn't even put a second-order Dao Source Realm in his eyes, he immediately knew that he had underestimated him. It also extinguished the thought of roping him into the Pavilion of Longevity. Even if such an expert was roped into the Hall of Longevity, it would probably bring an inexplicable pressure and worry to everyone. But, how was this possible? He had seen Yang Kai come from the star territory with his own eyes, so how could he have such a powerful cultivation? Which star territory could give birth to such a talent? It was simply unheard of. May I ask why little friend Yang has come to the ancestral territory? Since he couldn't rope him in, it was always possible to build a friendship. Perhaps he would be useful in the future. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, I just want to go from the ancestral territory to another star territory. This Su Hudu wasn't a bad person, which could be seen from the fact that he had followed him all the way here. Moreover, Yang Kai knew nothing about the ancestral territory, so He Yunxiang couldn't be counted on. If there was a native who could give him some pointers, it would be more efficient. I wasn't born in the territory of Limitless Star, I just happened to be there by chance. I want to return to my homeland. Hearing this, Su Huda nodded, this is indeed a good idea. The ancestral territory was connected to many star territories, so using the ancestral territory as a transit point to go to another star territory was a possibility that many masters had discussed. The result was that it was feasible, but it required a certain price. Of course, it also required extremely powerful means. I just don't know how to return. Does Senior Su have any good suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Su Hutu said, then I'll have to ask which star territory little brother Yang wants to go to first. This old master isn't boasting, but this old master was born in the ancestral territory and has dealt with many cultivator in the ancestral territory. Perhaps this old master knows someone from your star territory. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, has Senior Su heard of the Hengluo star field? Su Hutu thought seriously for a moment and shook his head under Yang Kai's disappointed gaze, I haven't heard of it. He then comforted, but the ancestral territory is vast and boundless. My long life temple only has 3 or 5 star entrances guarding, and these entrances shouldn't be connected to the Hengluo star field, otherwise this old master would have known about it. Yang Kai asked curiously, Senior Su means that there are many entrances like the one before in the ancestral territory? There are at least several hundred of them. Yang Kai was surprised. Su Hutu said, you might as well go to the other star entrances and ask around. If someone from your homeland comes to the ancestral territory, they will definitely be able to find something from those entrances. Where are those entrances? Su Hutu thought for a moment before reaching out and sucking over 2 space rings. They were the space rings of Yen Renhao and Duan Mu Qi who had been killed before. Su Hutu forcibly erased the marks on these 2 space rings and began searching through them. Suddenly, he took out something that looked like a scroll and threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and looked at him suspiciously. Su Hutu said, infuse it with your divine sense and see. Yang Kai opened the scroll and poured his divine sense into it. The next moment, spots of light suddenly lit up from the scroll. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He poured his divine sense into the scroll and the spots of light suddenly became much closer. Most of the spots of light felt very far away, but one of them was very close to him. Su Hutu said, this is a star path diagram. It records all the star paths discovered in the ancestral territory. The one closest to you is the place where you entered the ancestral territory. Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and put away the scroll. He was overjoyed, this is good stuff. Su Hutu smiled, this thing doesn't have much value in the ancestral territory. Almost any sect or individual cultivator with a little bit of background could afford to buy such a star path diagram. Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully, many thanks, old man Su, for your guidance. With this star path diagram, he could go to the various star path entrances to inquire about information. His future plans were now set. It's nothing, no need to thank me. This old master wishes little friend Yang Kai the best of luck. Many thanks. Little friend Yang Kai has something to do. Feel free to leave the rest to this old master. Yang Kai nodded, then I'll have to trouble old man Su. Farewell. Calling out to He Yunxiang, the two quickly left on their star shuttle. Suddenly, Suhoru felt a burst of powerful chi break through the air. Reaching out, he immediately caught a rolling object in his hand. Looking down, he couldn't help trembling. It was a spirit pill he had never seen before, but Suhoru could feel that it contained unimaginable medicinal efficacies. He couldn't help feeling excited and expectant, wondering what kind of changes would occur if he took this spirit pill. Intentionally planting a peach tree and quickly harvesting a basket of plums, the returns had come a bit too quickly. He raised his head and looked at the weeping Shinkuling and Yama, who was tied up like a dead pig by him. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke. Soon, the smoke filled a large area. When the smoke dissipated, there was no one there. "Master, where are we going now?" Aboard the star shuttle, He Yunxiang asked. Seeing Yang Kai kill 2 origin kings with ease, He Yunxiang became even more respectful towards him. Yang Kai threw the star path diagram to her, follow the records on it and run around. He didn't know where the entrance between Hengluo star field and the ancestral territory was, or even if there was such an entrance. Since he didn't know anything, he could only inquire about it one by one. This method was a bit stupid and would definitely take some time, but for now, there was no better way. He Yunxiang nodded, took the star path diagram, and immersed her divine sense into it. Soon, she determined the direction and drove her star shuttle towards one of the light spots. 5 days later, in a deserted swamp, in a huge puddle somewhere in the swamp, there was a colorful light. Looking down from the sky, the location of the puddle seemed to be an extremely mysterious place. When the 5-colored brilliance flowed, it was a dazzling sight. Surprisingly, this puddle was a star path entrance. Around the puddle, there were many cultivators scattered around, some of them exuding Tao Source Realm auras, each of them looking for a place to meditate. Although they were waiting here for a newcomer, how could it be easy to wait for a newcomer? As such, they spent most of their time cultivating so that the improvement of their cultivation would not be delayed. Of course, the environment here was a bit harsh. A flash of light flew over from the distance, attracting the attention of many people. Those cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes in displeasure, wanting to see who was so unscrupulous as to disturb their cultivation. When the brilliance faded, the star shuttle was revealed, and an enchanting woman with an enchanting figure appeared, causing everyone's eyes to light up. She stood at the front of the star shuttle, while the rear half of the star shuttle was occupied by a young man. What was displeasing was that this young man was actually lying down on the star shuttle with his head resting on his hands and his legs crossed, giving off a leisurely appearance. Who is this person? How dare he put on such airs? Divine senses swept over him one after another, only to be met with stunned expressions as none of them were able to detect his cultivation. He Yunxiang stood on top of the star shuttle, smiled lightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Excuse me, but I have something I would like to ask." Beauty's always had some natural advantages, not to mention that her words were appropriate, making it difficult for people to have a bad impression of her. "What do you want to ask?" "Dare I ask, have you heard of the name Hengluo Star Field?" Immediately, someone replied, "I have." He Yunxiang's eyes lit up. She had not expected to obtain such information at her first stop. Looking at the man with joy, she asked, "Can you tell me more about it?" The man was a tall and sturdy man with bulging muscles. He smiled and said, "Of course. Miss, why don't we find a secluded place? I'll tell you everything you want to know." He winked at her. He Yunxiang's face suddenly sank. Behind the star shuttle, Yang Kai closed his eyes again, pretending to be asleep. Chapter 3104. He Yunxiang suppressed the displeasure in her heart and said, "If someone can give this mistress some clues about the Hengluo Star Field, this mistress will definitely thank you." The burly man smiled and asked, "What kind of thanks?" He was just a third-order origin king who had broken through not long ago, so what kind of good things could he possibly offer? If he was willing to repay her with his body, it would definitely attract a lot of people to inquire about the Hangluo star field for her. At the very least, the burly man himself was extremely willing, otherwise, he would not have deliberately taken liberties with her just now. He Yunxiang smiled and took out an item. This is the thank you gift. It was a round mirror that looked quite ordinary at first glance, as if it was used by a woman for dressing up. It was simple and unadorned and looked quite old, but when He Yunxiang poured a little of her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light immediately flashed and at the same time, an astonishing energy fluctuation burst out from the mirror. Pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to this mirror, filled with greed and covetousness. A Dao Source Grade artifact. And it was a Dao Source Grade mid-rank. No, a Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact. Although they didn't know what kind of divine might this round mirror possessed, its grade couldn't be ignored. The Dao Source realm cultivators present were all first order, and even if they had Dao Source Grade artifacts, they would only be low rank. There wasn't even a single mid-rank artifact, so how could they have ever seen a Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact? Such a treasure, not to mention them, even the various sect masters and sect masters did not have one. Only the most powerful sects in the ancestral territory had a few such artifacts, and all of them were sect-hallowed treasures. Asterisk Gudong, asterisk a series of gulping sounds rang out. Since ancient times, wealth and silk moved people's hearts. For those on the martial Dao, good pills and high-grade artifacts were indescribably attractive. Any one of these could greatly increase one's strength and allow one to leap through the Dragon Gate. I know about the Hangluo star field. Let me take a look at this treasure mirror first, and if it's not bad, I'll tell you the information you need. It was still the burly man who spoke. As he spoke, he had already leapt upwards, his Dao Source realm aura pressing down on He Yunxiang as he stretched out his hand to grab the mirror. Obviously, he was preparing to snatch it. The remaining Dao Source realm masters were startled and secretly cursed. Everyone had been here for a long time and had a deep understanding of each other's temperament. This burly man was unscrupulous and unreasonable. If this treasure was really snatched by him, it would be difficult for them to spit it back out. In an instant, all figures soared into the sky and rushed towards He Yunxiang, each of them aiming for the treasure mirror. He Yunxiang let out a long sigh as she looked pitifully at the crowd that was rushing towards her. A third-order origin king facing so many Dao Source realm masters, not only was he not surprised, he even showed such an expression. Many people were surprised to see this, but at the same time, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Before the fist arrived, the burly man's expression changed greatly. His eyes widened and he opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, the fist hit his face. Like a watermelon being cracked open, red and white splattered everywhere. The headless corpse was sent flying by inertia for some distance before falling to the ground and smashing into the swamp, splashing water everywhere. Gasps rang out as the 7 or 8 figures who were rushing towards He Yunxiang came to a stop, standing stiffly in mid-air, their blood almost freezing as they gulped with difficulty. Everyone's eyes turned towards the young man who was lying back on his star shuttle, their eyes filled with shock. In that instant, they clearly saw the young man move, and then the burly man died. They were well aware of the burly man's strength. No one had the confidence to win in a one-on-one fight, but now, he had been blown apart by a single punch in front of so many people without even being able to resist, dying like an ant. What kind of person is this? In their panic, even the sound of their breathing was suppressed, lest they annoy this person. He Yunxiang still smiled lightly as she swept her beautiful eyes around. Has no one heard of the Hangluo star field? No one answered, afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would die. He Yunxiang continued, my master is a man of his word. If anyone can provide information about the Hangluo star field, this artifact mirror will belong to them. Of course, if you can point out the entrance to the Hangluo star field star path, that would be even better. Master said that there would be another reward. One of the elderly men mustered up the courage to speak, Madam, we really don't know about the Hangluo star field, nor have we ever heard of it. They just wanted to send this man and woman away as soon as possible. If they stayed here, it would put too much pressure on them. That's a pity. He Yunxiang did not expect to find any useful information as soon as they arrived. Perhaps they would not find any clues even if they went to all the star path's entrances, but there was always a process of trying. We are definitely not lying. The elderly man had a sincere expression on his face. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled, I believe you. But since you are guarding here, please help my master keep an eye out. If someone comes from this entrance, ask them where they are from. If they are from the Hangluo star field, ask them to go to Azure Dragon City 3 years later and say that Yang Kai is waiting for them. Azure Dragon City was one of the top cities in the ancestral territory. In the entire ancestral territory, there was no one who did not know about it. This place was the most suitable place for the meeting. And the 3-year period was the time Yang Kai calculated. If they wanted to go to all the star path's entrances in the ancestral territory, 3 years was just enough. If there was any harvest, then it was fine. If there was no harvest, then they could only go to Azure Dragon City and wait. Of course, of course. The elderly man responded. He Yunxiang said, when the time comes, if it is possible, I would like everyone to escort us all the way to Azure Dragon City. Everyone will be rewarded. She raised the mirror in her hand and smiled, my lord has many of these things. Everyone's expression shook, and all of them became excited. This was a great thing. Just escorting a person to Azure Dragon City would give them a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Of course, the premise was that the cultivator from the Hangluo star field had to come from this entrance. Kai Yang, everyone silently engraved this name into their minds, because perhaps this was their own opportunity. At the same time, they secretly guessed that this Yang Kai's background was not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave behind his name after killing someone. Obviously, he was not afraid of the force behind the burly man seeking revenge. And judging from the strength he showed just now, his cultivation was also unfathomable. If someone really wanted to seek revenge, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. The star shuttle turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. One star path entrance after another was searched, leaving behind the same instructions and requests. Many greedy people were killed, but more people remembered the name Yang Kai, the 3-year promise, and Azure Dragon City. Time flew by and half a year passed. During this time, Yang Kai and He Yunxiang were constantly running around the various star path entrances, tirelessly. He Yunxiang also knew that this matter was very important to Yang Kai, so she was very diligent in her work. She spent most of her days either rushing around or cultivating without complaint. Although she had been in the ancestral territory for half a year, she had not even experienced the various wonders of the ancestral territory. She spent all her time rushing around and searching for people. Master, we're almost at the next entrance. The star path chart in his hand played a crucial role. Without it, searching in this vast ancestral territory would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. As he spoke, he looked at a little girl about 7 or 8 years old with a strange expression. One day half a month ago, He Yunxiang woke up from her meditation and was startled when she turned around. Because there was actually another person on her star shuttle, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was extremely cute. Her eyes were clear and flawless, like a clear spring. Listening to what Yang Kai said, this little girl seemed to be called Lu Yen. However, she did not notice how Lu Yen appeared on her star shuttle at all. This little girl was just as strange as Yang Kai. There was not the slightest fluctuation of world energy around her, as if she had never cultivated before. However, when facing this little girl, He Yunxiang felt a huge pressure, one that was not much worse than when she faced Yang Kai. Does this little girl possess strength comparable to the master? He Yunxiang could not believe this thought. Although a cultivator's age was extremely vague after they cultivated, she was still just a little girl, so how strong could she be? She had asked Yang Kai where Lu Yan had come from. Yang Kai casually said that he had picked her up, which made He Yunxiang dumbfounded. Moreover, Lu Yan's way of addressing her master puzzled her. She called him master without any pretense, which made He Yunxiang wonder if Yang Kai had some kind of special fetish. Otherwise, how could he not be tempted by her at all? At this moment, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on his star shuttle, while Lu Yan was leaning on his chest, playing with her long, soft hair, looking bored. Yang Kai yawned and said, "N." Suddenly, he turned his head and looked not far away, grinning, "It's so lively." Lu Yan immediately said, "Let's go and have a look." "What's there to see?" "It's just a bunch of ants fighting." "What's there to see?" "Business is more important." Lu Yan pouted. Okay, let's go and have a look." Yang Kai helplessly pinched her cheek. Lu Yan smiled. The retreat on Spirit Beast Island had changed her personality greatly. It was as if she was really a child now. Phoenix Nirvana, perhaps it was because of her inheritance. Without needing any instructions, He Yunxiang changed direction and rushed to the side, at the same time using a secret technique to hide her whereabouts and aura. It was indeed very lively down below. Several hundred people were using their own movement skills as they flew forward at lightning speed. The few people in the lead were all Dao Source Realm Masters, the most powerful of which was actually a third-order Dao Source Realm Master. In addition, there were no less than 5 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters. He Yunxiang felt an extremely strong pressure from these people. Her little concealment method could not escape the perception of these people at all. Their gazes swept over, but they did not pay much attention to her. Obviously, they had important matters to attend to. Chapter 3105. He Yunxiang was under immense pressure, but since Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only grit her teeth and chase after him. She felt like a moth drawn to a flame. After galloping for half a day, they finally stopped in front of a lonely peak. The peak was 1,000 meters high, with a bamboo house at the top and a bamboo forest all around. It was a picturesque scene. The arrival of hundreds of cultivators added a solemn atmosphere to this place. These cultivators were obviously all from the same sect. They moved in a very orderly manner, and after arriving, they immediately spread out and surrounded the lonely peak. He Yunxiang glanced at them and couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that the arrangement of these people seemed to form the embryonic form of a large formation. She really didn't know who they were going to deal with. What kind of expert in this world was worthy of such a large formation? She could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. Glancing at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was still lying on his star shuttle with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about the big battle below at all. She had forgotten that the master she followed was also an unfathomable person. She was afraid that he really didn't care about the people below. Calming down a little, she also began to watch the show with great interest. It's just an ordinary revenge. There's nothing to see. Yang Kai pulled Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan let him be and looked down with great interest, whispering softly, "The Phoenix clan has a secret technique that has the effect of prophecy. Just now, I had an inexplicable impulse and felt that Master's matter might happen today." Yang Kai couldn't help but sit up straight and look at her in surprise. "Is that true?" Lu Yan said, "There's nothing to lose. Let's just watch." Yang Kai nodded lightly and quietly released his divine sense, sweeping it over the lonely peak. Unexpectedly, his divine sense was blocked in front of the bamboo house and couldn't advance any further. His expression suddenly became a little strange. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion took a step forward in the air. This old man was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. There were a few age spots on his old face, as if he was about to die, but his eyes shone with a frightening light. He stared at the bamboo house and shouted, "How dare you come to my wild dragon pavilion and steal my sect-guarding treasure? Today, this place will be your burial ground." Wild Dragon Pavilion. He Yunxiang was surprised. It had been half a year since she came to the ancestral territory. Although she had been traveling under Yang Kai's orders, she was not as ignorant as she was in the beginning. She had also heard of the great name of the Wild Dragon Pavilion. It was one of the few great powers in the entire ancestral realm. No wonder there's a third-order Dao Source Realm Master guarding this place. No wonder they were able to dispatch so many elites. It was Wild Dragon Pavilion. In the ancestral region, it was not that there were no forces that could suppress the Wild Dragon Pavilion, but there were definitely not many. Just who was it that was so daring as to steal the sect-guarding treasure from the Wild Dragon Pavilion? What made He Yunxiang feel even more inconceivable was that this person actually succeeded and escaped. How much ability and courage was required to do this? For a moment, He Yunxiang was curious about the person hiding in the bamboo house. Sneaky scoundrel, get the hell out here for this old man. Gonyang Shi was extremely angry. The sect-guarding treasure of the Wild Dragon Pavilion had been stolen, and there was no sign of it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the thief didn't deliberately hide his tracks, they wouldn't have been able to track him to this place. He simply didn't put himself and the Wild Dragon Pavilion in his eyes. He wanted to see who in the ancestral territory was so daring as to touch the tiger's butt. Get out here. The heroes of the Wild Dragon Pavilion shouted angrily. A person's voice came out from the bamboo house, "I am only taking back my own things, how can I steal them? You trash, be careful with your words. I am in a good mood today and don't have much killing intent. Quickly run for your lives." Gonyang Shi was so angry that he laughed, boasting shamelessly. Who was this guy? His tone was higher than the heavens. Did he really take himself seriously? Wild Dragon Pavilion had stood tall in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years and had a powerful inheritance. He also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, so when had he ever been afraid of others? What's more, what this person said was simply nonsense. The sect-guarding treasure was a treasure passed down from the first-generation ancestral founder, and it had been passed down for more than 30 generations. After tens of thousands of years, how could it possibly belong to someone else? Master? He Yunxiang was also surprised by this person's arrogance, but then she suddenly saw Yang Kai stand up from his star shuttle. His calm expression, which had not changed even in the face of a landslide, suddenly became solemn as he stared at the bamboo house, as if he was facing a great enemy. What's going on? He Yunxiang was full of suspicion. She couldn't estimate how powerful Yang Kai was, because ever since she followed him, she had never seen him use his true strength. All those he killed, whether they were Origin Kings or Dao Source Realms, were basically killed in a single blow. Facing an enemy he could kill in a single blow, how could he use his full strength? He Yunxiang guessed that Yang Kai's cultivation was most likely in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered those from the first-order Dao Source Realm like chickens and dogs. With such a cultivation, even in the entire ancestral territory, he was a peak existence. No matter where he went, no matter who he faced, he had full confidence. Why would such a master show such an expression as if he was facing a great enemy? Who was the person in the bamboo house? Master? Lu Yan also noticed the abnormality and looked up at him. Yang Kai swallowed hard, reached out and touched her head, and said with difficulty, "It seems that you were right. I'm afraid what I ask for will really happen today." Lu Yan's whim had really lit a beacon for him, but this beacon was too dazzling, and he didn't know if it would burn his eyes. Little friend has also come here. It's really a small world. The voice from the bamboo house came again. Kai Yang took a deep breath. Originally, he was only 30% suspicious and 70% surprised, but after hearing this, he was now certain that his guess was correct. The guy in the bamboo house was the one he was thinking of. He had actually come here. In front of such a master, there was no need to hide their whereabouts. When the three of them arrived here, the other party had probably already discovered them. He simply revealed his figure and shouted, "You thief, no matter what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms you have, you actually went to steal other people's sect-guarding treasures. This is simply improper, and you don't have the demeanor of a master. If this young master hadn't met you, it would have been fine, but since I have, I will definitely help you." Turning his head, he cupped his hands towards the old man from the Wild Dragon Pavilion and said, "Old sir, although this matter has nothing to do with me, it is fate that we met. If you have any instructions, just say it. I don't have any other hobbies, but I like to fight for justice." Old sir. Gong Yang she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Ever since he had taken over the Wild Dragon Pavilion, everyone in the ancestral territory had to respectfully address him as Pavilion Master Gong Yang. Now that he was being called an old man, he couldn't help feeling a little strange, but he couldn't do anything about it. The person in the bamboo house was silent for a moment, and then the voice came again, "Little friend, are you going to pretend that you don't know this king? Who are you? And who are you?" Gong Yang she was speechless towards this young man. Although he had long since discovered that he had followed him all the way here, he didn't pay much attention to him because he had important matters to attend to. What nonsense was this about fighting for justice? Gong Yang she wasn't an idiot, how could he believe his nonsense? Moreover, from the looks of it, this young man and the person in the bamboo house seemed to be old acquaintances, but their relationship wasn't very good. Adhering to the principle of not wanting to complicate matters, Gong Yang she still returned half a bow, "Thank you for your kindness, little friend, but this is a family matter of my Wild Dragon Pavilion, and it is inconvenient for outsiders to interfere. Little friend, please step aside, otherwise, it would not be good to be injured." He was also wary that Yang Kai and the person in the bamboo house were accomplices, so he didn't want him to interfere. Yang Kai nodded deeply, "Since old sir has said so, then I will stand to the side." It was a good opportunity to use the Wild Dragon Pavilion to test the depths of that person. Since he was suppressed and rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in this lower plane, that guy should be the same, right? If they fought later, he should be able to see some clues. He was afraid that Gong Yang she would underestimate his enemy, so he said solemnly, "Old sir, it's not that I'm an alarmist, but that guy looks like he's not to be trifled with. You have to be careful, don't capsize the boat." Gong Yang she frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Thank you for your reminder, little friend." He was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, standing at the peak of the ancestral domain. Even if there were people stronger than him in this world, they couldn't be that much stronger. Now that the elites of Wild Dragon Pavilion had come out in full force, who in this world could be their opponent? Even a rock would be beaten to a pulp today. He turned his head and said with a sullen face, "It seems that you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This old man will ask again, are you going to return the item or not? I already said that this thing is mine. Don't make so much noise and annoy me." Good. Since that's the case, then don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. Hand over your life. Gong Yang she's origin chi suddenly became restless, his beard and hair went crazy, his figure leaped, and like an angry ram, he pounced towards the wooden house. His aura was brilliant, and his aura was monstrous. There was no reaction from inside the house. Gong Yang she's vigilance didn't work in the slightest. He pounced straight to the front of the wooden house, raised his hand, and slapped towards the bamboo house, "Hiding and making a fool of yourself, get the hell out here." Creak, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened wide, and a gust of wind swept out from inside. Gong Yang she's eyes narrowed, and a trace of unconcealable shock suddenly appeared on his face. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the hundreds of elites of the Wild Dragon Pavilion, he plunged into the bamboo house. Boom, the door closed, but there was no movement from inside. There wasn't even any trace of a battle. It was so quiet that it was as if the world had just opened, the origin of chaos. Everyone's eyes widened. Everyone held their breaths and pricked up their ears. However, the scene was strangely quiet. This silence caused everyone to feel a strong sense of horror in their hearts. In an instant, the bamboo house was like an ancient beast that swallowed Gong Yangshi into its stomach. Chapter 3106. After a while, the door of the bamboo house opened again. Under everyone's gazes, Gong Yangshi walked out, his face slightly pale. He turned around and respectfully closed the door. Then, he bowed and said, "Sorry to disturb you, Master." "Master, please rest." The hundreds of Wild Dragon Pavilion elites couldn't believe their eyes. "Let's go." Gong Yangshi shouted in a low voice, his body swaying, turning into a ray of light as he flew off into the distance. Although the people of Wild Dragon Pavilion were puzzled, they didn't dare to ask anything. They all took out their flying treasures and used their divine technique to leave this place. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the hundreds of people who had arrived was left. The lone peak regained its calm. Only when they were 100 kilometers away did Gong Yangshi, who was flying at the front, sway slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly became extremely weak, and his already aged face became even older, as if he could die at any moment. Pavilion Master. Several elders turned pale with fright when they saw this, and they quickly surrounded him. What exactly happened in that bamboo house? What kind of communication did the Pavilion Master have with the thief? Why did he leave without saying a word after coming out, and why did he look like he was heavily injured? All sorts of mysteries caused people's thoughts to be in chaos. Gong Yangshi barely managed to stabilize his body and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Pavilion Master, that person. An elder couldn't hold back his curiosity and couldn't help but ask. Don't ask. A trace of fear flashed across Gong Yangshi's face. But our sex guarding treasure, don't. Gong Yangshi's eyes flashed with a trace of pain and determination, just pretend. It never happened. Ah! A burst of exclamations rang out. Just who was it that could make their Pavilion Master so afraid that he didn't even want to chase after the sex-guarding treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years? The elders no longer dared to think about it. They were afraid that the thoughts that appeared in their minds would cause them to lose their hearts of martial arts. Outside the bamboo house, He Yinxiang's mouth was slightly open, as if someone had stuffed two invisible fingers into it. She foolishly watched the group of people from Wild Dragon Pavilion leave, feeling that her brain wasn't enough. Wasn't this one of the top sects in the ancestral territory? Why are you so timid when encountering such a situation? If not for the strength of those people, He Yinxiang would have suspected that there was another force called the Wild Dragon Pavilion in the ancestral territory. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. If possible, he wanted to turn around and leave. However, the thing that he wanted was very likely to be fulfilled by the person in the house. He was unwilling to leave just like that. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In order to return to his homeland, even if there was a pile of feces inside, he had to step on it. Stay here. I'll be back soon. Yang Kai patted Lu Yan's head. Lu Yan grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go. Be obedient. Yang Kai glared at her. No. Lu Yan refused to be outdone. His eyes were even bigger than Lu Yan's. Yang Kai said, "You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Wait for me to smash my cup as a signal. If something goes wrong, you immediately rush in and roast that person." Lu Yan nodded and let go of him. Okay. Be careful. Okay. In front of that person, what was the use of being careful? Yang Kai stepped out and arrived in front of the bamboo house. He coughed lightly and knocked on the door. Is anyone home? The originally solemn atmosphere suddenly became a little funny. Yinxiang couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth to stop herself from making a sound. No one responded. Yang Kai straightened his clothes and said, "Sorry to disturb you." He pushed the door open and entered. Just like before, the door closed automatically. The light turned from bright to dark. A person sat cross-legged on a futon in front of him and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Their eyes met. Yang Kai's vigilance was magnified to the limit. However, he pretended to be calm and casually cupped his hands. "Brother Wu, how have you been? If you're willing to change your name to Wu Chen, I'll call you Brother Wu. I won't call you Senior Wu. You're the biggest tumor in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years." Wukong didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand and said, "Sit." Yang Kai said, "I'll just stand." "It's fine." He stored up his strength but didn't release it. He was ready to fight this person in front of him at any time. Wukong said, "But I need to raise my head to talk to you." Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. He thought about it and didn't want to take advantage of him in this matter. He didn't want to anger him out of humiliation. He sat down as he was told. The two looked at each other. Wukong took out a tea set and slowly cooked. Yang Kai was a little flattered. It didn't matter if this person was the biggest tumor in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years. It also didn't matter how many ancestral territory he had caused chaos in the ancestral territory and how many lives he had slaughtered. He was still the most powerful person in the ancestral territory. He had even slaughtered a few great emperors. It was an honor for him to cook tea for him. Yang Kai's hostility couldn't help but lessen a lot. This kind of bearing really did have the air of a powerhouse. In the future, when he told others that he had drunk tea with Wukong, it would be a very honorable thing. "Why are you here, little friend?" Wukong asked casually. To be able to meet Kai Yang in this kind of place was really beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "It's a long story, but I was originally here to kill you." Wukong smiled, "And now? Will you kill me?" Yang Kai asked. "That depends on whether little friend has the ability." Yang Kai thought about it seriously and shook his head, "Even if I have the ability, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill you." Killing Wukong was equivalent to killing Duan Hongchen. The price he had to pay was too high. He immediately said with righteous indignation, "Just you wait. When this young master finds a way to force you out of Senior Hongchen's body, that will be the day you die. Then you have to work hard to cultivate." Wukong smiled slightly. Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable. The meeting this time was completely different from what he had imagined. "Didn't you kill people like scything flax? Why are you showing the tolerance of a wise old man?" He couldn't help but feel that before he could even throw a punch, others would use cotton to block his eyes. It was better for everyone to shed all pretense of cordiality and ruthlessly kill each other, no matter who lived or died. "You've become a vegetarian?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "What?" Wukong was puzzled. Why didn't those people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion swallow them? To be honest, he was also extremely surprised just now. It was simply unbelievable that the group of people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion were able to leave safely. It was not just smoke rising from the ancestral grave, it was simply spitting fire. Wukong was definitely not a vegetarian. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was his innate technique, and he had just swallowed a dragon on the Dragon Island half a year ago. What's the point of eating something that can only be stuffed between my teeth? Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and said, "Then why did you come to the ancestral territory? Your initial plan to go to the Dragon Island was to come here." Wukong said, "To take some things left here, to prepare for the future." "In the future?" Yang Kai frowned. "We'll talk about the future in the future." When the tea was ready, Wukong took a cup and slowly tasted it. Yang Kai took a look. He didn't even have a teacup. He directly picked up the teapot and took a big sip, then said, "You didn't eat those people, not because you didn't want to, but because you couldn't, right?" Wukong's hands paused, his eyes flickered, he stared at Yang Kai. "What do you mean by that? In this world, was there anything he couldn't do? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Furthermore, you're still in the critical period of recovery. Didn't you hide in the lower plane just to devour more energy? And then?" Wukong looked at him with a smile. He didn't say whether he was right or wrong. Yang Kai said, "Senior Duan definitely wouldn't allow this to happen, he must have interfered with you." As he said this, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, his body slightly leaned back, and seriously looked at Wukong. In that instant, an incredible thought popped into his mind. Wukong's smile didn't fade. Yang Kai's whole body shook, he hesitated. "Senior Duan." Wukong's smile turned into a bitter smile. Yang Kai didn't dare to believe, "Is it really Senior Duan?" Wukong suddenly laughed, "Old Duan, I told you, you can't learn this deity's suaveness, it's really like trying to draw a tiger but end up looking like a dog." Then he said in a deep voice, "You shut up." Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. If it could be said that he only had doubts before, then now he was sure that the one who had been talking to him since he entered the room wasn't Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. His face suddenly sank, he asked, "Senior Duan, what's going on?" He always thought that Duan Hongchen was suppressed by Wukong, otherwise why would he go to the Dragon Island to slay dragons? Then he hid in the territory of this lower plane, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Duan Hongchen wasn't completely suppressed, he still had some freedom. Even from the dialogue between Wukong and Duan Hongchen, the relationship between the two didn't seem to be that bad. No matter what evil things Wukong did, Yang Kai wouldn't think it was too much, but if those evil things involved Duan Hongchen, then the situation was completely different. Duan Hongchen obviously knew what Yang Kai was angry about. He sighed and said, "I was also only freed after he came here, I didn't mean to hide what happened before." Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Duan Hongchen was really in cahoots with Wukong, then it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, sometimes fierce, sometimes malicious, Duan Hongchen said, "Don't get any wrong ideas, even if you and I join hands now, we still can't kill him. It was also his intention for me to come out for a breath of fresh air. If he really suppressed me with all his strength, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Yang Kai was depressed. Only then did he let go of the thought in his heart. He said helplessly, "Then what should we do?" Duan Hongchen said, "Let nature take its course, but since we are fated to meet today, this old man has something to ask of you." Yang Kai said seriously, "Senior, if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask." Duan Hongchen said, "If you return to the astral boundary, there will definitely be people who will ask you about Wukong's whereabouts, please don't tell anyone." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why is that?" He felt that Duan Hongchen's attitude towards Wukong had changed a lot after this meeting. It was no longer as tit-for-tat as before, it even seemed that there was a hint of compromise. Why? Why was this? What kind of communication did the two great emperors have between them? What kind of agreement did they reach? It actually made Duan Hongchen intentionally help Wukong hide their whereabouts. Chapter 3107. Little friend, please agree. Good. Since it's senior's request, I will naturally comply. Duan Hongchen nodded, cultivate well. With your aptitude, you may be able to catch up. In the future, there may be a day when you and I can fight side by side. Yang Kai was shocked. Fighting side by side with the great emperors, how heroic was that? But soon he was puzzled. Who was the enemy? Could it be Wukong? He felt that something was wrong. Duan Hongchen's words were also extremely heavy. After chatting with him for a while, Duan Hongchen told him about the recent situation of the Azure Sun Temple and the subsequent development of the Dragon Island. He sighed, "It's a pity that a dragon race died." Then he turned around and scolded, "What a pity, the dragon race deserves to die. Can you shut up?" Yang Kai looked at him with disgust. "I was having a good chat with Duan Hongchen, why did you come out?" Wukong smiled with a hint of evil charm. He looked up and asked, "Where is your stone mongoose avatar?" "Why?" Yang Kai looked at him vigilantly. It was not strange that Wukong knew about the stone mongoose avatar. After all, they had met face to face, and both of them had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, so they could sense each other. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique is actually not suitable for humans to cultivate, but it complements the stone mongoose. I thought that if you had the stone mongoose avatar, I would give it a gift. Since it is not nearby, then forget it. Before he finished speaking, the avatar had already appeared. Fortunately, after the avatar devoured the stone fire's origin, it could already become the size of a human. Otherwise, this room would definitely not be able to accommodate it. The space divine technique is really amazing. Wukong praised. Even he didn't know how Yang Kai managed to summon his Dharmakaya. He only vaguely guessed that this kid probably had some kind of spatial secret treasure on him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, he sensed Wukong's aura. As if he was facing a formidable enemy, scarlet flames flickered in his eyes. "He said he wanted to give you something," Yang Kai said. The avatar asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai shrugged. Wukong smiled and reached out to grab the embodiment. The embodiment hesitated for a moment, but he didn't resist. In the next instant, Wukong's big hand pressed on the embodiment's angular head, and a strange energy fluctuation rippled out, and the embodiment froze on the spot. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely vigilant. Who knew what Wukong wanted to do? He was only prepared to take action as soon as he sensed that something was wrong. However, from the beginning to the end, the embodiment didn't seem to have done anything wrong. After a short while, Wukong withdrew his hand. Yang Kai looked at the embodiment and saw that the embodiment revealed a thoughtful look. Yang Kai's mind moved, and he immediately understood what the embodiment had received from Wukong. After all, the embodiment was formed by his avatar, so there was no hindrance to their communication. If Yang Kai wanted to, he could even feel everything the embodiment felt. All kinds of essences and cultivation experience of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Wukong had actually imparted his lifetime's experience of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to the embodiment. This gift was not small. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was originally created by Wukong, so he had absolute authority over it. The accumulated experience and cultivation experience of tens of thousands of years was simply an unimaginable wealth. This time, he imparted without holding back at all. Even though Yang Kai had always been hostile to Wukong, he couldn't help but feel a little moved at this moment. Was this the hush money? But wasn't the price a little too high? It was conceivable that the embodiment who had received these essences and cultivation experience would have a smooth road in the future. Perhaps, it could reach the height of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, or even surpass it. After all, it was a stone mongoose, and it had devoured the original power of the stone fire. Its starting point was much higher than Wukong's. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai's suspicion and shock, Wukong chuckled and said, "Perhaps one day, we can all turn enemies into friends. Don't even think about it." Yang Kai scolded, but his tone softened a lot. He couldn't help it. After all, he was not a shameless person. He had just received such a big benefit from him, so how could he have the nerve to throw a tantrum at him? However, the so-called turning enemies into friends was probably not possible. Wukong was hated by everyone in the astral world. As long as he didn't leave Duan Hongchen's body, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to turn enemies into friends. Although there was no eternal enemy in the face of benefits, Wukong's various actions had long gone beyond the scope of benefits. Yang Kai's brain was damaged if he became friends with him. Nothing is absolute. We might as well wait 100 years, or even 1,000 years, and then we'll see. Wukong didn't care. Yang Kai withdrew his dharmakaya and grinned, that's if you can live until then. His eyes wandered around his neck with evil intentions, as if he was considering where to start. His expression changed and suddenly became extremely serious. Wukong, since you have the idea of changing your appearance, I'm willing to give you a chance to put down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Wukong smiled and said, what's the matter? Let's hear it. Yang Kai said, I want to go back to my homeland, but I can't find the way. You're familiar with this aspect, so tell me, how can I go back to my territory? This was the reason why he still barged in even though he knew Wukong was here. This guy had caused chaos in the territory of countless planets in the past, so he obviously knew this very well. Getting some guidance from him would definitely be better than searching aimlessly. Which territory did you come from? Wukong asked. Hengluo Star Field. Wukong heard this and shook his head, I've never heard of it. He had been to countless star regions, but he didn't have the time to deliberately find out the names of those star regions. To him, all the star regions in the lower planes were just sources of energy to replenish his strength. Yang Kai couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. If Wukong had really been to Hengluo Star Field, then there wouldn't be any Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, or Sword Union in that territory. They would have long been stored in his stomach. If you want to go back to the lower plane territory from here, one way is to go through those star paths, provided that there is a star path between the lower plane territory and the ancestral territory, but looking at you, you probably haven't found it yet. Then what's the other way? Wukong smiled and said, using the star territory's source. Star territory's source. Yang Kai raised his brow, a faint light flashing in his mind. It was very important, but he couldn't grasp it. Stars have their own source, and star territory has its own source. It's just that the source is hidden on a cultivation star, and anyone with enough strength has the opportunity to refine it and become a star master. Star territory's source is much more difficult to find. A star territory is vast, and even an ordinary person you meet on the street, a rabbit running in the wilderness, or a meteorite wandering in the star field may be a star territory source. Even if an ordinary person comes across it, they may not necessarily be able to find it, but if you can refine it, then you can control the entire star territory in your hands and become the master and guardian of this star territory. Wukong spoke slowly, but Yang Kai listened carefully, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Star territory's guardian, this wasn't the first time he heard this term, he had heard people mention it before. When he left the Hengluo Star Field and went to the star boundary, he was determined to become the Hengluo Star Field's guardian. If you can become the star territory's guardian, then no matter where you are, you will be able to sense the location of this star territory. If you want to go from the ancestral territory to the star territory, do you still need to deliberately look for it? At that time, as long as he willed it, he would be able to grasp the ethereal connection between himself and the star territory. Yang Kai calmly said, so that's how it is, I've learned something. He cursed in his heart, I'm really an idiot. If he hadn't met Wukong today, and heard what he said, he was afraid that he would have forgotten about something in his knowledge sea. Star. In his knowledge sea, there was the entire Hengluo Star Field star. This wasn't a typical navigation map drawn by an ordinary star master, but more like a mysterious inheritance. Not long after he arrived at the star territory on Tongxian realm, he obtained it from a star master. When the starship collapsed, that star master died not far from Yang Kai, and then a stream of light entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Since then, Yang Kai's knowledge sea had inexplicably become filled with the entire star territory's star. During those years in the Hengluo Star Field, the star in his knowledge sea had pointed him in the right direction many times, so he didn't get lost in the star territory. There was once a master who broke into Yang Kai's knowledge sea with his divine sense, and when he saw the star array, he cried out in alarm, as if he had found a precious treasure, but in the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wasn't sure what the star in his knowledge sea was before, now he was almost certain it was the star territory's star source. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first arrived at the star boundary, there was still a faint connection between him and his homeland, but as time passed, this connection was severed. The star source of the stars, which was difficult for others to find, had settled down in his knowledge sea for so many years. With this, wouldn't it be easy to find the way home? Although he was ecstatic in his heart, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face as he said lightly, "I have one more question." Speak. Wukong seemed to be in a good mood today, so how could he care less about Yang Kai's insatiable greed? How did you avoid the rejection of the world principles? Tens of thousands of years ago, many star territory had been destroyed by him. Yang Kai didn't believe he could accomplish this with just a peak origin king realm cultivation. Since he could act wantonly and tyrannize those star territory, he must have displayed more than just the strength of an origin king, most likely using his full strength. But even if he was one of the great emperors, the rejection of the world principles was not a joke, so why hadn't he suffered the wrath of the heavens? Wukong said, "Every time this king goes to a star territory, the first thing this king does is find the star territory star source, steal, rob, and refine it. In that star territory, you are the heavens and earth, so how could you be rejected?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. Just like how a star master refined the star source of a cultivation star, on his own cultivation star, the star master was the heavens and earth. By the same principle, after refining the star territory star source, the entire star territory was under one's control, so how could one be rejected? Chapter 3108. Of course, if he didn't want his territory to be destroyed too badly, it was best not to show too much strength. Only a guy like Wukong, whose purpose was to devour, would be so unscrupulous. Outside the bamboo house, Lu Yen was sitting on a star shuttle, waiting with her hands cupped around her delicate cheeks, the reflection of the lonely peak in her clear eyes. "Were you really picked up by Master?" He Yunxiang stretched out her hand and patted her head. This kind of delicate little girl was always lovable. Her soft long hair made people unable to part with it. Even if they played with it for a day and a night, they would not get tired of it. Yes. To some extent, it was not wrong to pick her up. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, she would probably still be an artifact spirit trapped in a furnace. Now that she had her own body and the inheritance of the Phoenix True Fire, she had a great opportunity. "Who is Master meeting inside?" Lu Yen shook her head. She didn't know who the person inside was, but she could feel that he was very strong, so strong that she and Yang Kai together might not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, she looked up at He Yunxiang and asked, "Do you want to be Master's woman?" "What?" He Yunxiang blushed. Was this something a child should ask? He squatted down and asked earnestly, "Who taught you this?" Lu Yen said, "Then I'm afraid you don't have a chance. There are several mistresses in my family." She turned her head and looked forward. Yang Kai pushed the door open and walked out. He stood in place and pondered for a long time while rubbing his chin. Then his figure flickered and he landed on the star shuttle. "Master, shall we continue?" He Yunxiang asked. "Let's go first." Yang Kai waved his hand and sat down cross-legged on the star shuttle. Seeing Lu Yen looking at him eagerly, he helplessly pulled her into his arms. Only then did Lu Yen smile and sit down obediently. The star shuttle turned into a streak of light and soon disappeared. A voice came from inside the bamboo house. "This old master has been wise all his life, but he didn't expect that he would be colluding with you in the end. Humph, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. When the day comes, you will know that you made the right choice." "I hope so." Peace returned, but there was no one in the bamboo house. "This way." A day later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. There was a slightly excited look in his eyes. Vaguely, he grasped a faintly discernible trace, like a thread that could be broken at any time, like a flickering light in the wind and rain, transmitting an insignificant light. However, it was this extremely thin and almost imperceptible connection that allowed him to determine the direction he was heading in, the direction of his homeland. The star in his sea of consciousness was definitely the source of stars. It was impossible to refine it in one day, but Yang Kai had tried many times to communicate with it, and he had finally gotten some results. As long as he followed this feeling, he would definitely be able to find his way home. It was like a kite flying high in the sky, but the end of the string was still in the hand of the kite flyer. One face after another flashed through his mind: Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, Shan Qing Luo, Shuiyu, even many faces he had almost forgotten, but at this time, they all rushed to jump out of his mind, wanting to say something to him. Suddenly, an extremely complex emotion welled up in his heart, as if a warm current was flowing through his chest and into his heart. Lu Yen seemed to have sensed something and laid down in his arms, stretching out her small hand and placing it on his chest, feeling his violent heartbeat. The response from the star was still very faint and intermittent, so Yang Kai continued to give directions while he Yunxiang urged the star shuttle to hurry along. A month later, in the wilderness. A gorgeous star path exit stretched across the sky a few dozen meters high, with several thatched huts scattered nearby. Inside each hut, there was a cultivator meditating. Obviously, these people were the disciples of the various sects stationed here, waiting for someone to appear from the exit so they could win them over. In the ancestral territory, almost every star path entrance was like this. The sects in the ancestral territory seemed to be very fond of the cultivator who came from the lower star path territory, especially the cultivator who originally came from the lower star path territory. Many of them took the initiative to take on this task. As a result, if they encountered a cultivator who came from the same star path territory, they would have a great advantage in winning them over. However, some of the star path entrances were bustling with noise and excitement, while others were completely deserted. The main reason for this situation was that the star path entrances were connected to a large number of star paths. Some entrances were connected to more than a dozen star paths, while others were connected to only a few star paths naturally. The number of cultivator who came out from these entrances was different, so the importance they received was very different. The star path exit in front of him undoubtedly belonged to the latter, probably only connecting to a few star paths territory. What's more, the cultivator stationed here was rarely a Tao Source Realm Master, all of them Origin Kings, so it was obvious that this place was not very valued. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, this star path exit was the most beautiful thing in the world. Immersing himself in communicating with the star path again, Yang Kai found that the connection was indeed pointing towards the depths of the entrance. It's you. In the ancestral territory, there was actually a star path that was connected to the Hengluo star field, a fact that really made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, when he left that year, he had never heard of any ancestral territory. In the entire Hengluo star field, there were no rumors about this. The doors of several huts opened and some cultivator walked out, looking up at Yang Kai and the others. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "Where did this friend come from? Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand, "Go about your business, I'm just passing by." The man frowned, quite displeased with Yang Kai's attitude, but did not say anything. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he probed towards the star path entrance. Although this entrance was definitely connected to the Hengluo star field, it would take some effort to return to his homeland through it. Others would probably need to break through the void with extremely strong power, but Yang Kai had the space divine technique. As long as he grasped a certain pattern, it should not be difficult for him to return. Shuttling through the void was a common thing for him. After a while, he had a plan in his mind. He patted He Yunxiang's shoulder and said, "Now you have two choices. The first is to stay here. The ancestral territory is not bad. If you stay here, you will have a good development. I will leave you some spirit pills and cultivation materials. I choose the second one, He Yunxiang said. If it were not for the things that happened during this period, she was afraid that she would really choose to stay in the ancestral territory. However, with Yang Kai's experience, how could he not know that the ancestral territory was not the top world? The third order Dao source realm was not the pinnacle of martial arts at all. She had worked hard to follow Yang Kai from the territory of the Wuji star to here, and she did not want to stop here. There was no need for Yang Kai to give her a second choice as she had already made her decision. Very well, Yang Kai nodded. In any case, it was just one more person, so it was not a burden for him. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai suddenly paused, looked down at the people below, and asked, "Have you met anyone from the Hangluo star field?" During this time, every time he arrived at a star field exit, he would ask this question. Yang Kai was just asking out of habit at this time and didn't expect to get a definite answer. In any case, he was about to return to his homeland, so he would soon be able to see the people he wanted to meet. "Why do you ask?" One of the people suddenly showed a look of vigilance and frowned at Yang Kai. It was the person who had spoken to him before. Yang Kai blinked and was a little stunned. "You've met them?" "Never," the man shook his head. How could Yang Kai believe him? Stretching out his hand, the man suddenly felt a strong suction force and his body flew forward involuntarily before being grabbed by the neck. In an instant, the man's face turned red as he lost control of his Saint Chi. Yang Kai showed a fierce look. "I hate it when people lie to me. If there is, then there is, if there isn't, then there isn't. I'll give you one more chance, think carefully before you answer." Sometimes, being overbearing was far more effective than being amiable. As soon as this powerful force was displayed, the several cultivators all paled, realizing that this young man had the strength to kill them in the blink of an eye. "Yes." The man struggled hard and managed to squeeze out a word. "Really?" Yang Kai couldn't believe his ears and loosened his grip slightly. "When did you see her? What did she look like? Where did she go? Tell me in detail. If you hide anything, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." "I don't know exactly when, about 20 years ago. At that time, I wasn't in charge of receiving her, but later I heard that the senior sister came from Hangluo star field." "Senior sister?" Yang Kai's face froze. "What's her name?" "Su Yen." Yang Kai was shocked. The name that he had dreamed of suddenly came out of the mouth of a stranger, and in a place like the ancestral territory. The impact on him was simply unimaginable, so much so that his mind went blank and he lost the ability to think. At this time, if someone were to launch a sneak attack, it would be 100% successful. Lu Yen then asked, "Are you sure she came from Hangluo star field?" "I'm sure, because senior sister Su didn't hide her origins. Instead, she deliberately publicized it. Brothers and junior brothers all paid attention to her. What they paid attention to was not only her origin, but also her stunning appearance." Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. If he had some doubts before, now he was almost certain. Su Yen was here. Su Yen was in the ancestral territory. This name wasn't very special, it could almost be said to be ordinary. There should be many people with the same name, but Su Yen, who came from Hangluo star field and had the strength to pass the star path, was probably the only person in the world who could do this. 20 years, didn't this mean that not many years after he left the star territory, Su Yen arrived in the ancestral territory? How did she find the entrance to the ancestral territory? And with her cold temperament, the reason why she wanted to publicize her origins was probably to find him. She didn't know where he was, she didn't even know if he was in the ancestral territory, so she could only use this method to increase the chances of them meeting. If Yang Kai was really in the ancestral territory, he would definitely go to find her after hearing her news. Alone in a completely unfamiliar world, Yang Kai suddenly felt sad and blamed himself. Chapter 3109. Chi Yu and Aio's experiences in the star boundary were still vivid in his mind, and Yang Kai knew exactly how much hardship and exhaustion they had suffered. Even Wu Dao, who was known as the strongest cultivator in the star territory, had fallen, let alone Su Yan, a lone woman. Deep in his heart, a voice kept roaring. I want to see her. Immediately. Immediately. Longing overflowed like a tide, almost drowning Yang Kai's body and mind. Master. Lu Yan grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and the delicate touch brought Yang Kai back to his senses. He saw that the man who was being choked by him had his eyes rolled back, and his face was pale as if he would die in the next moment. Yang Kai quickly released him and threw him onto the star shuttle. A violent coughing sound came as the man half knelt, covering his throat with his hand, coughing so hard that tears almost came out. The eyelids of the cultivator below twitched. I'm really sorry, Yang Kai stretched out his big hand to the man, but he couldn't help but tremble a little. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could shake him to this extent, but inquiring about Su Yan in the ancestral territory was definitely one of them. This guy in front of him called Su Yan senior sister, which meant that Su Yan had joined the sect behind him after coming to the ancestral territory. In any case, bullying a junior brother was not something to be proud of, not to mention that Yang Kai still had something to ask of him. After a while, the man took the opportunity to grab Yang Kai's hand and stand up, but there was still a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at Yang Kai timidly. He was also a third-order origin king, but he was like an ant in front of this young man, unable to resist at all. Obviously, the other party was not someone he could provoke. Yang Kai's attitude changed so quickly that he felt that this guy was a bit temperamental, making him more and more afraid. This kind of strength and temper was extremely strange. How should I address this junior brother? Yang Kai tried to calm his expression. The man swallowed his saliva and said, Xiang Fei. So it's junior brother Xiang. Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder, causing him to shrink back slightly. Sorry for offending you just now, junior brother, please don't take offense. You just called Su Yan senior sister, is she a disciple of your noble sect? After a few simple questions and answers, Yang Kai got some clues. Sure enough, as he had expected, after Su Yan arrived at the ancestral territory, she had joined the Red Cloud sect, the force behind Xiang Fei. Su Yan had also entered the ancestral territory through this star path entrance. However, at that time, it was not Xiang Fei who was there to receive her, but rather someone else from the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, Xiang Fei did not know the specifics. Only after Su Yan had joined the Red Cloud sect did he have some understanding of her. Su Yan had entered the Red Cloud sect for only a few years, but she had already gained a large number of fans. The number of senior brother and junior brother who fawned over her was innumerable. She had already become an influential figure in the Red Cloud sect. There were only a few such characters in each sect, but Su Yan, as a disciple who had come from the lower star territory, naturally received more attention. The news that she was from the Hengluo star field spread like wildfire. Xiang Fei had also met Su Yan a few times, but he did not have the courage to speak to her. He only felt that the cold look on her face had a kind of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. If he approached her, he might get frostbite. Senior sister Su's talent is extraordinary. After entering the sect for only 5 years, she has already advanced to the Tao Source realm. This kind of aptitude is really shameful. Xiang Fei sighed. He probably saw that there was some kind of relationship between Yang Kai and Su Yan, so he chose to say something nice. Sure enough, Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this, advanced to the Tao Source realm. He had always been worried about whether she would suffer unfair treatment or be pushed aside in this world, but now it seemed that she was living a good life. How is it now? Yang Kai asked. Xiang Fei said, I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, how can you not know? Aren't you also a disciple of the Red Cloud sect? Xiang Fei was startled and hurriedly said, "Junior brother is indeed a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but I was sent to guard this place more than 10 years ago. I rarely return to the sect, so I don't know what is going on in the sect." Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. Generally speaking, those who were sent to guard the entrance of the Star Path were not well received in the sect. They did not have any backing, so they were given this kind of time-consuming job that did not have many benefits. This Xiang Fei was obviously such a person in the Red Cloud sect. "Do you want to go back?" "Yes, I do. How could these lonely days be compared to the comfortable life in the sect?" Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "Congratulations, you are about to get what you want." What? Xiang Fei did not react, but instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Go to the Red Cloud sect." Yang Kai ordered He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang immediately urged her star shuttle. "Lead the way." Yang Kai turned to look at Xiang Fei again. Xiang Fei anxiously said, No, let me down quickly. Without the sect master and the elder's orders, I'm going in the wrong direction, this way. In front of Yang Kai's big fists, he had no choice but to submit. This temperamental young man was not someone he could provoke. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. After returning to the sect, if someone asked, he would at least have an explanation, but he did not know what kind of punishment he would receive. This month's salary would probably be gone. Thinking about the vital source condensing pills, he could not help but feel a little dejected. Yang Kai punched him in the chest, scaring him out of his wits. After discovering that this punch didn't hurt him, he cried out miserably, "Senior brother, don't scare me like that. Tell me more about Su Yan. If you tell me well, you will definitely benefit." Xiang Fei did not know whether bringing this guy to the Red Cloud sect was a blessing or a curse. At first glance, this person had a close relationship with senior sister Su Yan and was most likely one of her pursuers. Otherwise, why would he inquire about Su Yan's senior sister? Moreover, his strength was so strong. If he ran to the sect, wouldn't he have a conflict with some people? However, after thinking about it, this matter did not seem to have much to do with him. Everyone wanted to eat swan meat, but most of them were toads crawling on the ground, drooling at the sight of a swan flying in the sky. If he really caused trouble in the sect, the only one who would suffer would be him. Stabilizing his mind, Xiang Fei picked up some things he knew and told him. Yang Kai didn't know much about Su Yan. Although the Red Cloud sect wasn't one of the top sects in the ancestral territory, it could barely be considered a second-tier sect. There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and there were very few opportunities to interact with unfamiliar people. What he knew about Su Yan was mostly hearsay. However, regardless of whether this news was true or false, Yang Kai listened with a smile, as if he had seen Su Yan's life with his own eyes. By the way, shortly after senior sister Su Yan entered the sect, she was received as a disciple by Elder Wan. I heard that when Elder Wan saw her, she lost her self-control and forced her to become a disciple. It was because of this matter that senior sister Su's name spread throughout the sect. That Elder Wan, is he a man or a woman? She is a woman. Elder Wan is the oldest and most senior elder in the sect. Xiang Fei always felt that when Yang Kai asked that question, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking again, there was not even the slightest trace of it. He did not know whether it was his own misconception or not. Yang Kai laughed and patted Xiang Fei's shoulder. Your Elder Ruan's eyesight is good. Ha! Xiang Fei smiled. Elder Ruan's temper is strange. We don't dare to approach the spirit peak where she lives. Although she is an elder of our Red Cloud sect, she doesn't seem to participate in the sect's affairs and has never accepted a disciple. That year, when news of her wanting to accept senior sister Su as a disciple spread, the entire sect was in an uproar. Through Xiang Fei's words, the image of an eccentric, temperamental, wrinkled Elder Wan appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was very grateful to this elder one whom he had never met before. Su Yan had gone out and met a noble. Otherwise, with her appearance, even if she entered the Red Cloud sect, she would have been in constant trouble. There were many talented people, so how could she be able to break through to the Dao Source realm in just 5 years? It was likely that Elder Ruan's full support was indispensable. Just the source condensing pills needed to break through to the Dao Source realm was a huge number. Su Yan had just arrived, so how could she have collected so many pills? As they walked, Xiang Fei racked his brains and told Yang Kai everything he knew about Su Yan. However, Yang Kai still wasn't satisfied and kept asking questions, as if he was a starving man who wanted someone to draw a few pancakes in front of him. Xiang Fei was speechless, but he didn't dare to offend him. He could only feel sadness in his heart and silently cursed, "What kind of person is this?" He steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. Senior Sister Su has countless pursuers in the sect. He could see that this young man and Senior Sister Su Yan were familiar with each other and definitely had an interest in Senior Sister Su Yan. Before, when they talked about Su Yan, he deliberately didn't talk about her feelings, afraid of touching a nerve. But now, there was nothing he could say, so he could only say this. "You brought trouble to yourself, so don't blame me." But unexpectedly, Yang Kai just smiled, as if he didn't care. Even if Xiang Fei didn't say it, he could guess it. It would be strange if Su Yan didn't have a few pursuers, but in this world, how many people could enter her eyes? Those pursuers were not even worthy of being called rivals in Yang Kai's eyes. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiang Fei continued, "Others are fine, but Senior Sister Su is Elder Ruan's only disciple after all, so it's not good to pester her. After being rejected, they often tactfully leave, but one person, what? Is there really someone so shameless? If I tell you, don't tell anyone that I told you." Xiang Fei looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice. "If you have something to say, then say it. Our young sect master is very fond of Senior Sister Su. He once said in front of many people that he wanted to take Senior Sister Su as his concubine." Bullshit. Yang Kai was furious, his expression ferocious, his previous indifference swept away. "Don't let father see you, otherwise I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Secretly admiring her is one thing, but you actually dare to boast so shamelessly." Chapter 31:10. Red Cloud Mountain was a lush green forest with beautiful scenery. The rolling mountain range was filled with spirit beasts and birds, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Outside the mountain gate, the star shuttle landed and the disciples guarding the mountain immediately greeted it, looking at Xiang Fei in surprise. "Brother Xiang, why are you back? And these are..." Although Xiang Fei had no backing in the Red Cloud sect, nor was he favored by the elders, he was still a third-order origin king, so how could these disciples dare to be disrespectful? Xiang Fei hesitated for a while, not knowing how to explain himself. He had already violated the sect's rules by returning to the sect without permission. If he wanted to enter, he would have to explain the reason to these disciples and let them pass on his behalf. The disciples guarding the mountain looked at Xiang Fei suspiciously, not knowing what he was thinking. "Find someone." Yang Kai was in a hurry to see Su Yan, so he didn't have time to waste here. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the disciples aside and stepped inside. Seeing this, Xiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. This is bad. He knew that things were going to get worse, but he didn't expect this guy to be so rude. If he had politely handed over a visiting card, it wasn't that he couldn't enter, but how could he just barge in like this? Now that he had made such a scene, Xiang Fei was afraid that he would be accused of colluding with an enemy. Escape? Or not? If he didn't escape, he would definitely be punished by the sect, but where could he escape to? Thinking about it, he could only grit his teeth and follow, begging bitterly, "Brother, please wait." He Yinxiang stepped in front of him and smiled slightly. "There's nothing for you to do here, take this bottle of spirit pills as a thank you gift." Throwing down a bottle of spirit pills, she also chased after Yang Kai. The few disciples guarding the mountain were stunned for a while before one of them immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a short while, the Red Cloud sect's alarm bell rang, resounding through the sky. Xiang Fei's face turned pale and he sat down on the ground, the bottle of spirit pills in his hand becoming extremely hot. Silhouettes flickered as streams of light rose from the Red Cloud sect and rushed towards the entrance of the sect from all directions. Yang Kai soon encountered the first obstacle, the Mountain Guardian Array. Every sect had their own Mountain Guarding Array. Normally, it would not be fully activated, but it still had some protective and alert functions. If one did not have a special method, it would be impossible to pass through the array. If the Mountain Guarding Grand Formation were to be fully activated during battle, it would become a powerful protection. There was an invisible wall in front of him, and Yang Kai had to stop. Swish! 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 One after another, silhouettes appeared in the surroundings. Each and every one of them had an unkind expression as they looked at him. Although the Red Cloud sect was not a top force, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. This guy in front of them had forced his way up the mountain without prior notice. It was obvious that he did not put the Red Cloud sect's rules in his eyes. This was a great taboo for any sect, a sign of hostility. Halt! Tell me your name. A red-faced man stood in front of the crowd and shouted in a deep voice. This person had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm. Obviously, he was a rare expert in the Red Cloud sect and held some important positions. He was probably an elder or hall master or something like that. Yang Kai frowned. It was not because the Mountain Guardian Array was blocking his way, nor was it because of the Red Cloud sect's large number of people. He did not sense anything. He did not sense Su Yan's aura in the Red Cloud sect. He and Su Yan had a fortuitous encounter in the past, obtaining the Yin-Yang Joyous Unification Art and the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritance. Together, they were able to sense each other's existence as long as they were within a certain distance. This Red Cloud's mountain was only a few hundred kilometers long. If Su Yan was really here, there was no reason why he could not sense her. Since he did not sense her, it meant that Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect. Did he misunderstand? Could it be that the Su Yan in the Red Cloud sect was not the Su Yan he knew? Was it really just the same name? However, the person that Xiang Fei described was clearly the person that he yearned for day and night. Or perhaps, Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect at the moment. And, this was somewhat possible. The red-faced man was indeed an elder in the Red Cloud sect. Under the attention of so many disciples, his question was ignored. He could not help but become angry out of shame. Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, he found that one of the three people below was a third-order origin king, while the other two did not have the slightest trace of cultivation. What surprised him even more was that there was a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Did a family of 3 go out to play and accidentally get lost? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what this elder asked you? The red-faced man shouted angrily. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him. When he raised his hand, a phantom image suddenly appeared in the void. It was as lifelike as a real person. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her face was delicate. On her face was a faint smile, dazzling anyone who looked at her. Yang Kai looked at the red-faced man and asked, "Is this person in your noble sect?" Before the red-faced man could answer, some of the Red Cloud's sect disciples went into an uproar. Is this Senior Sister Su? She looks like Senior Sister Su. No, that's not right. This is Senior Sister Su. Heavens, Senior Sister Su's smile is so beautiful. The image of Su Yan that Yang Kai condensed with his spirit chi was the image of her in his mind. But when had this group of Red Cloud's sect disciples ever seen her smile? The title of Ice Mountain Beauty was not just for show. So at this moment, they didn't dare to recognize her. Who was this person? Why was he able to see Senior Sister Sue's smile? For a moment, many of them were filled with righteous indignation. They felt that this guy was somewhat repulsive. Why did such a good thing happen to him? The whispers all around reached his ears. The answer was obvious. Yang Kai sighed and asked, "Where is she? Who the hell are you?" Being ignored by Yang Kai again and again, the red-faced man was thoroughly annoyed. "Where is she?" Kai Yang stared at him and shouted out word by word. The red-faced man was so angry that he laughed. "Why should this king tell you?" Hong, with a loud bang, the mountain trembled and the mountain defending array in front of Yang Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and calmly said, "I'm sorry, today my temper is a bit irritable. If I have offended you, please forgive me." While speaking, he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the red-faced man. The red-faced man hadn't recovered from his shock when he suddenly felt a fierce aura approaching him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's face close at hand. He couldn't help but retreat a few steps and vigilantly asked, "What do you want to do?" Breaking the Red Cloud Sect's mountain guarding array with one punch, even if the spirit array wasn't operating at full strength, it was still not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, from beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. What kind of brute force was this? Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his collar. "Are you deaf or stupid? I've asked several times already, where is she? Where is she? Where is she?" Spittle flew all over the red-faced man's face, causing him to fly into a rage. "Junior, don't be so arrogant. This is my Red Cloud sect. If you know what's good for you, quickly retreat, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Although Yang Kai showed extraordinary brute force, as an elder of the Red Cloud sect, how could he show weakness? There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and more than a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters. The sect master was even a second-order Dao Source Realm Master. If this little brat really wanted to be presumptuous here, he could guarantee that he would leave lying down. Moreover, after seeing Yang Kai's brute force, he had already sent a message to many elders and the sect master, so they should be here by now, right? A stream of light flew towards Yang Kai, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai flicked his finger and hit the blade's spine. With a flash of light, it flew back and was caught by an old man. His face couldn't help but distort. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged. Who is this guy? Shwa shwa shwa, a vigorous aura appeared as 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared. Seeing them, many Red Cloud's sect disciples were in awe. These people were the Dao Source Realm Elders of the sect. Normally, it was not easy to see them, but now, so many of them had appeared. It seemed that besides those who had gone out to do something, all the elders of the sect had gathered together. A black-clothed man appeared, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His expression was dignified and his aura was stronger than anyone present. "Sect Master." The black-clothed man nodded reservedly. He was the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zhang Yuan. The sect guarding array had been broken. Even without the red-faced man's notice, he had come to investigate. When he saw his elder being held by the collar by a young man, his face suddenly sank. "Let go." The red-faced man smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mood calmed down a little. Things had turned out this way, and he was partly responsible. The main thing was that this matter involved Su Yan, so he was a little impulsive. Hearing this, he let go of his hand. In the eyes of the Red Cloud's sect disciples, this was a sign that he had a guilty conscience. The red-faced man thought to himself, "You know what's good for you." He proudly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, sect master." He did not lose face for the Red Cloud sect, so at this time, he was full of confidence. Han Zhengyuan nodded, looked at Yang Kai and said, "What is your name? What business do you have with my Red Cloud sect?" Yang Kai said, "My name is not important. I have come to your sect to look for someone." "Who?" "Su Yen." Han Zhengyuan could not help but frown and said, "Who are you to her?" Yang Kai said, "I am her husband." When these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. The group of Red Cloud's sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a fool. Su Yen had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but they had never heard of her having a husband. Usually, it was rare for her to talk to a man. How could such a close relative suddenly appear? Their first reaction was that it was impossible, followed by anger. Su Yen was very popular in the entire Red Cloud sect. She was regarded as a sweetheart by many of her brothers and sisters. Suddenly, someone appeared and said that he was her husband. Naturally, she would be angry. She felt that this guy had blasphemed the beauty in her heart. She could not wait to rush forward and tear this guy into 10,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. Fart. Han Zhengyuan did not answer. Suddenly, a young man stood up and cursed. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. He saw that this guy had greasy hair, white skin, and a thin body. Although he had the cultivation of an origin king, his aura was unstable. Obviously, his foundation was not solid. This kind of cultivation must have been accumulated through the use of medicines. Looking at his face, Yang Kai vaguely saw that he had some similarities with Han Zhengyuan. Yang Kai immediately understood who he was. Chapter 31:11. Yang Kai grinned at him. Han Qiancheng was baffled. He felt that this guy's smile had a profound meaning, but he was too lazy to think about it. With a gloomy face, he said, "Little brat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Otherwise, you will easily attract a fatal disaster." In the entire Red Cloud sect, who didn't know that Su Yen was his exclusive property? Many of his brothers were interested in Su Yen, but they only secretly admired her. They didn't dare to get too close to her. There was once a man who didn't know what was good for him. Just because he said a few words to Su Yen, all his bones and meridians were broken the next day, and he became a cripple. Since then, no one in the Red Cloud sect dared to talk to Su Yen. There was actually someone who dared to claim to be Su Yan's husband. Han Qiancheng was so angry that he laughed. He looked up and down at Yang Kai. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He seemed to be thinking about how to make Yang Kai taste the taste of pain. He turned around and said to Han Zhengyuan, "Father, this person has trespassed into the sect. He doesn't put our Red Cloud sect in his eyes. He also destroyed our sect guarding array. This is simply unforgivable. Kill him. This is the only way to warn others. Otherwise, if this spreads, I'm afraid people will laugh at our Red Cloud sect for being weak and timid." Han Zhengyuan looked indifferent. Hearing this, he said, "Withdraw. I have my own plans." "Father." Han Qiancheng cried out in dissatisfaction. "Withdraw." Han Zhengyuan's face became serious. Han Qiancheng retreated. His complexion was not good. He muttered a few words. It seemed like he was cursing. Since childhood, he had been doted on by Han Zhengyuan and had developed a domineering temperament. Whenever he saw Yang Kai as an eyesore and wanted to kill him, he would do anything he wanted. He couldn't understand why his father, who had always granted him every request, would suddenly refuse him at this time. This made him lose a lot of face. If it was an ordinary person who was so arrogant and despotic, Han Zhengyuan naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Even if it was for the sake of the Red Cloud sect's face, he would still fight with Yang Kai. But the young man in front of him, although he didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spirit qi, gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed that if he fought here, the Red Cloud sect would suffer a loss. Han Zhengyuan had to be careful. "How should I address you, little brother?" Han Zhengyuan asked. Yang Kai introduced himself. Han Zhengyuan frowned and thought for a moment. He had never heard of this name before. It was a completely foreign name. He turned his head to look at the elders and found that they were also confused. Well, since no one had heard of him before, it was obvious that he did not have any backing. Today's matter would be much easier to handle. "You said you are Su Yan's husband. Do you have any evidence?" Han Zhengyuan asked again, then added, "I'm not questioning you, but Su Yan is now a disciple of my Red Cloud sect. As the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, I have to ask a few questions." Yang Kai said, "Call Su Yan over and ask her." Han Zhengyuan saw that he was full of confidence and believed him a little, but Han Qianqing's expression became more and more unpleasant. "This can't be real, right? That woman actually had a husband. When did this happen?" She had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but she had never interacted with outsiders. Where did this husband come from? It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Su Yan has been in my Red Cloud sect for more than 20 years. During this time, she has never interacted with outsiders. How can you be her husband? I come from the Heinluo star field. What? Han Zhengyuan heard this and couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. He had lived for too long and his courage was too small. He was overcautious and had long since lost the straightforwardness he had when he was young. Su Yan coming from the Heinluo star field was not a secret. Many people in the Red Cloud sect knew about it. As the sect master, Han Zhengyuan naturally knew about it. Moreover, according to Su Yan, she was the first person to come out of the Heinluo star field and enter the ancestral territory. In other words, didn't this little brat enter the ancestral territory after Su Yan? In other words, he had only entered the ancestral territory for a short time. How high could such a person's cultivation be? How strong could he be? At most, he should be in the first order Dao source realm. Han Zhengyuan couldn't detect his cultivation probably because he cultivated some kind of concealment secret art or wore some kind of artifact. Slowly shaking his head and secretly laughing, Han Zhengyuan said, "It turns out that you came from the same star territory as Su Yan." Han Qianqing's face was livid, and he kept cursing her in his heart. What a bitch. He usually saw her as pure and unattainable, but he didn't expect that she had already become a fallen flower. He had been so attentive to her. If he had known this, he wouldn't have wasted all these years. He would have just used force. That's right, Su Yan and I have already pledged our lives to each other back in the star field. She and I are senior sister and junior brother from the same sect, Yang Kai said impatiently. Sect Master Han, please call Su Yan out. He had come to find Su Yan. How could he waste time with this group of people? Han Zhengyuan said, That's good. Changing the topic, he said, but Su Yan's residence is far from here. I'm afraid it will take some time to come here. It doesn't matter. I'll wait. After waiting for so many years, why would he be afraid of waiting a little longer? No wonder he couldn't sense Su Yan's aura. It turned out that she was too far away. Elder Chen, lead this little brother to the side hall to drink some tea and wait. After that, send a message to Su Yan and tell her to come over. Han Zhengyuan said to the red-faced man. The red-faced man was startled, but he quickly cupped his fists and said, yes. Then he turned to Yang Kai and gestured, please. Originally, a cultivator from the lower star territory was not worthy of such courtesy, but the strength Yang Kai just showed was not small. He was qualified to receive him. Yang Kai was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and left with Elder Chen. The crowd of Red Cloud sect disciples looked on, feeling a little strange. Today's matter was over just like that. Someone had broken into the sect's gate and even destroyed the sect guarding array, yet the elders and sect master didn't intend to pursue the matter. Moreover, they even invited him to drink tea. When did their elders and sect master become so polite? Moreover, senior sister Su Yan was not in the sect at all. Many people smelled the scent of a conspiracy. They felt that the elders and sect master's approach was somewhat shameful, but they were powerless to change it. They could only sigh and look at Yang Kai's departing back with some sympathy. If this person was really Su Yan's senior sister's man, they were afraid that today he would suffer a calamity. In the side hall, Yang Kai sat down casually. He Yunxiang stood behind him while Lu Yan unceremoniously sat next to him. In the hall, only the red-faced elder Chen was receiving Yang Kai, but he didn't say anything. He just said, "Wait a moment, I have already sent a message to Su Yan. She will be here soon." After that, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It seemed that he was still holding a grudge against Yang Kai for grabbing his collar. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this king. When I open my eyes, I may reveal some hostility and let him see my flaws." A female disciple served fragrant tea, and the tea's fragrance immediately filled the hall. The red-faced elder Chen opened his eyes and smiled. "This is my Red Cloud sect's unique Red Cloud tea. It enjoys a great reputation even in the ancestral territory. Little brother might as well try it. Ordinary people can't drink it. The spirit teas of the Star Territory can't compare to it." His words were full of arrogance, looking at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Yang Kai looked at him with a burning gaze, not saying a word. Elder Chen's smile didn't diminish, but his heart was full of vigilance. Did he see through it? That shouldn't be the case. It's colorless and odorless. Even I can't distinguish it. How can a little brat from the Star Territory have such eyesight? The sect master is making a fuss over nothing. Even if this little brat showed his tyrannical strength, with so many people from the Red Cloud sect, how could they not be able to take him down? Using such a method to deal with him was simply superfluous. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only earnestly carry it out. After all, this was secretly instructed by the sect master. But then again, the sect master was too fond of the young sect master. This little brat should be the same as Su Yan, a talent. If he could be appeased, he might be able to recruit him into the Red Cloud sect, adding a strong general to the sect. It's just a pity. He actually dared to snatch the young sect master's woman. He won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Thinking about it, Elder Chen asked, "Does little brother dislike this tea?" "Never. Since you don't like it, why don't you drink it?" Elder Chen's face sank. Combined with his red face, there was a hint of anger in his voice. "Don't tell me you don't want to give my Red Cloud sect face." Yang Kai smiled and reached out to pick up the teacup. "Since Elder Chen says so, then this little brat will respectfully accept. Using this tea as a substitute for wine, I thank the Red Cloud sect for taking care of my senior sister Su all these years." In any case, Su Yan was able to advance to the Dao Source realm and gain a foothold in the ancestral territory. It could be said that she had received some benefits from the Red Cloud sect. After this tea, gratitude is gratitude, resentment is resentment, and a life or death battle. I hope you won't complain. Little brat, put it down. A stern voice suddenly came from outside. Elder Chen's face changed. He looked up and saw a figure rushing in from outside. In the blink of an eye, the figure rushed in front of Yang Kai and snatched the teacup from his hand. Elder Chen was furious. He slapped the table and shouted, "Elder Wan, what are you doing?" Yang Kai's wrist only shook a little and avoided the thunderous blow. He raised his head and drank the tea without leaving a single drop. Elder Chen was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. The person who broke into the hall was also stunned. With her second-order Dao Source realm cultivation, she couldn't snatch the teacup from Yang Kai's hand. The other party didn't even get up and easily avoided it. What kind of reaction speed was this? Looking closely, it was just like the information she had received. There was not the slightest energy fluctuation from his body. He was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Elder Wan. Only then did Kai Yang raise his head to look at the newcomer. Impressively, it was a middle-aged beautiful woman. Her coarse clothes were unable to conceal her peerless elegance. Her figure was curvaceous. Unexpectedly, she was a mature and attractive woman. Well, she was completely different from what he had imagined. In the entire Red Cloud sect, to have this kind of cultivation in surnamed Ruan, she could only be Su Yan's master. Little brat, you said you are Su Yan's husband? Ruan Baiting frowned and asked. Yang Kai nodded, yes. How do you prove it? Profound frost sword, clear sky snow. Ruan Baiting looked serious, it really is you. Chapter 31:12. Others may not understand the mystery in these words, but as Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect, how could she not understand? When Su Yan came from the Star Territory, she brought an Origin King grade-long sword, which was called Profound Frost Divine Sword. One of its sword techniques was called Clear Sky Snowfall. With this sentence, Yang Kai's identity was confirmed. How could they have an ordinary relationship? Moreover, Ruan Baiting had also heard of Yang Kai from Su Yan. After all, they were master and disciple, so they had a close communication. Until today, she had seen him in person. Boy, come with me. Ruan Baiting confirmed Yang Kai's identity and grabbed him. She had just received a secret message from a disciple saying that senior sister Su Yan's husband had come from Hengluo Star Field to look for her, but as a result, Elder Chen had taken him to the side hall to drink tea. Ruan Baiting immediately knew that things were not going well and had rushed over in a hurry, but she was still unable to prevent the tragedy from happening. She was also a little annoyed. She had already reminded him to put down the teacup and even tried to grab it, but this little brat ignored her and drank the tea in front of her. Su Yan, what kind of dog shit husband did you find? How did he live until now with this kind of brain? Didn't master teach him not to eat and drink anything outside? Her jade hand clasped Yang Kai's wrist and pulled hard, but she couldn't move him. Instead, she staggered. Ruan Baiting's beautiful eyes shrank as she became more and more shocked. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if she didn't use her full strength, she shouldn't be unable to move him, right? Yang Kai smiled at her. Originally, he didn't have a good impression of this Red Cloud sect. He was just waiting to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts before he started a massacre, but now it seemed that there was still one person in this place who really cared about Su Yan. That was enough, wasn't it? In the end, the world was not all sinister. There was always a little warmth, like a light in the darkness, shining in all directions. Gently patting Ruan Baiting's hand, he motioned for her to let go. Ruan Baiting frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Her divine sense surged and she transmitted her voice, "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Go." Yang Kai saw that she really cared about him and his heart warmed. He didn't know her, but because of his relationship with Su Yan, she was so concerned about him. Obviously, she was really good to Su Yan. "Elder Ruan, what are you doing?" The red-faced Elder Chen looked at Ruan Baiting with a sneer. He didn't have the slightest respect for the strong. Although she was an elder of the Red Cloud sect, the other party was just an idle person. She had no power or influence in the Red Cloud sect. If it weren't for the old sect master's instructions, she wouldn't have been able to live in the Red Cloud sect for such a long time. The real relationship between Ruan Baiting and the Red Cloud sect was not known to many people, but there were rumors that she had some kindness to the old sect master, so she had been staying in the Red Cloud sect, but since the old sect master had passed away, the current sect master was in charge, and Wan Baiting was completely reduced to an outsider. It's none of your business. Wan Baiting glared at Elder Chen. Elder Chen smiled and said, "That's not appropriate. I was ordered by the sect master to entertain this little brother. Elder Ruan's actions are rude to the guest, so please withdraw quickly." Wan Baiting ignored him and looked at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going or not? The matter is not over yet, how can I leave?" Yang Kai smiled and looked at Elder Chen. "Elder Chen seems to be very happy, but I don't know what you are laughing about." "Naturally, I'm laughing at something that should be laughed at." Elder Chen said sarcastically, "How is the taste of my Red Clouds sect's Red Clouds tea?" "The tea is good, but the taste is not pure." Yang Kai put down the teacup and fiddled with it. "Is there something in it?" "It's too late to know now." Elder Chen's face suddenly became cold, and there was no longer the previous hypocrisy. After being poisoned, one would soon become weak and powerless. Even the third-order Dao Source realm could not easily detoxify it. At this moment, Yang Kai was already a fish on the chopping board in his eyes. Elder Chen seems to be very confident in that thing. Yang Kai lowered his head, and his hanging hair covered his face, giving birth to a gloomy feeling for no reason. "You knew that the tea was poisoned?" Wan Baiting suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. This guy's brain is full of holes. Slurp, in the tense atmosphere, a strange sound was heard. The three people turned their heads and saw Lu Yen holding another teacup and drinking the tea in one gulp. Elder Chen and Wan Baiting were both dumbfounded. Was this the so-called, "one is marked by the company one keeps, one is black by the company one keeps"? Yang Kai is sick, but this little girl is also sick. I told you the tea was poisoned, yet you still drank it. Yang Kai rubbed Lu Yan's head. "Try it." Lu Yan replied casually, "It doesn't taste good, I'll give it back to you." Opening the mouth of the pool, a stream of tea shot towards Elder Chen like a sharp arrow. While still in mid-air, the tea suddenly turned red, like a fire snake. The temperature in the hall rose sharply. Elder Chen's face changed greatly as a sense of crisis instinctively enveloped his entire body. Without even thinking about it, he summoned his artifact to protect himself. With a clang, the tea arrow hit the shield-like artifact, causing it to flicker wildly before suddenly dimming. Apparently, it had lost all of its spirituality. The fiery red tea arrow didn't lose any of its momentum and directly melted a hole in the artifact's surface. Ah! Elder Chen let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. When he lowered his head to look, a pitch-black hole had appeared on his shoulder. Blood was flowing out, and at the same time, an extremely terrifying fire attribute energy was wantonly flowing out of the wound. Everywhere it passed, his meridians and flesh were incinerated. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? How could this be? Weren't they poisoned? How could they still use their power? And what the hell is this little girl? How could a random tea arrow have such power? Wan Baiting was also stunned, looking at Lu Yen foolishly. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, it would have been difficult to believe that such a little girl could casually injure Elder Chen. Looking at Yang Kai again, he had already stood up, and his face was as usual. Where was the trace of poisoning? Are you okay? Wan Baiting almost lost the ability to think. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Trivial trash, what can you do to me? Trash. That was the strongest poison in the Red Cloud sect, but in his mouth it was actually trash. Did he really come from the Hengluo star field? She did not know that Yang Kai had cultivated the dragon transformation art, and after integrating the golden divine dragon source, he had the blood of the dragon race. The dragon race's resistance to all kinds of negative energy was recognized as powerful, and poison was one of them. With Yang Kai's current body, although it could not be said that he was immune to all kinds of poisons, but the poison that could affect him was certainly not found in the ancestral territory. He was not stupid, nor was there anything wrong with his head, but he was fearless. "Elder, if you are like this, I will not be able to explain it to Su Yen. If she saw this, she would think that I was outside fooling around again." Yang Kai turned to look at Wan Baiting and winked. Wan Baiting found that she had been holding his wrist and could not help but look at him. Her face was a little red, and she quickly let go of his hand. Today's matter was a bit of a loss of self-control. Shwa 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 shwa, a silhouette suddenly appeared. It was the Red Cloud Sect's elders who had been lying in ambush for a long time. They heard Elder Chen's screams and came to check on him. They were all dumbstruck. Kai Yang was fine, but Elder Chen's injuries were not light. Han Zhengyuan said with a cold face, "Elder Wan, do you need to give me an explanation?" When Wan Baiting rushed in, he also saw it, but he did not have time to stop her. Now that Elder Chen was injured, he thought it was Wan Baiting's hand. This woman, he had tolerated her for a long time. Today, no matter what, he would sweep her out. Wan Baiting said, "Han Zhengyuan, don't go too far." Han Zhengyuan said, "Who is going too far? As an elder of the Red Cloud Sect, you actually help an outsider. How can you face the Red Cloud Sect? How can you face the old sect master? Your matter will be discussed later. I just want to know, I came to find Su Yen. Why are you targeting me like this?" Yang Kai's cold eyes swept around and stopped on Han Zhengyuan's face. All of this could not be Elder Chen's own initiative. Obviously, he had received instructions from Han Zhengyuan. A sect master, for no reason to make enemies for himself, this was really a joke. Because Su Yen is not in the Red Cloud Sect. What he said before was a lie. Wan Baiting explained. Yang Kai asked, "Where is she?" "She was sent to guard the fire cloud or vein. She has not returned to the sect for more than 10 years. It is one of the ore veins under the Red Cloud Sect's jurisdiction. It is also one of the sect's foundations. Guarding the fire cloud or vein." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His heart that had just been raised was now relieved. If that was the case, then Su Yen would not be in any danger. However, he quickly understood the key point and coldly snorted, "Why?" The fire cloud or vein was certainly full of fire energy. It was very suitable for people who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. If someone who cultivated fire attribute secret arts received such a task, they would certainly be very happy. But Su Yen cultivated an ice attribute secret art. Moreover, she had an ice crystal jade body. Staying in a place full of fire energy all year round, not to mention cultivating, it would be very difficult for her to maintain her cultivation. Yang Kai did not believe that the Red Cloud Sect did not know about Su Yan's attributes. Since they knew, they actually sent her to guard the fire cloud or vein. Damn it! 10 years, although it was not long, it was definitely not short. In other words, Su Yen had wasted 10 years in vain. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. Why? Wan Baiting sneered, feeling somewhat disappointed. Naturally, they want to coerce her into submission. You may not know, but that person's son has a soft spot for Su Yen. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Moreover, Su Yan's growth is too fast. Some people are afraid that her cultivation will surpass their own and threaten their own status." Nonsense. Han Zhengyuan coldly snorted, "Guarding the fire cloud or vein was also agreed upon by you and your master. How can you speak of this sect master's fault now?" Wan Baiting shook her head and said with a disappointed expression, "Han Zhengyuan, as a sect master, you have no tolerance for others. In this regard, compared to the old sect master, you are far inferior. If not for this, she would not have been pushed aside." Chapter 31:13. When the old sect master had left, he had asked her to take care of the Red Cloud sect, so she had stayed here for 100 years. At that time, she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while Han Jingyuan had just entered the Dao Source Realm. If not for her protection, the Red Cloud sect would have been attacked by people seeking revenge. After 100 years, Han Jingyuan finally broke through, but his attitude towards her was getting worse and worse. Even she, who had protected the Red Cloud sect for 100 years, couldn't accept him, let alone Su Yan. If Su Yan really broke through to the second-order Dao Source Realm and joined hands with her master, the Red Cloud sect might not trust Han Zheng anymore. Sending Su Yan to guard the Fire Cloud mineral lode was a warning and a warning. If she was sensible and married into the Han family as soon as possible, her future would be smooth. But 10 years later, Su Yan didn't even return to the Red Cloud sect. She was determined to guard it. This sect master's way of doing things is not up to you. Han Jingyuan coldly snorted, as the Red Cloud sect's consecrated elder, you took my Red Cloud sect's salary, but instead of helping this sect master solve his problems, you actually colluded with foreign enemies. Ruan Baiting, today this sect master will abolish your title as an elder. From now on, you and my Red Cloud sect will no longer be involved. His heart was extremely happy. This was an unexpected surprise. He had long intended to expel Ruan Baiting from the sect, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find a suitable reason. This woman had been sheltering the Red Cloud sect in the early years after all. The Red Cloud sect owed her a debt of gratitude. If he didn't have a good reason, it would inevitably shake people's hearts. Now, he had a reason. Ruan Baiting stretched out her hand and stroked her hair behind her ear. Her expression was calm as she said, well, I didn't fail to live up to the old sect master's trust. Today, even if the Red Cloud sect doesn't have me, it won't be a big problem. As you wish, from today on, Ruan Baiting, have nothing to do with the Red Cloud sect. See the guest out. Han Jingyuan shouted. Ruan Baiting said, he wants to go with me. Her slender jade finger pointed at Yang Kai. Since he was Su Yan's husband, it was impossible to let him stay here alone. Wishful thinking. Han Jingyuan shouted angrily. Ruan Baiting leisurely said, it is not easy for the Red Cloud sect to guard this ancestral foundation. Don't let it be defeated in your hands. Although she was thoroughly disappointed in Han Jingyuan, she had protected this sect for 100 years after all. She more or less had some feelings for it. How could she bear to see it fall in one day? I am the sect master of the Red Cloud sect. Han Jingyuan shouted in anger. Han Jingyuan, you have to think twice. Ruan biting teeth tenderly shouted. Han Jingyuan glanced at her coldly. If you don't want to leave, don't even think about leaving today. The last bit of hope in his heart collapsed. With such a sect master, how could the Red Cloud sect last long? He could only protect her for 100 years. Are you done? Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. His pair of eyes were faintly suffused with red light. He looked back and forth between Han Jingyuan and the group of Red Cloud sect elders, making them shudder with fear. A trace of uneasiness gushed out from Han Jingyuan's heart, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He waved his hand and said, take him down. Two silhouettes pounced over from the left and right like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they flew back at an even faster speed. While still in midair, they exploded into a mass of blood mist, not leaving behind a single bone. The main hall was silent. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they stared at all of this in amazement. Ruan Baiting closed her eyes. Han Jingyuan, Han Jingyuan, today's matter is the stupidest decision you have ever made. Did you think I was thinking about him when I took him away? I just wanted to help the Red Cloud sect one last time. Ruan Baiting had already seen that Yang Kai was unfathomably strong. Coupled with that strange little girl, who in the Red Cloud sect could be his opponent. It was ridiculous that Han Jingyuan thought that everything was under his control. He didn't know that the identity of the prey and the hunter had quietly changed. Start the array. After a moment of stupor, Han Jingyuan shouted loudly. His hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. The runes in the main hall flickered and a spirit array covered the area. Many of the Red Cloud's sect elders found a trace of security. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at the most terrible demon. At that moment, he seemed to have just casually waved his fist and the two First-Order Dao Source Realm elders who rushed towards him were smashed to pieces. What a powerful force! Fortunately, the sect master had the foresight to not have a conflict with him at the mountain gate. Instead, he led him here. At this time, with the help of the spirit array and their own strength, they would be in an invincible position. Kill them. Yang Kai stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. Lu Yan opened her mouth and spat out a flame as if it had a mind of its own. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in flames as a scorching heat spread out, causing the spirit array's runes to flicker. Everyone was shocked and used their own means to resist. He Yunxiang also looked absent-minded. She had been with Lu Yan for some time now, but she had never imagined that this little girl, who looked so adorable and cute, could display such terrifying power. A Red Cloud sect elder tried his best to resist the flame, but it was useless. The flame climbed up his body and burned him into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. That was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. She was not surprised that Yang Kai could easily kill a Dao Source Realm cultivator. She had seen Yang Kai's strength along the way, but what was the situation with this little girl named Lu Yan? Could it be that her strength was almost the same as Yang Kai's? Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Ruan Baiting's wrist. Ruan Baiting asked absent-mindedly, "Where are we going?" She was also shocked. Although she saw Lu Yan injure the red-faced elder Chen in one move and knew that she was strong, she still did not expect that she had underestimated her. Who in the Red Cloud sect could stop such power? Take me to Su Yan. Without any explanation, he pulled Ruan Baiting and walked outside. When they reached the door, he punched and the spirit array in the hall shattered. Behind them, there was a scream and Han Zhengyuan's shout, Elder Ruan, help. Ruan Baiting turned around and showed a look of pity. If you speak, I will spare his life. Yang Kai stared at her and said. Su Yan's master, he still had to give her face. Ruan Baiting opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh and said, let's go. The Red Cloud sect had nothing to do with her anymore. She had failed to live up to the old sect master's trust. On top of that, although this was the first time he had met Yang Kai, he had a slight understanding of his temperament. This young man seemed to be extremely decisive in his actions. Even if he begged him to spare Han Jingyuan's life this time, he would definitely cripple him. If a cultivator was crippled, it would be better to die. She did not know if Han Zhengyuan regretted not listening to her just now. It should be, in front of the space array, several Red Cloud's sect disciples looked at each other and cupped their fists. Greetings, Elder Ruan. The leader asked, where is Elder Ruan going? Ruan Baiting was in a trance and said, to Fire Cloud Mountain. The Fire Cloud lode was in the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain. The disciple was stunned. Elder Ruan is also going to Fire Cloud Mountain. Ruan Baiting nodded, but Yang Kai heard something and said, why, besides Elder Ruan, is there someone else going to Fire Cloud Mountain? You are. The disciple saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face and could not help but ask. Ruan Baiting also recovered and said, who went to Fire Cloud Mountain? The disciple naturally did not dare not to answer an elder's question and said respectfully, a quarter of an hour ago, the young sect master took 2 elders to Fire Cloud Mountain. What? Ruan Baiting's face changed and whispered, not good. She reached out and pushed aside the disciple who was blocking her and stood on the space array with Yang Kai. The space array shone brightly and wrapped the 2 people. When the light disappeared, the 2 people were nowhere to be seen. In the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain, the mine roads were intertwined. The Fire Cloud lode was one of the most important industries of the Red Cloud sect. All year round, there were Tao Source Realm elders guarding it. However, the environment here was bad. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Red Cloud sect were not willing to accept this task. Even the 2 elders who cultivated fire attribute secret arts would not stay here. So basically, the elders took turns guarding it. Each elder would guard it for a year and a half. However, since 10 years ago, there was only one person guarding this place, and no other elders had come here. White clothes whiter than snow, pure as ice and pure as jade, isolated from the world. Such a beauty, anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she was sent to guard this dirty and messy mountain vein. Her white and clean figure was a sharp contrast to the chaotic environment, but where she was, it was a pure land. The disciples knew that she had offended the young sect master, so she took on such a difficult task. They were dissatisfied with the young sect master, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They could only silently feel sorry for her. Such a beauty, it was too late to love her. How could they bear to let her do such a thing? The young sect master was too cruel. Normally, the disciples who mined the fire cloud ores would return to the sect master every 10 days to half a month to recuperate and recharge their energy before returning. However, she had stayed here for 10 years. She was the most talented disciple in the history of the Red Cloud sect. 5 years after entering the sect, she had broken through to the Tao Source realm from the Origin King realm. But in these 10 years, her cultivation had not increased at all. She could only barely maintain her Tao Source realm cultivation. Fortunately, Ruan Bai Ting gave her subsidies every now and then. Otherwise, whether she could maintain her Tao Source realm cultivation would be a problem. Inside the grotto, a steward disciple lowered his head and reported the recent mining situation to a woman in white in front of him. This steward was also unkempt. He kept his head down, not daring to look at the woman in front of him. It was not that he did not dare, but that he was unwilling. It seemed that his existence would blaspheme that beauty, that purity. After hurriedly reporting, the woman gently nodded, "I know. Thank you for your hard work." Her voice was soft and sweet, gentle and kind. The steward was satisfied. The report every 10 days was what he looked forward to the most. It was not for anything else, but to hear her say a word. "Please rest." The steward respectfully retreated, but suddenly bumped into someone. He turned his head angrily. Who was so ungrateful to enter this place without notice? Didn't they know that this was Senior Sister Sue's place of cultivation? Turning his head, he was startled. He hurriedly moved aside and bowed, "Young sect master." Chapter 31:14. Young sect master was actually here. This was a rare guest. He had not been here for many years. 10 years ago, he would come here every few days. Every time he came, he would come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Later on, there was no trace of him. Why was he here today? Moreover, there were 2 elders following him. The steward disciple looked suspicious, but he didn't dare to neglect and saluted the 2 elders. "There's nothing for you to do. Get out." Han Qianqing impatiently waved his hand. The steward disciple bowed his head and quickly left. Han Qianqing took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the white-clothed woman. His eyes were like freshly mined fire cloud ore as he stared at her graceful body. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still as intoxicating as ever. Suddenly, he regretted coming to see her more often. Maybe his sincerity could make metal and stone move. But he quickly threw this thought aside. He was the dignified young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. He could have any woman he wanted, but this slut didn't give him any face. If not for the Red Cloud sect, how could she have broken through to the Tao Source realm? He was afraid that as early as when she first arrived in the ancestral territory, she would have been eaten by many masters. Thinking about what the young man said today, Han Qianqing became even more irritated. He thought that this woman was pure as ice and jade, but he didn't expect that she was already married. He was angry that he didn't get to drink the soup. Junior sister Su, I trust you have been well since we last met. Han Qianqing looked at Su Yan with a smile. Although the other party's cultivation was higher than his, he was the young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. How could he call her senior sister like others? Young sect master. Su Yan calmly stared in front of her. She slowly got up and saluted, greetings, elders. The two Red Cloud sect elders didn't say anything. They stood behind Han Qianqing like wooden pillars. The light in the cave was unclear. They seemed to be hiding in the shadows, making it impossible to see their expressions. I don't know why the young sect master came here. Han Qianqing smiled and said, I missed you so I came to see you. We haven't seen each other for many years. Su Yan's expression didn't change, 8 years. It's actually been 8 years. Han Qianqing sighed, time really flies. I can't help but remember the days when junior martial sister Su had just entered the Red Cloud sect. At that time, you were not so cold to big brother. Su Yan said. Su Yan didn't deliberately target anyone. If I made brother feel uncomfortable, please forgive me. Han Qianqing laughed and said, it doesn't matter. Junior sister, with your temperament, how can brother blame you? He leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah that was about to pounce on its prey, full of aggressiveness. 8 years have passed. I wonder if junior sister has seriously considered my original proposal. Su Yan asked, I wonder what big brother is referring to. Han Qianqing pointed at her and said with a smile, junior sister, why are you playing dumb? Don't you know what I want? Su Yan has no interest in love. Han Qianqing smiled meaningfully. Is that so? He stretched out his hand and looked at it. Rubbing his fingers, he casually said, I don't think junior sister has no interest in love. Rather, your heart already belongs to someone, right? Su Yan said, since young sect master already knows, you don't need to waste your breath. Bitch. Han Qianqing cursed loudly. My Red Cloud sect's young sect master, how can I not compare to that country bumpkin? After not seeing him for so many years, you still can't forget him. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of disobeying me. This young master will play with you until you become a piece of stinky meat that even wild dogs won't bother to sniff. That person is called Yang Kai. Su Yan's face that had been like an ancient well finally showed some subtle changes. How does young sect master know? She had only mentioned this matter to Ruan Baiting. She had never mentioned the existence of Yang Kai to outsiders. Her first reaction was that Ruan Baiting had spoken about this matter, but she felt that it was somewhat impossible. Ruan Baiting was her master in the Red Cloud sect. Although they were master and disciple, they were like sisters. Ruan Baiting was also very good to her. Why would she mention this? Naturally, I know. Han Qianqing smiled. For the first time, something had attracted Su Yan's attention. Han Qianqing did not succeed, but instead felt a sense of frustration. Because he had mentioned a country bumpkin's name, he pretended to be at ease and said, moreover, I might as well tell junior sister that Yang Kai is now in the Red Cloud sect. What? Su Yan exclaimed, what did you say? She could not believe her ears. Forcing herself to calm down, she said, young sect master must be joking. Whether I am joking or not, you might as well ask the two elders. Su Yan's expectant eyes immediately turned to the two elders behind him. One of them nodded and said, young sect master's words are correct. Today, a young man called Yang Kai came to the sect to look for you and said, what did he say? He said he was your husband. Su Yan staggered, her heart no longer doubting. Yang Kai was really in the Red Cloud sect. Did he come to look for her? Could it be that he was really in the ancestral territory all these years? Su Yan's cold face could not help but burst into a smile. The whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only the light of that faint smile. Han Qianqing's eyes were wide open. He could not wait to hold this woman in his arms and take advantage of her. Such an ice beauty, playing with her would definitely be different from before, right? It seems that he really is your husband. Han Qianqing's heart was filled with jealousy as he coldly snorted. Su Yan said, "Young sect master, I request to return to the sect." Han Qianqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Unless my father gives the order, you can't go back." After a pause, he grinned and said, "Moreover, what's the use of you going back?" "What do you mean?" Su Yan frowned and asked. "It's like this." Han Qianqing sighed, that Yang Kai did not know what was good for him. Not only did he come to my Red Cloud sect to look for you, he even dared to talk nonsense and destroyed the sect guarding array. My Red Cloud sect has stood tall for thousands of years. How could any cat or dog humiliate us? At this time, I'm afraid that he has already been captured. TSK, he should have suffered a lot. The scorching hot cave suddenly gave birth to a cold feeling that froze one's heart. Han Qianqing looked at Su Yan complacently. He was afraid that she would not be angry. Since she was angry, it would be best if she begged him. "Perhaps I could satisfy your request and let your lover see you one last time before he dies." However, this quickly turned into amazement because the cold aura left as quickly as it came. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan's expression returned to normal. Han Qianqing said, "Junior sister, aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Su Yan asked. Han Qianqing was speechless. Su Yan's reaction was beyond his expectations. Wasn't she a bit too heartless? After all, that was her man. Now that he was in prison, she should at least show some concern. How could she be so calm? "Naturally, I'm worried about Yang Kai." "There's nothing to worry about," Su Yan brushed her hair behind her ear. When he left the Starry Sky territory, he was already a second-order origin king. Now that so many years had passed, with his aptitude, he should have already stood at the peak of the ancestral territory. Although the Red Cloud sect was not weak, it would still be difficult to deal with him. What's more, he was proficient in the Tao of space and was best at escaping. Han Qianqing was stunned for a while before he said, "I'm afraid Yang Kai's end will not be good. He only has himself to blame. Junior sister, he is your husband after all. How can you abandon him? If no one pleads for mercy, I'm afraid my father will punish him severely. If he is injured or killed, life and death are decreed by fate. Young sect master worries too much. Junior sister, I am willing to beg my father to let him go. Junior sister should know that my father will listen to my words. I appreciate young sect master's kindness, but there is no need to trouble young sect master. The fire cloud mine's fire chi is too strong. Young sect master, please go back. If young sect master returns and sees my husband, please tell him that I'll be waiting for him here and ask him to come over." Slut! Han Qianqing finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He thought that if he came to tell her the news and made some requests while she was worried, she would not refuse. As long as she still cared about that country bumpkin, he would be able to achieve his wish for so many years. But everything was beyond his expectations. She seemed to not care about the life and death of that country bumpkin. How could a person be so heartless? Even Han Qianqing felt bitterly disappointed for Yang Kai. This kind of heartless woman should be ruthlessly taught a lesson and ravaged to let her know what a man was. Suddenly, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Yang Kai was not a very important person in Su Yan's heart, but since he had already come here, he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Raising his eyes, he stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze. Su Yan asked, is there something else young sect master wants? Han Qianqing said, although the conditions here are a bit simple, there must be some special flavors. Su Yan frowned. This young master has never tried to play with women in such a place. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I wonder if junior sister will cry out when I strip her naked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a cold light flashed as Su Yan unsheathed her profound frost-divine sword. A sword wave rapidly enlarged in Han Qianqing's eyes as the aura of death enveloped him. Although his cultivation was at the Origin King realm, it was all thanks to the accumulation of spirit pills. He had no experience in a life and death battle. He could not resist Su Yan's sword at all. If no one came to his rescue, he would likely die immediately. A big hand suddenly grabbed Han Qianqing's shoulder and pulled him back. At the same time, another hand passed by Han Qianqing's side and met the cold light. With a light clang, the cold light shattered and Su Yan put away her sword. In front of her was a middle-aged man in grey robes. Just now, it was this man who had blocked Su Yan's blow at a critical moment. This man's cultivation was at the First Order Dao Source realm, similar to Su Yan's. Han Qianqing was rescued by another elder, and although he was unharmed, he felt like he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Only after he stood firm did cold sweat drip from his forehead as he angrily shouted, "Cheap slut, you actually want to kill me?" That sword strike just now was not a joke. If he had been stabbed, he would definitely have died. Chapter 31:15. That was just a warning. Su Yan faintly looked at Han Qianqing. Since he had spoken rudely, it was only natural for him to be warned. You, very good. Han Qianqing's face changed as he stared at Su Yan viciously. He slowly retreated until he stood outside the cave and waved his hand, "Take her." Today, no matter what, he had to get close to her. His patience had long been worn out and he didn't want to wait any longer. Since she refused a toast, she could only drink a forfeit. The two elders who had followed him stood side by side, blocking the entrance of the cave. The two of them looked somewhat similar, so they should be brothers. They were both born with the waists of bears and the backs of tigers. Their shoulders were large and their waists were round. When they activated the source chi in their bodies, a layer of faint red light appeared on the surface of their bodies. It was like a burning flame, incomparably hot. Han Qianqing had brought people to the fire cloud lode to find trouble with Su Yan, so how could he not be prepared? The two elders who had been chosen were cultivators of the fire attribute secret art. In this fire cloud lode, where the fire chi was abundant, they would be able to display strength beyond their own. With the two of them standing there, the only exit was blocked. If Su Yan wanted to go out, she could only kill her way out. The elder on the left said in a deep voice, "Su Yan, my Red Cloud sect has given you a new lease on life. When you first came to the ancestral territory, if my Red Cloud sect had not accepted you, how could you be where you are today? Is this how you repay the young sect master?" Su Yan said, "I am indebted to my master." What does this have to do with the Red Cloud sect? The elder on the right coldly snorted, "The young sect master is a dragon among dragons. In the future, he will take over the position of Red Cloud sect's sect master. What part of him is not worthy of you? If you are sensible, quickly agree to the young sect master's request and you will be spared from physical pain." Su Yan slowly shook her head, "Impossible. Stubborn. You are courting death." The two elders shouted, one on the left and one on the right. Their source chi vibrated and stones fell. Han Qianqing angrily cursed, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take her down. I want her to regret it for the rest of her life. And, don't ruin her face and body, so as not to ruin this young master's mood. Young sect master, don't worry. It's just a little girl. The two of us can easily capture her." The elder on the left coldly snorted, the source chi in his body suddenly surging as he leapt towards Su Yan, opening his hand and grabbing towards her. The surrounding fire chi seemed to be attracted by him and quickly gathered in his palm, increasing his strength. Black Frost Divine Sword flickered and a semicircular sword curtain suddenly appeared 10 feet away from Su Yan, exuding a deep blue light, protecting her behind it. The sword curtain looked extremely weak, as if it would be blown away by the wind, but it was actually formed from countless sword phantoms. As soon as Elder's hand came into contact with the sword screen, he felt a piercing pain. The source energy in his palm blasted onto the sword screen. Ripples spread out, but the sword screen remained unscathed. However, Elder's figure was blocked. He raised his brow in surprise. Although both of them were cultivators of the First Order Dao Source Realm, he had been promoted for many years. On the other hand, Su Yan had been stationed in the Fire Cloud mineral lode all these years, so it was impossible for her to increase her strength. With the help of the right time and place, Elder's thought he could easily defeat her. Only after a single move did Yang Kai realize that he had made a huge mistake. Su Yan's sword curtain was impregnable and unbreakable. As expected of a cultivator from a lower star field, the purity of her source chi was beyond his imagination. But, so what? Elder's attack failed and he immediately floated 3 steps away, slanting his body and circling behind Su Yan. At the same time, the right-hand elder took a step forward, and a copper hammer appeared in his hand. The copper hammer was 3 feet in diameter, and it was obviously a heavy object. The right-hand elder held this artifact and arrived in front of the sword curtain in a few steps before smashing it down fiercely. Su Yan frowned slightly, also aware of the power of this move. If they were outside, she could rely on her nimble figure to avoid it, but at this moment, in this cave, her movements were restricted, so how could she avoid it? The sword screen suddenly dispersed and the profound Frost Divine Sword bloomed with thousands of cold lights. Suddenly, the thousands of cold lights converged and stabbed straight towards Elder's. Her sword chi soared to the heavens as Su Yan's face filled with indifference, her eyes filled with a ruthless and resolute coldness, completely ignoring the copper hammer that was smashing down towards her. She was determined to perish together with Elder Yu. Elder's was frightened and did not dare to continue. If he were to smash down with this hammer, Su Yan would certainly die, but he would most likely die even faster. Feeling the power of the long sword, Elder's was shocked. How is this woman so strong? This is the result of being suppressed for 10 years. If she had been cultivating peacefully in the Red Cloud sect and enjoyed the various supplies provided by the Red Cloud sect, to what extent would she have grown? This kind of talent is simply terrifying. No wonder the sect master planned ahead and banished her to this Fire Cloud lode for 10 years. Otherwise, who in the Red Cloud sect today would be her opponent? In a flash, Elder's swung the copper hammer horizontally, blocking a fatal blow. The profound Frost Divine Sword nimbly turned away, brushing past Elder's side and going straight for Han Qianqing. She changed her moves so quickly. Elder's was shocked. How could he not know that Su Yan's suicidal attack was just a pretense? She just wanted to capture the leader. If the two elders joined forces, Su Yan would not be able to leave this place today. However, if she captured Han Qianqing, she would have the absolute initiative. At this time, it was too late to turn back to save Han Qianqing. At the critical moment, Elder's lifted his foot and slammed it on the ground. The earth cracked, and gravel soared into the sky, filling Su Yan's line of sight. The biting cold sword power seemed to slow down. Come back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder's copper hammer finally swung out, blocking Su Yan's path. Clang, the profound Frost Divine Sword touched the bronze hammer, and Su Yan borrowed the force of the collision to bounce back to her original position. A look of pity appeared on her face. If she had been a little faster, then everything would have been different. However, she was a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who had been suppressed for 10 years. Being able to do this under the joint attack of two elders was already unexpected. Whether it was Han Qiansheng or the two Red Cloud sect elders, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After a few exchanges, it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. Elder Zhua, who had already circled behind Su Yan, finally found an opportunity to make a move. A fiery red soft whip whizzed out like a fire snake, wrapping around Su Yan. Su Yan didn't even turn her head as she swung her sword behind her to block the fire snake's attack. However, she didn't expect the fire snake to turn around and climb up her sword. In an instant, the fire and ice chi clashed fiercely, and the cave was filled with a thick fog. Su Yan turned around and pointed at the fiery red soft whip that had turned into a fire snake. Her slender jade finger suddenly became crystal clear at this moment, like an ice sculpture of jade, no longer made of flesh and blood. Elder Zhua exclaimed. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged, and this damage was worsening at an extremely fast speed. He did not dare to neglect it and quickly retracted it. When he looked at it, his face changed. He saw that the tip of his soft whip was covered with a layer of ice crystals that were rapidly spreading. Elder Zhua did not dare to neglect it. Pushing his source chi, he shook his whip and shattered the ice crystals, his face filled with shock. So strong, so strong. Although the fight had only lasted a few breaths, both Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua had seen that if they fought alone, they were not Su Yan's opponents at all. This kind of thing was beyond their scope of understanding. In the thick fog, the divine senses of the three parties surged, probing each other's position. After a few exchanges, no one dared to attack easily. Su Yan was attacked from both sides. Although she had shown great strength, if she did not come up with a foolproof plan today, she would definitely not be able to leave this place safely. Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua did not dare to advance rashly. They only wanted to find an opportunity to capture the enemy in one blow. The scene suddenly quieted down, looking extremely strange. Han Qiansheng shouted angrily with dissatisfaction, "What the hell are you doing? Normally, each one of you is more diligent than the other. Today, I asked you to take a person and you actually dilly-dallied like this. What a waste." Elder Zhua and Elder Zhuo were angered by this scolding, thinking to themselves, "If you weren't the young sect master, I would have killed you long ago. You don't know anything yet you dare to act arrogantly here." But in any case, the two of them joining forces failed to gain any advantage. Whether it was Elder Zhuo or Elder Zhua, both of them felt ashamed. Secretly communicating with each other with their divine senses, they seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. In an instant, the divine senses in the cave surged and two invisible forces rushed towards the place where Su Yan was standing. Soul attack. This woman's source chi was very pure and was not inferior to the two of them. If they were to meet force with force, it was very likely that she would pull one of them down with her. However, soul attacks were different. She had only broken through a dozen years ago, so how strong could her divine sense be? Using one's own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, this was the usual practice of smart people. Sure enough, when the two soul attacks blasted out, Su Yan let out a muffled groan, obviously a little overwhelmed. Her soul defense only lasted for a moment before it was broken. The Elder Zhua and Elder Zhuo were overjoyed. The opportunity was now or never. Elder Zhua no longer hesitated. He waved his bronze hammer and rushed towards Su Yan. Vaguely, a cold light bloomed in front of him. As his divine sense swept out, Su Yan decisively stabbed with her sword, completely abandoning her own defense. Again. Elder Zhua sneered in his heart. He was deceived by Su Yan's suicidal momentum just now. He had already lost face. How could the same trick work now? He became ruthless in his heart and also gave up his own defense. The bronze hammer directly smashed towards the profound frost divine sword. The bronze hammer was a Dao source grade low-rank artifact, while the profound frost divine sword was just an origin king grade high-rank artifact brought by Su Yan from the Star Territory. The two were of different grades. If they really met force with force, Su Yan would only suffer. A smug smile appeared on Elder Zhuo's face. The smile suddenly froze. At the moment before the two swords touched, Su Yan's long sword dexterously avoided the bronze hammer and wrapped around the hammer like a living thing. The cold aura lingered on the sword edge, making people shudder. Chi, the sound of a sharp blade penetrating flesh sounded, and Elder Zhuo let out a muffled groan. Chapter 31:16. In the karst cave, the high temperature baked, the mist gradually dispersed, and the originally confusing scene was imprinted in front of everyone's eyes. Han Qianqing, who was standing at the entrance of the karst cave, stared at the scene in front of him with a horrified expression, almost unable to believe his eyes. The right-hand elder, who was holding a bronze hammer, was 5 steps away from Su Yan, standing opposite her, but at this moment, a sword tip pierced through the right-hand elder's chest. The sword tip shone with a halo, spotless, and not even a trace of blood. When the cold air spread, with the wound as the center, it quickly spread around, freezing the right-hand elder's body, limbs, and head. The right-hand elder opened his mouth, and he couldn't believe that he would die here. Moreover, in his opinion, he was inexplicably hit just now. It seemed that he was just in a trance, and when he came back to his senses, his chest was penetrated. Su Yan was also a little surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect to kill the right-hand elder so easily. Her original intention was to exchange injury for injury, but who would have thought that the other party would be so vulnerable? Was he really so vulnerable? There was always a strange feeling growing in her heart. There was no time to think too much. The cold energy madly poured into the right-hand elder's body, freezing him into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. When the mysterious frost divine sword was pulled out, the right-hand elder fell on his back and fell to the ground into pieces. Su Yan turned around, and the mysterious frost divine sword swept forward. The cold breath wrapped in snowflakes and covered the left-hand elder's head. The left-hand elder hadn't recovered from the fact that the right-hand elder had suddenly died. Seeing the killing move coming, how could he be negligent? He hurriedly tried to resist, but his movements paused. The snowflakes covered his whole body, and he suddenly followed in the right-hand elder's footsteps. These snowflakes were condensed from Su Yan's source qi. They were incomparably pure and deadly. The cold aura penetrated Elder Zhuo's body through his pores, causing him to shiver all over. He couldn't even circulate his source qi properly, let alone resist. When Su Yan came with the sword, the left-hand elder couldn't even raise his hand. A trace of regret and begging for mercy flashed in his eyes. He was cut in half by Su Yan's sword, and blood spilled on the ground. Su Yan stood with the sword, frowning slightly. She didn't have the achievement of killing 2 cultivators of the same level, nor the joy of escaping. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of disharmony. Something seemed to be surging within his body. She suddenly woke up and raised her head to look at the entrance of the cave. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light. She had been engaged in a life-and-death battle with the 2 elders of the Red Cloud sect and hadn't been able to notice the slight abnormality in her body until the dust had settled. She knew very well what this abnormality meant. No matter how cold her temperament was, she couldn't hide the change of emotions on her face at this moment. Anticipation, surprise, fear, hesitation, awe. Han Qianqing exclaimed and stumbled backward. He waved his hand and said, "Junior. Junior sister, don't kill me. What happened today, is just a misunderstanding." The left and right elders had died just like that. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. He had hoped that these 2 would help him capture Su Yan so he could do whatever he wanted, but now it seemed that his wishful thinking hadn't worked out. He was terrified, wondering if Su Yan would also try to kill him. How could 2 incompetent people be so easily killed by a woman? Han Qianqing's retreating figure suddenly stopped, as if he had hit a hard wall. Turning his head to look back, Han Qianqing opened his mouth wide. Why are you here? The young man named Yang Kai was actually standing behind him with his arms crossed. He didn't know how long he had been there, but he hadn't noticed him at all until now. Shouldn't he be in the Red Cloud sect? Shouldn't he have been captured? How could he appear here unscathed? There was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. Han Qianqing's face was extremely pale. In a blink of an eye, he saw Ruan Baiting standing to the side and hurriedly shouted, "Elder Ruan, save me." Ruan Baiting looked at him coldly, not concealing the disgust in her eyes. "Hello, young sect master." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and slightly raised his hand. "Goodbye, young sect master." With a slap of his hand, Han Qianqing silently turned into a pile of meat paste. In the cave, the smell of blood was nauseating. Reuniting with Su Yan after such a long time, he didn't have time to talk to this piece of trash. Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at the person in the cave. The appearance of the person in his memory gradually overlapped with the person in front of him, and after a while, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. Yang Kai gulped. He obviously had 1,000 words to say, but he didn't know where to start, so he inexplicably became nervous. Su Yan's clear eyes quietly stared at him, as if this was the only existence left in the whole world. There was no room for anyone else. Ahem. Ruan Baiting lightly coughed and said, "You guys talk, I'll go first." Even a fool could see that the atmosphere at the moment was a bit charming. Naturally, she wouldn't continue to stay here. She just sighed. Because of a single mistake, the Red Cloud sect was really finished this time. Where should she go? Reuniting after such a long time was extremely warm, but the 3 lying corpses on the ground had somewhat ruined the atmosphere. But so what? As long as they could be together, even if it was a blood sea purgatory, they could still taste the thick sweetness. "What are you looking at? Come here." Su Yan waved at Yang Kai, her voice trembling slightly, showing that her heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Now she knew that the reason she could so easily kill the left and right elders was not because of the two's mistakes, nor was it because of her sudden outburst, but because of the man in front of her. Yang Kai rushed over, stretched out his arms, and hugged her in his arms. His strength was so great that it was as if he couldn't wait to melt her into his body, never to be separated again. The familiar fragrance, the familiar touch, even after dozens of years, he had not forgotten the slightest bit. The moment they touched each other, all the dusty memories were opened, as if it was yesterday. Everything was vivid in his mind. Su Yan hugged him back and buried her head in his shoulder. At this moment, it seemed to turn into eternity. Yang Kai greedily breathed in her fragrance, he couldn't get enough of it. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, okay, Su Yan patted Yang Kai's back, her voice soft as if she was comforting a child's mother. Not good. Yang Kai was still hugging her, but suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. He reached out and clasped her shoulder, their eyes meeting, and lowered his head to kiss her. Her red lips were cold, just like her cold temperament, but Yang Kai enjoyed it as if it were syrup. Opening his teeth, they blended together and tasted each other's feelings. At first, Su Yan's body was still a little stiff. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and they hadn't been intimate for so many years, but after adapting, her body softened and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. Amorous feelings, if it weren't for the surrounding environment and the corpses on the ground, it would have been a picturesque scene. After kissing for a while, Yang Kai became unsatisfied again, one hand reaching up and the other covering her full chest, the amazing elasticity immediately flowing from his 2 hands as he wantonly kneaded. Su Yan clenched her fists and hammered his shoulders a few times. However, it had no effect, and instead stimulated Yang Kai's aggressiveness. She ruthlessly bit Yang Kai's lips, but Yang Kai still remained unmoved. "Oh, you're going to force me," Su Yan muttered, but before she could finish speaking, her soft tongue was caught and fiercely sucked. Yang Kai's presumptuous movements suddenly froze, only to feel that the intoxicating touch on his hand was replaced by a cold aura, as if he was holding a block of ice. Not only was it hard, but it was also bone-chilling cold. It was the same in his hand, in his mouth, and in his arms. It was as if he was hugging a block of ice. Leaning back slightly, Yang Kai fixed his eyes on her and asked in amazement, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" At this moment, Su Yan's entire body had become translucent, as if she had been carved out of ice. Where were the traces of flesh and blood? If it weren't for her blurred eyes and slight gasping for breath, anyone would have thought she was an ice sculpture. "Master is still outside." Su Yan stretched out a finger and tapped on his head. Although they had not seen each other for a long time and she was overwhelmed by longing, she was still a woman after all. How could she let Wan Baiting wait outside while she and Yang Kai flirted here? Yang Kai grabbed her finger, played with it for a while, and asked in surprise, "Is this the ice crystal jade body?" Su Yan nodded, withdrew her finger, and then dispersed the divine technique to restore her flesh and blood. She straightened him and said, "Don't move, let me take a look." Yang Kai grimaced and stood in place. After examining him from top to bottom, she was relieved. After decades of wandering outside, nothing was missing, and this was enough. No cultivation level was more important than his safety. Yang Kai said, "I'm hurt." Su Yan was shocked, "Where are you hurt?" She couldn't see it at all. Yang Kai looked like he was in pain. "I don't know, senior sister, you have to check me carefully. I feel pain all over my body, as if I'm going to die." "Where are you hurt?" Su Yan's face changed. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her waist, grinning, "It's not convenient to check here, I'll take you to a more convenient place." His figure flashed, and the two disappeared. Inside the small sealed world, near the medicine garden. Pulling Su Yan's hand, he placed it on his chest and said, "Senior sister, quickly give me a check. My heart is beating so fast." Su Yan's heart was beating so fast. Su Yan's heart was beating so fast. Su Yan stared at him, her white cheeks blushing. She lowered her head and gritted her teeth, "I can see that you're fine, there's no injury at all." She was worried a moment ago, but now that she thought about it, he could quietly affect the two Red Cloud sect elders. Obviously, his strength had grown to an extremely terrifying level. How could he be injured so easily? Her heart was beating so fast because she was thinking about something she shouldn't. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and stared at Su Yan's blushing face. He approached her and said, "Senior sister, you have to let me check you. I'm not hurt." Su Yan's eyes drifted. "How do you know if you don't check? You just had a big fight, if you have any hidden injuries, it would be bad." Yang Kai said and began to move his hands. How could her white dress resist Yang Kai's rough movements? It was quickly taken off. The sheep-fat white jade appeared in front of her eyes, and Yang Kai touched it. In the muddy corridor, the flower's stamens were wet with dew, softly moaning. Clouds and rain fell, and the snow-white body was covered with a layer of charming pink. Even the air seemed to be sweet. Chapter 31:17. Rain. After a long drought, 10,000 trees revived, and 100 flowers bloomed. Su Yan took off her white dress, took it off, and put it back on, as if she had fallen into an endless cycle. No matter how cold her temperament was, she could not resist Yang Kai's fiery invasion. The raging flames seemed to be able to completely melt her ice crystal jade body. She collapsed to the ground, without a trace of strength in her body, feeling as if all her bones had fallen apart. Her snow-white skin was full of traces left behind by passion. One day and one night passed like this. Naked in front of each other, Yang Kai rested his head on Su Yan's plump chest as he rested. Su Yan's blurred eyes gradually recovered a trace of light as she patted his head. is that enough? She couldn't take it anymore. The man in her arms seemed to want to pour his decades of longing into her body, making her toss up and down in the clouds. Her decades of tranquil state of mind was shattered in just one day and one night. Kai Yang mumbled something, but no one knew what he was saying. It was as if he was talking in his sleep. Su Yan smiled slightly as her jade hand gently patted him on the back, as if coaxing a child who had a nightmare to sleep. Suddenly, she said, "It's been hard on you all these years." When he left, he was just a second-order origin king. She could not see his current realm, but she could feel that it was definitely stronger than the third-order Dao Source realm. Growth often came with a price. Although she had not been by his side, she knew that he must have suffered a lot over the years. Her heart ached faintly. When he was injured, who could take care of him? It's not hard. Yang Kai was no longer sleepy. He propped up his head with one hand and stared at the face close at hand. His other hand covered her full breasts and gently played with them, a trace of self-blame appearing on his face. "I came back late." Su Yan stroked Yang Kai's cheek. "Fool." Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm a fool." Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "You're the stupidest." "Why would you say that?" Yang Kai looked wronged. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. Yang Kai pretended to be angry. "Wow, you dare to talk about your husband." Reaching out, he tickled her, causing Su Yan's brow to furrow as she tried to stifle her laughter. Pausing, Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "If I'm a fool, then you're all melon wives." Lowering his head, he kissed that red spot, as if he was tasting the most delicious food in the world. Su Yan's body stiffened as she bit her lip, her two slender legs unconsciously intertwining as she reached out and cupped Yang Kai's cheeks, lifting his head up. "What? Have you gotten stronger? Come." Su Yan tilted her head, not daring to look straight into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes glowed with a terrifying green light. After receiving the order, he didn't hesitate at all. With a low growl, he leaned forward. "Let me put on my clothes." Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a faint trace of pain on her face. "No, I can't do this. If I don't put on my clothes, I will definitely die here. Moreover, I've been a little too indulgent. I've been entangled with him here for 2 days and 2 nights. I'm afraid that Master has been waiting anxiously." Thinking of facing Ruan Bai Ting later, Su Yan's cheeks were a little red. Yang Kai grinned. "What's the hurry? It's not over yet." Su Yan reached out and poked his forehead. "Be obedient." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I'm listening." Su Yan said, "There's still a long way to go. Why rush? But we haven't dual cultivated yet." 2 days of indulgence was just a catharsis of longing. The yin-yang joyous unification art was not used at all. "Can we go back?" Su Yan pleaded. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. Su Yan said with a straight face, "Senior sister is angry." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Then I want to tell you about my experiences over the years." "Senior sister, don't you want to hear it?" Su Yan frowned slightly and hesitated. How could she not want to hear it? She wanted to ask from the beginning, but Yang Kai didn't give her this opportunity at all. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Then, long story short." "Okay." Yang Kai reached out and picked her up, sat down cross-legged, and grinned. "Let's talk while we dual cultivate." Su Yan nodded helplessly. She reached out and stroked her scattered hair, casually tied it into a bun behind her head, and slowly sat on Yang Kai's lap. Decades of experience, how could a short story be enough to cover it all? Beside the medicine garden, the cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded, accompanied by the sounds of zither and zither. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai narrated. There were too many things that happened after he went to the star boundary. Yang Kai picked some of the experiences that helped him avoid danger. Su Yan listened quietly, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. After he finished, it was unknown how much time had passed. Senior sister, what about you? How did you end up in the ancestral territory? Su Yan said, it was a coincidence. It was strange. Hengluo Star Field was originally an extremely isolated star territory. Even the passage to the star boundary was opened by the Star Emperor token left behind by Yang Inflammation. However, less than 5 years after Yang Kai left, some abnormalities suddenly occurred in a certain part of the star territory, showing signs of collapse. That place was not too far away from Shadowed Star. After learning the news, Su Yan took some people to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Confused, they arrived at the ancestral territory and then joined the Red Cloud sect. After joining the Red Cloud sect, things were much simpler. She was valued by Ruan Baiting and was accepted as a disciple. She was carefully cultivated, but because she refused to submit to Han Qianqing's despotic power, she was sent to guard the Fire Cloud mineral lode and stayed there for 10 years. After listening, Yang Kai coldly snorted. At this time, he was a little annoyed that he killed Han Qianqing too quickly. He should have left him alive and dealt with him properly. Elder Ruan, the Red Cloud sect is finished. What should we do? In the Fire Cloud mineral lode, a group of disciples in charge of mining ore looked at Ruan Baiting and asked. News came from the sect. Almost all of the sect master and elders were killed, and the one who killed them was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. All of this seemed to be related to senior sister Su Yan. After the death of the sect master and the others, the entire Red Cloud sect scattered overnight. The disciples fled in panic, afraid of being implicated. Today, the Red Cloud sect was probably an empty shell. These disciples were sent to mine the Fire Cloud mineral lode and learned the news a little late. At this time, they didn't have a backbone, so they could only come to ask Ruan Baiting. Ruan Baiting sighed. Sure enough, it was as she had expected. After all, this was the sect she had sheltered for 100 years. Now that it was destroyed, she felt a little reluctant. But thinking about it carefully, who could be blamed? If Han Zhengyuan had been a little more tolerant, the Red Cloud sect wouldn't have been in such a state. If he had treated Su Yan well, she would naturally have received a huge reward today. The strength of the young man named Yang Kai was unfathomable. Ruan Baiting couldn't even see the depth of his cultivation, but she knew that as long as Yang Kai could casually leak something from his fingers, it would be enough to benefit the Red Cloud sect endlessly. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Presumably, if Han Zhengyuan and his son knew about this in the underworld, they would be very upset. Go find your own way. Ruan Baiting waved her hand dispiritedly. Elder Ruan, now only you can preside over the overall situation of the Red Cloud sect. The leader of the disciples was unwilling to leave the sect and obviously wanted to persuade her. Ruan Baiting shook her head and said, there is no banquet in this world that does not end. There is no eternal sect and family. The tide rises and falls, flowers bloom and wilt, let nature take its course. You can go. Although there was some regret in her heart, she felt more freedom. She took a deep breath, as if the shackles that had been binding her had been broken. Her mood was inexplicably light. But, Ruan Baiting suddenly looked up and looked in a certain direction, faintly saying, that person has come out. If you don't want to be implicated, hurry up and leave. I don't know if he will start a massacre or not. Many disciples heard this and their faces changed greatly. How could they dare to continue to stay in the same place? They scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, no one was left. In a flash, Yang Kai and Su Yan came together. Honored Master. Su Yan curtsied, her cheeks slightly red. Ruan Baiting was not an ignorant girl. How could she not guess what the two had been doing these days? Not to mention Su Yan's special style after being moistened by rain and dew, the strange smell that followed the two was enough to let Wan Baiting know the truth. 10 days. 10 whole days, this little brat was really tossing around. Su Yan, you, your cultivation. Before Wan Baiting could finish her sentence, she suddenly looked at Su Yan in shock, almost thinking she was dreaming. After not seeing her for 10 days, Su Yan's cultivation had actually broken through from the first-order Dao Source Realm to the second-order Dao Source Realm, and her aura was vigorous and her foundation solid. There was nothing wrong with it. How is this possible? She did not doubt Su Yan's aptitude and talent, otherwise, it would not have taken her only 5 years to break through from the third-order Origin King Realm to the Dao Source Realm. It took her 10 years to take this step. But, this was the Fire Cloud mineral lode, and Su Yan had been suppressed for 10 years. It was reasonable to say that her cultivation should not have increased much. In fact, this was indeed the case. When she saw her 10 days ago, Su Yan's cultivation was not much different from 10 years ago. But now, she was actually a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, comparable to her. How did she do it? How was it possible? After Wan Baiting recovered from her shock, she immediately looked at Yang Kai. It was impossible for Su Yan to have such an ability. This had nothing to do with talent and aptitude, just as it was impossible for a master above the third-order Dao Source Realm to appear in this world. All of this was probably brought about by this young man. What kind of spirit pill did he give Su Yan to actually produce such a miraculous effect? Su Yan's face became more and more ruddy. She could break through naturally because of the dual cultivation. The Yin-Yang Joyous Unification art was originally a dual cultivation secret art. The two had not seen each other for many years, and their own foundations had been accumulating. Under this dual cultivation, they immediately turned these years of accumulation into capital to enhance their strength. What's more, Yang Kai was now the Emperor Realm. With his support, it was difficult for Su Yan not to break through. Chapter 31:18. Congratulations. Wan Baiting returned to her senses and looked at Su Yan. Wan Baiting was delighted that her disciple's cultivation was on par with hers. This proved that her vision was correct. Su Yan said, "Thank you for your protection over the years." Without Wan Baiting's help from time to time in the past 10 years, secretly sending her some pills, Su Yan's cultivation would have been at risk of falling. It would have been impossible to maintain her cultivation in this place full of fire qi. Many thanks, Elder Wan. Yang Kai respectfully bowed with a sincere expression. Wan Baiting had nothing to say to Su Yan. Yang Kai had also learned some things about Wan Baiting from Su Yan and was very grateful to her. Wan Baiting waved her hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. Su Yan is my disciple. I should take care of her. I hate that I was indecisive and didn't take her away from the Red Cloud sect, dragging her down for 10 years in vain. Now it can be said that the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. Otherwise, my sin would have been big." She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Treat her well. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, if I let her down, I will not let it go." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to his neck. "If that day really comes, this junior will offer his head. There is no need for senior to do it." Although his cultivation was higher than hers, she was still Su Yan's master. It was natural for him to call her senior. Wan Baiting smiled and said, "I will remember this sentence." Su Yan felt something and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Wan Baiting took her hand and sighed, "The Red Cloud sect is gone. Before that, I was expelled from the sect by Han Zheng Yuan. Now that the world is so big, I should go out and see. After staying in one place for 100 years, I am going to become moldy. Besides, your cultivation is now catching up with mine. If I don't work hard, how can I be your master?" Su Yan said, "Master, you might as well come with me. Wuan Baiting smiled and said, you two have reunited after such a long time. How can I follow you? Let's just say that we will meet again if fate wills it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, if you leave, I'm afraid we'll never see each other again in this life. Wuan Baiting said, although the ancestral territory is large, you can see it when you want to. We will soon leave the ancestral territory. Wuan Baiting was stunned and looked at Su Yan, you want to leave the ancestral territory? Where are you going? Su Yan replied, Star Boundary. Star Boundary? Wuan Baiting was stunned for a moment, then her eyes burst with surprise, you have a way to go to the Star Boundary? Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew about the existence of the Star Boundary. This was not surprising. The ancestral territory was connected to countless star territories, and within these star territories, there were more or less rumors about the astral territory. An ordinary cultivator in the ancestral territory might not know much about it, but once one's strength reached a certain level, they would naturally come into contact with more profound information. The Star Boundary was a legendary existence. It was rumored that there was a wider world there, with more abundant world energy, a more complete world, and a more profound martial Tao. That was the final point of the martial Tao, and the masters of the third order Tao source realm were actually nothing in that place. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Honored master, come with me, Su Yan pleaded. She had received many favors from Wuan Baiting, and if she left now, she was afraid that she would never have a chance to repay her in this life. Wuan Baiting's expression changed. She wanted to travel the world, but who knew that a door would open for her, and the scenery behind the door was full of endless temptation for her. Taking a light breath, Wuan Baiting looked at Yang Kai and asked, what realm are you in now? First Order Emperor Realm. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Emperor Realm. Wuan Baiting's face showed a yearning look, above the Tao Source Realm is the Emperor Realm. Reaching out and stroking her hair, she smiled and said, if I go with you, I won't disturb you, right? No, I've already eaten and drunk enough. Su Yan elbowed Yang Kai in the stomach. Wuan Baiting looked at her with a smile, then honored master will have to rely on you in his old age. Red Cloud Sect. The scenery was the same as before, but there was no hubbub of people. The entire territory of the sect was quiet, and there was not a single person in the square or the palace. It seemed that this place had become a dead territory, and even the birds and beasts in the mountains had retreated into their caves, no longer appearing at will, as if they had sensed some danger. On the steps in front of the main hall, Lu Yen sat there, her hands supporting her cheeks as she stared ahead. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she didn't put anyone or anything in her eyes, but also seemed to be able to hold the whole world. He Yunxiang walked over and glanced at her, feeling a chill in her heart. Who would have thought that such a cute-looking little girl would be able to kill people so quickly? Everything that happened in the main hall 10 days ago was still vivid in her mind. She only used a fire snake to attack, and burned the Red Cloud sect master and many elders to ashes in less than 10 breaths. Those Tao Source Realm masters, who were unreachable in her eyes, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Did you find something good? Lu Yen suddenly raised her head and looked at He Yunxiang. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized firebird that had been following He Yunxiang flew into her palm and with a cry, merged into her skin, and disappeared. He Yunxiang was startled and said, I emptied their treasury. The Red Cloud sect, as one of the great forces of the ancestral domain, naturally had its own treasury. Usually, only the sect master and a few elders were qualified to open it. However, the sect master and the elders of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zhengyuan, had died suddenly and the disciples quickly fled. Therefore, the treasury was left behind and no one was interested. There were many barriers in the treasury, and He Yunxiang's cultivation was only at the Third Order Origin King realm. Naturally, she didn't have the ability to open the treasury. However, thanks to the firebird Lu Yen gave her, she was able to open the treasury's door with just a gentle touch. She only needed to go in and take things. He Yunxiang never thought that she would have a day when her hands would go numb from receiving so many treasures. This was the Red Cloud sect's thousands of years of accumulation, pills, rare herbs, secret arts, and artifacts. As the sect master of the Fierce Wind sect, who had wreaked havoc in the territory of Wuxia Star for so many years, He Yunxiang finally realized how much of a country bumpkin she was. The wealth plundered by the Fierce Wind sect couldn't be compared to the Red Cloud sect's treasury. There were more than a dozen space rings, all of them full. I'm rich, I'm rich. He then handed over the dozen space rings in his hand to Lu Yen. Lu Yen raised her head and looked at her, her black and white eyes clear and bright. I'll keep one, the rest are for you and the master. He Yunxiang explained. There were so many good things, she naturally couldn't monopolize them. She was also a person with a sense of propriety. Keeping one of them would be enough for her to use for many years. Keep it. Lu Yen waved his hand. This kind of trash, she didn't want it, and Yang Kai definitely wouldn't want it either. But, Lu Yen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his small body also standing up, his expression becoming strange, with a trace of excitement mixed with awe. He Yunxiang was surprised and followed his gaze, only to see several figures quickly flying over, the one leading them being Yang Kai. When they arrived, the three people landed. He Yunxiang's gaze was instantly attracted by the unfamiliar face, her heart filled with surprise. What a pure person! Is she the Su Yen who made the master furious after hearing about her? He Yunxiang's first impression of Su Yen was that she was pure, without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had given her the most beautiful things in the world, making people who looked at her involuntarily feel ashamed of their own inferiority. It was only then that she noticed her appearance. Even the most devastatingly beautiful woman can cause the downfall of a country. Suddenly, she understood why Yang Kai had no interest in her at all. If there was such a person, no other woman in the world would be able to cause any waves in his heart. Master. He Yunxiang hurriedly saluted, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know if this lady would have any opinions about her. After all, she had always been by Yang Kai's side, and it wouldn't be good to provoke her jealousy. It seemed that she would have to restrain herself in the future. At the very least, she couldn't have any strange thoughts about Yang Kai anymore. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen puzzledly, then stepped forward and rubbed her head, grinning, You don't know me? Lu Yen and Su Yen naturally knew each other. When they were at the Hengluo Star Field, they had a lot of dealings with each other. What Yang Kai found strange was that Lu Yen was looking at Su Yen with such an expression, as if it was the first time they had met. What made him feel even more strange was that Su Yen was also looking at Lu Yen, her beautiful eyes full of interest. Yang Kai looked at this, looked at that, and was confused. What are you doing? Lu Yen stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Yen. Her small nose gently moved, like a puppy sniffing something. After a while, she raised her small face and looked up at Su Yen with a smile. Su Yen also smiled, as if she had seen a close relative. She reached out and rubbed Lu Yan's head, softly asking, What is your name? Yang Kai said in a cold sweat, She is Lu Yen. Su Yan's movements paused, and she was extremely surprised. Lu Yen? How did she become like this? Her impression of Lu Yen was that she was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes. She never thought that when they met again, she would become a child. Su Yen turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes full of inquiry. It's a long story. In short, all kinds of things have happened, and she became like this. After a pause, he said, What are you guys talking about? He really couldn't understand what these two women were doing. He had never seen them so close before. Su Yen and Lu Yen looked at each other and showed a tacit smile, but they didn't mean to explain. You wait for me. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart, but he didn't want to be entangled in this issue. He looked around and said, "Let's go." Wuan Baiting waved her hand and immediately summoned a ship. It was about 10 feet long and 4 stories high. The carvings were exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by a master. Several people boarded the ship. Wuan Baiting shouted, and the runes on the ship flashed and they left as fast as lightning. Their goal was to go home. Chapter 31:19. Across the vast star territory, all was silent. In the void, there was a void passageway that seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It stood there quietly. That void passageway did not seem ordinary. It gave off an extremely unstable feeling, as though it could collapse at any moment. It emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The existence of this void corridor was not a secret in the star territory, but very few people dared to explore it because a third-order origin king had disappeared here many years ago and was never heard from again. As such, for so many years, even though some people had speculated that this void corridor led to an unknown world, no one had ever paid any attention to it. Even a third-order origin king master was trapped here, so who would have the courage to approach? This place had been silent for several dozen years now. At this moment, however, the void corridor suddenly underwent some abnormal changes. The entrance to the void corridor contracted violently, then opened up, repeating this process many times before a burst of multicolored light poured out from it. Along with this burst of multicolored light was a figure who shot out from the void corridor like an arrow, barely managing to stabilize himself after 100 kilometers. This person was naturally Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was covered in dust and he looked quite embarrassed. Returning to Hengluo star field from the entrance to the star Dao in the ancestral territory, Yang Kai had to pass through many layers of the void. He could not use too much strength, or else he would likely shatter the void, but he also could not use too little strength, or else he would not be able to break through the barrier. He had tried many times before he found his way home. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his perception, a look of joy appearing on his face as he laughed loudly. He had perceived the existence of Shadowed Star. Stretching out his arms, he embraced the world. Hengluo Star Field, this young master has returned. When he left his homeland all those years ago, how could he have imagined he would return so quickly? He had originally set a deadline of 100 years for himself, but now, he had not even spent half of that time. The trials and tribulations along the way, the life and death struggles, everything had become extremely meaningful, and the faces in his mind became clearer and clearer. Yang Kai couldn't wait to grow a pair of wings and fly to Shadowed Star right now so he could appear in front of them and see their surprised expressions. Looking back, Yang Kai stared at the void corridor, knowing that it was the place where Su Yan had entered the ancestral territory. Feeling the aura coming from the void corridor, he felt a lingering fear. Su Yan being able to enter the ancestral territory safely was probably extremely lucky. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. She seemed to be in meditation, and after noticing the anomaly, she opened her beautiful eyes, glanced around, and smiled, "You're back." On the way back to his homeland, everyone had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. Firstly, it was extremely taxing to bring people back and forth between worlds, and secondly, Su Yan was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, far exceeding the limit of what the Hengluo star field could accommodate, so she needed to suppress and seal her cultivation. Now, it seemed that she had done a good job, but she had suppressed her aura too much, leaving only the aura of a second-order origin king. "We're back." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Naturally, there was no air in the star field, but he could smell a familiar scent. Stretching out his hand, Su Yan placed her hand on his. Holding her hand tightly, as if they would never part again, Yang Kai was as excited as a child. "We're home." There was no need for him to identify any direction, the close connection between Shadowed Star and him was enough to show him the right way. With a flicker, the pair turned into a stream of light and flew towards Shadowed Star. With such a beautiful companion, the journey was no longer lonely. Whenever he was in the mood, he would drag Su Yan to a nearby dead star or asteroid, and after repeating this several times, Su Yan had no choice but to push her ice crystal jade body to ruin Yang Kai's mood. A few days later, a huge star appeared in front of them from afar. The stars of Shadowed Star in his body pulsed more and more happily, like a wanderer returning home. Yang Kai's mood became inexplicably nervous again, and he felt a sense of homesickness. Suddenly, his hand tightened as Su Yan held his big hand. For eyes meeting, Yang Kai's heart became clear. Reaching out and hugging her, Yang Kai kissed her on the forehead and shouted, "Let's go." Half a day later, they were very close to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai and Su Yan both suddenly turned their heads and looked towards a certain spot in the sky. There, they saw more than a dozen giant starships floating in the middle of the star field. From these starships, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. "Which sect does this belong to?" Yang Kai pointed to a skeleton-like symbol on one of the starships and asked. Perhaps because he had been away for too long, he did not recognize which sect this symbol represented. But to his surprise, Su Yan also shook her head, "I don't know." She had been away for many years, so she had no idea what had happened to Hengluo Star Field or Shadowed Star. A figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the largest starship in the middle. This old man's aura was deep and profound, giving off the aura of a third-order origin king. From several hundred kilometers away, this old man's sharp eyes stared towards this group, as if they could pierce through space and see the essence of everything. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man raised his hand and pointed the star cannon on the starship towards Yang Kai and Su Yan. A dazzling light began to gather and immediately after, a beam of light shot towards them. "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed, "I ran into a madman as soon as I came back. Let's go talk to him." When the light dissipated, Yang Kai and Su Yan had disappeared. The old man stood on the deck and stared at them for a while before snorting lightly and turning around to return to the starship. However, his footsteps suddenly froze as a chill enveloped his body as he stared in front of him in horror. Behind him, a man and a woman had appeared at some unknown time. These two were the same people he had just seen a few hundred kilometers away, the ones who should have been reduced to ashes under the power of the star cannon. Yet, they had appeared behind him unscathed. He had not felt the slightest trace of them at all. "Old sir, your murderous intent is a bit heavy." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Normally, he would have already punched this old man to death, but today, Yang Kai was in a good mood, so his murderous intent was lacking. Coupled with the fact that he did not know the identity and origin of this old man, he could not act rashly. If he killed someone he could not kill, it would not be good. Yang Kai was involved in the Hengluo Star Field, so naturally, he could not act as he pleased. The old man did not answer and simply stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, instinctively feeling that this young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he clasped his hands in his sleeves and secretly formed a seal, preparing to counterattack at a moment's notice. "Who is old sir? Whose warships did they belong to? Why are they anchored here?" Yang Kai looked around and casually asked a few questions, but did not receive any answers. Walking forward, Yang Kai circled around the old man a few times before suddenly standing in front of him and bowing slightly. "Old sir, you seem very nervous." More sweat dripped from the old man's forehead. Yang Kai reached out and patted the old man's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Don't worry, as long as you are not an enemy, I will not do anything to you." "Are you an enemy?" "No, no." The old man spat out these two words with difficulty. Yang Kai nodded, "That would be for the best. I forgot to introduce myself, I am the owner of this place, my name is Yang Kai." He pointed at the huge stars below his feet. The elderly man's eyes shrank as a look of shock flashed across his face. He had never heard that this cultivation star had a star master, but Yang Kai was speaking so seriously that he really didn't know whether to believe him or not. I have been away from this place for several decades, and today is the first time I have come back. There are still a few women waiting for me to return home. Old sir, what do you think I should bring back for them? You are asking me? The old man cursed in his heart but did not dare not answer, seriously thinking for a moment before saying, "It's good that you are back, I don't think they will care about any gifts." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded, "What old sir says makes sense." Suddenly, he laughed, "I am the best gift. Isn't that right, senior sister?" Su Yen nodded, "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, old sir." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards the old man and took a deep breath, "I should go back quickly, otherwise they will become anxious. Hurry up and leave. Where did this lunatic come from? It's a pity that this beautiful and exquisite woman actually stuck by his side without abandoning him." Fortunately, Yang Kai was indeed in a hurry to go back, so he quickly left. Suddenly turning around, he looked at the old man and asked, "Old sir, you really are not an enemy, right?" "I really am not." "Good," Yang Kai nodded, "those who make me an enemy will end up very miserably." The old man's heart clenched as a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. When he looked up again, there was no trace of the man and woman in front of him, as if they had disappeared at some unknown time. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he could not detect any auras, as if they had never appeared. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, the elderly man immediately took out a communication compass and poured his divine sense into it. His pair of withered hands couldn't help but tremble a little. High Heaven Sect. As a rising great force, the rise of High Heaven Sect was nothing short of a miracle. Just a few dozen years after the sect was founded, the number of masters in the sect was like the clouds in the sky. Origin kings were everywhere, and there were nearly 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. High Heaven Sect was already the most powerful sect in Star Territory, and even veteran great forces like Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star Sword Union could not compare. At this moment, in the main hall of High Heaven Sect, a group of heroes had gathered. Led by acting sect master in High Heaven Sect's great elder Yi Shiyun, elders Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Yang Xiu Zhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, Qinya, and many others sat on either side, all of them origin kings. Below them were Wu Yi, Yang Wei, Dong Qing Han, and more than a dozen other youths, all of whom were origin returning realm cultivators, many of whom had reached the peak of the origin returning realm and could break through to the origin king realm at any time. There was a lot of noise in the hall as not only were the older generation disagreeing, but even the younger generation was arguing with each other. Yi Shiyun did not say a word as she simply sat there, listening to all the discussions. Chapter 31-20. All of them were arguing over one question: how to fight. Should they divide and conquer, or should they directly attack the enemy? Everyone in the hall was divided into 2 groups, each expressing their own opinions, but after a long debate, no conclusion was reached. Suddenly, Yi Shiyun, who was sitting motionless, raised her head and stared out with her deep eyes, as if they could pierce through space itself. The argument in the hall came to an abrupt end as everyone looked up at her. Chu Ling Xiao asked, "What happened?" "Someone broke into High Heaven Sect," Yi Shiyun replied. As the acting sect master, she was in charge of the array disk that controlled High Heaven Sect's mountain defending array, so she would be able to detect any intruders. What? Everyone was shocked, all of them feeling incredulous. Today's High Heaven Sect was no longer the same as it was in the past. The sect was a behemoth in the Star Territory, so who would be so bold as to break in? Who would have the ability to break in? In an instant, everyone's expression became extremely dignified. This aura. Yi Shiyun's complexion changed again as a look of disbelief appeared on her pretty face, quickly transforming into excitement as her tender body flickered and she rushed out of the hall. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what had happened to cause Yi Shiyun to lose her composure like this. Everyone knew her temperament well. Even if the sky collapsed, she would not frown, but her performance at this moment was truly unexpected. Everyone got up and walked out of the hall one after another, gathering outside and looking into the distance. Over there, two figures were strolling leisurely towards them, their movements neither fast nor slow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these two figures, but all of a sudden, their eyes bulged, almost thinking they were dreaming. Yang Kai walked over, greeting every High Heaven sect disciple he met cordially, causing many of them to stare at him or Su Yen with their mouths wide open. Most of the High Heaven sect disciples were brought here by him from Tongxian realm and the central capital, so basically all of them knew him. Even if they did not know him, they should at least know Su Yen. At this moment, seeing these two people who had disappeared for several dozen years appear together, all of them could not believe it. Wherever the two of them passed, all the disciples stared blankly, their eyes glued to their backs, unable to return to their senses for a long time. The entire High Heaven sect seemed to have been sealed in place by some great master, causing everything to freeze, only Yang Kai's voice echoing out. "Yang Kai, it's Yang Kai." Dong Qin Han suddenly exclaimed, rubbing his eyes hard, fearing that he was seeing things, reaching out to Lan Chu Dai and asking, "Did you see that? Did Yang Kai come back?" Lan Chu Dai nodded stupidly, "Yes, look, he came back." Dong Qin Han Shiyun Shi's words. The two of them had already become husband and wife when they were still in the central capital. Now that they had shared trials and tribulations for several decades, they had always treated each other with respect. The dozen or so old friends of the younger generation all showed looks of excitement. Although Yi Shiyun, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others had much stronger mental fortitude, they still found it difficult to maintain their composure at this moment. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of the crowd, swept his eyes around, and grinned, "I'm back." The warm welcome he had imagined did not appear. The group just stared at him blankly, making his eagerness a little awkward. Reaching out and touching his nose, Yang Kai cautiously said, "I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, Dong Qin Han rushed up and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, his fat hands patting him on the back, making a series of thumping sounds. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected that the first to respond would be this fat man, letting him pat him for a while before saying, "Cousin, you should lose some weight. You really came back." Dong Qin Han pulled back and opened up some distance, looking at Yang Kai seriously. "He really came back." Dong Qin Han turned his head, pointed to Yang Kai, and said to the crowd, "Yang Kai is back." It was as if he was the first one to notice. Everyone's expression became solemn as they all saluted, "Greetings, sect master." Their voices trembled slightly, revealing their inner turmoil. Yang Kai raised his hand and an invisible force appeared, making everyone unable to bend their backs. What was even more strange was that no one noticed that Yang Kai had used his strength. This ability was simply beyond everyone's imagination, making him seem somewhat unfathomable. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed, "Greetings, ancestral founder, Grand Master." Chu Ling Xiao was the founder of High Heaven Pavilion, and Ling Tai Su was Yang Kai's father's master. These two could be regarded as Yang Kai's true elders. Even though his cultivation was now heaven-defying, Yang Kai had never dared to act above them, let alone ask them to salute him. If he really did, wouldn't his legs be broken by fourth Master Yang? Chu Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Now that you are High Heaven sect master, there is no need for you to be so polite." Ling Tai Su also nodded, "We all have our current achievements thanks to your blessings. A sect master should have the demeanor of a sect master." Yang Kai nodded, "A sect master cannot be disrespectful to his elders. Both of you are juniors elders, so this is how it should be." Chu Ling Xiao and Ling Tai Su looked at each other and saw the gratification in each other's eyes. "Big brother Yang." Wu Yi stepped forward and pursed her red lips. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, it's been many years since we last met, how have you been? Back then, young Kai was able to establish himself on Shadowed Star thanks to Wu Yi's help. It could be said that Wu Yi and the other family disciples were his first helpers on Shadowed Star. Without their help, there would be no High Heaven sect today. Everything is good. Wu Yi responded with a smile. She just felt a bit of longing for him. Reuniting after such a long time caused great waves to surge in her heart, but when she glanced at the person beside him, those ripples quickly subsided. She could no longer keep up with his pace. He stood too high, and his light was too dazzling. After greeting everyone one by one, Yang Kai finally turned to Yi Shiyun and said with a grin, "Great Elder has worked hard." Yi Shiyun nodded, "It's good that you've come back. I'll leave High Heaven sect to you, I'm going to retire now." Yang Kai was startled. Great Elder is still in her prime, radiating brilliance, how could you say such decadent words? Yi Shiyun snorted, "Flattery is useless, I've already made up my mind, don't try to persuade me. Regardless of what your current cultivation is, I don't want to do this anymore. Managing a sect is too stressful, how can it compare to living a carefree life?" Yang Kai sighed, "Since Great Elder has said so, then I won't force you. In any case, after a while, I will take you to another place where Great Elder can rest for as long as she wants." "Another place? What place?" "The place you just came back from." Everyone was curious. Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything, instead saying, "I heard you all arguing about something just now, what's wrong? Who is so blind as to offend my High Heaven sect?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone suddenly fell silent, their previous excitement disappearing. Yang Kai observed their expressions and immediately knew that something must have happened on High Heaven sect's side. Yi Shiyun said, "Let's talk inside." Everyone entered the hall one after another, and after taking a seat, Yi Shiyun told Yang Kai about the current situation in Star Territory. Only then did Yang Kai learn that it was not High Heaven sect that had an accident, but rather the entire Hengluo star field. 20 years ago, when Su Yen left Star Territory and entered the Ancestral Territory, Star Territory was still safe and sound, but a few years later, some strange void corridors suddenly appeared in Star Territory. Immediately afterwards, starships filled with powerful cultivators flew out from these void corridors and invaded Hengluo star field, plundering the various cultivation stars. In the beginning, no one knew what was happening, only that this group of foreign invaders was extremely powerful. Hengluo star field had been closed off for countless years, so when had it ever encountered such a force? In a moment of carelessness, several cultivation stars fell. For a time, Star Territory was in a state of panic, and everyone felt threatened. After the initial adaptation period, the great forces in Star Territory began to resist. Led by High Heaven sect, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union, the masters from all over the Star Territory began to fight the foreign invaders in Star Field. As a result, countless people fell and countless masters were turned to ashes. Even High Heaven sect suffered heavy losses. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He had just noticed that although there were many acquaintances in the hall, the few women closest to him were not here, and even his parents were nowhere to be seen. Seemingly guessing the worry in his heart, Yi Shiyun said, "The madams are all safe now, but each of them has returned to their respective stars to gather their strength and defend themselves." Yang Kai was relieved. Shanqing Luo should have returned to Monster Star and Monster Star, while little senior sister should have gone to Tongxian Realm. As for Shuiyu, needless to say, she should be on Water Moon Star, the home star of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. With such a big incident occurring in Star Territory, it was impossible for them to remain in High Heaven sect. Moreover, when he had left behind many space arrays in Star Territory, so whether it was Monster Star, Tongxian Realm, or Water Moon Star, they could all be connected to High Heaven sect. At most, they would need to transit a few times. If they really encountered any danger, they had a way out, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Where did those people come from? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. When the tiger was not at home, the monkey had also rebelled. Yi Shiyun replied, it is said that they came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look. Great Desolate Star Territory. Are you sure they came from Great Desolate Star Territory? Yi Shiyun nodded, absolutely. After more than a decade of war, if one didn't even know where their opponents came from, it would be a big joke. When they inquired about this news, they were also shocked. They had never thought that there was another star territory in this world, one that was actually connected to Hengluo Star Field. If it weren't for the sudden invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory, the people of Hengluo Star Field would likely still be in the dark. Does Sect Master know about Great Desolate Star's territory? Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai chuckled, I know, naturally I know. What a coincidence. Chapter 31-21. The territory of Great Desolate Star was a familiar name. When he, Chiyu, and the others left Hengluo Star Field and passed through the Starlight Avenue, they had fought with several origin kings from Great Desolate Star Territory. As a result, the Starlight Avenue collapsed and everyone scattered. Even Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao were lost. It took many years for Yang Kai to find them. The leader of this group was Yin Lusheng, the sect master of Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory and the overlord of Great Desolate Star's territory. Lu Xianyun, who had shared trials and tribulations with Yang Kai, was also a native of Great Desolate Star's territory, but the two had different attitudes towards Yang Kai and had different endings. Yin Lusheng was lucky enough to escape from the Shattered Star Sea, but he was eventually killed by Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory's ancient wild lands. Lu Xianyun, on the other hand, was recommended by Yang Kai to join Iceheart Valley. When Yang Kai went to Iceheart Valley last time, he took the time to meet her and exchanged a few words with her. He learned that she was doing well and was preparing to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm. With her aptitude and the support of Iceheart Valley, it would not be difficult for her to break through. In time, she would become another master in the Emperor realm. Suddenly hearing the words, Great Desolate Star's Territory, from Yi Shiyun, Yang Kai was a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, when they entered the star boundary with Yin Lusheng and the others, they were able to meet on the Starlight Avenue. Presumably, the territory of the two stars should be close to each other, separated only by a single layer of world barrier. Now that this world barrier was weak and collapsed, the two stars' territory were connected, so the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory could naturally come to Hengluo Star Field. We're both from the same star field, but aren't we his opponent? Yang asked. Yi Shiyun nodded. The other side is led by a sect called Netherworld Sect. They're like a monolithic block of iron while we're fighting our own battles, so we're indeed somewhat inferior. On top of that, as invaders, they're flexible and mobile, so naturally they have some advantages. Sure enough, it was the Netherworld Sect. It seemed that even without Yin Lusheng, the Netherworld Sect's position as overlord was unshakable. They had actually united the forces of the entire star territory. So, the starships outside Shadowed Star belong to Great Desolate Star's territory? Yi Shiyun nodded. Shadowed Star is one of the most important battlefields. The territory of Great Desolate Star has invested a large part of its forces here specifically to deal with our sect. That old man dared to lie to me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The crowd didn't know who had deceived him, so they were all somewhat astonished. Yi Shiyun continued, what they were arguing about just now was whether to directly attack those starships and destroy their high-end combat power, or to split up and destroy the enemies scattered across Shadowed Star. But since you're back, I don't think there's anything to fight over. Yang Kai nodded, let's wait. Suddenly closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand, flicked his wrist, and made a grasping motion in the air. Everyone in the hall suddenly felt their hearts tighten, as if Yang Kai's action had grabbed their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai's open hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Success! Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his raised hand, causing the terrifying pressure to disappear. Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions, none of them understanding what Yang Kai was referring to. But very soon, intense rumbling sounds of explosions suddenly resounded from extremely far away. Everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. A few of them seemed to have understood something, and they hurriedly rushed out of the hall and raised their heads to look at the starry sky. Somewhere in the starry sky, huge flaming flowers bloomed one after another. Even in broad daylight, even from thousands of kilometers away, one could still see them clearly. Following the appearance of the flaming flowers, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. The location where these flame flowers appeared was where the star ships on Great Desolate Star were anchored. Returning to the hall and explaining what they had seen, everyone was dumbfounded. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and could dominate everything on Shadowed Star, the star ships on Great Desolate Star's territory were anchored in the star field, not on Shadowed Star's surface. From such a great distance, just a casual movement was enough to pulverize these starships. Just how powerful was this? There were also many Origin Kings aboard those starships, so it was likely none of them had been able to escape at this moment, all of them dead. For a time, everyone was extremely excited. Yi Shiyun's expression became solemn as she said, "Now that the differences have been resolved, there's no need for everyone to wait any longer, right? If we don't act now, when will we?" With a burst of clatter, everyone got up and walked out, leaving High Heaven Sect through different space arrays and heading to different parts of Shadowed Star. They were determined to pursue the enemy and wipe out all the remnants of Great Desolate Star's territory on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai said, "I'm also going out to stretch my muscles." Shadowed Star was his territory, so how could he tolerate some clowns running amok here? The people who had invaded Great Desolate Star's territory were like fleas hopping around his body. Naturally, he wanted to catch them, pull out their intestines, strangle their necks, and give himself a good shake. Turning his head, he said, "Senior sister, you should rest." Without waiting for Su Yen to refute, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Su Yen shook her head helplessly. A figure suddenly rushed in from outside the hall and called out excitedly, "Where's my son?" It was Dong Suju who had heard about Yang Kai's return and had immediately rushed over, but she was still a step too late. "Slow down, what if you fall? You're already so old, how can you still be so reckless?" Fourth Master Yang's unhurried voice came from behind, but his speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was standing side by side with Dong Suju. It was obvious that his mood at the moment was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. The husband and wife swept their eyes around but did not see Yang Kai's figure, instead focusing their attention on Su Yen. "Su girl." Dong Suju's eyes suddenly turned red as she covered her red lips with her hand, tears streaming down her face as she asked in a trembling voice, "Is it really Su girl?" Su Yen stepped forward and bowed gracefully, "Mother." Her voice was crisp and sweet, and when it reached the ears of Fourth Master Yang and his wife, it was like the sound of nature, making them feel that there was no voice more beautiful in this world. "It really is Su girl." Fourth Master Yang pushed Dong Suju who was in a daze. After all, she was a woman. She would be at a loss even if she encountered a little situation. He had really worried himself to death in this life. Dong Suju hurriedly reached out and pulled Su Yen into her arms. Dong Suju was petite and exquisite, but Su Yen's figure was tall, half a head taller than her. At this moment, when she hugged her, it was as if she had thrown herself into Su Yen's arms. Su Yen smiled and looked over Dong Suju's shoulder at Fourth Master Yang, "Father." Fourth Master Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart and gently nodded. He felt as if a big stone that had been hanging in his heart for 20 years had finally been put down. When Su Yan went to explore the void corridor, she inexplicably disappeared, causing everyone to worry. Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang had been unable to eat or sleep at night, always feeling guilty towards Yang Kai. They couldn't even take care of their daughter-in-law and secretly hated their own low cultivation, otherwise, they would never have allowed Su Yan to take such risks. Over the years, the husband and wife had also worked hard in retreat, hoping that one day they could break through to the Origin King realm and enter the Void Corridor to search for Su Yan's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could they face Yang Kai? But they hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise to come so suddenly. Yang Kai had returned, and so had Su Yan. No one could be happier than this couple. All right, you've made Su Yan's clothes wet." Fourth Master Yang saw Dong Suju crying and suddenly couldn't stand her. Hearing him say this, Dong Suju raised her head and pulled Su Yan over, looking her up and down, just like when Su Yan saw Yang Kai before, her face filled with concern. "Come, sit down and talk." Dong Suju took Su Yan's hand and walked to the side to sit down, eager to know where she had been all these years and whether she had suffered. The two sat down and chatted for a while before Su Yan said, "Mother, Yang Kai, don't mention that smelly brat." Dong Suju's pretty face became serious, "Just let him die outside." Fourth Master Yang asked, "Then why did you rush over here in such a hurry? Why do you care?" "I want to." Dong Suju glared, "I came to look for Su Yan." See, I was just casually saying, why are you throwing a tantrum?" Fourth Master Yang was also helpless and reached out to touch his forehead. He didn't know who had just come in and shouted, "Where's my son? If you can't stand it, just divorce me." In any case, the outside world is full of beauties. I think you've had this intention for a long time, right? Do you want me to prepare a letter of divorce for you? Just sign it and it'll be fine. Fourth Master Yang spread his hands and then reached out to pull his mouth. Su Yan giggled. Dong Suju patted her hand and earnestly said, "Men should be disciplined like this. Don't be too good to that smelly brat. The better you are to him, the less he will take you seriously. You should be a little more fierce, then he will think of you everywhere." "Mother is right, I will remember." Su Yan gently nodded. "Mother is doing this for your own good, your temper. Ning Chang is also the same, only little Qin Luo is a little more opinionated. I'll go talk to her some other day, you all are too lenient with him." After a pause, she whispered, "He came back this time, but he didn't bring anything." "What?" Su Yan looked at her suspiciously. "He didn't bring any random woman with him, right?" Su Yan thought for a moment and said, "That doesn't count." She also knew He Yunxiang and knew why she was with Yang Kai, so naturally she wouldn't think of her as one of Yang Kai's women. Dong Suju was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her hair standing on end as she said with a livid face, "Did he really bring her? This really pisses me off. If he was like this, he would have loved her dearly. How could he have left without any news for several decades and still be fooling around outside? That's not his. He's rebelling." Dong Suju slapped the armrest of her chair and turned her head to glare at Fourth Master Yang. "It's all because of your good son." Fourth Master Yang lowered his head and didn't say anything, feeling very wronged. He hadn't even said anything yet he was still dragged into this mess. "Smelly brat, you're on your own now. If you don't find some time, your mother will beat your ass to a pulp, otherwise I'll do it myself." That's really not his. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 31-22. Shadowed Star, Gathering Cloud Mountain. This place was rich in world energy and was one of the most famous crystal stone lodes on Shadowed Star. It was also one of High Heaven Sect's most important industries on Shadowed Star. The amount of crystal stones mined every year was more than a tenth of High Heaven Sect's income. Such an important industry was naturally guarded by a master. Dressed in a tight dress that outlined her graceful curves and neatly tied back hair, Chiu Yi-meng appeared valiant and valiant. The former first young lady of the Chiu family and current patriarch of the Chiu family, Chiu Yi-meng, was the one guarding this place. After several dozen years of hard work, the aura she exuded was that of a first-order origin king. It could be said that among the younger generation of the central capital, besides Yang Kai, her cultivation was the highest. In this regard, even many of the older generation couldn't compare. Of course, this was partly because of her outstanding talent, but there was also a bigger reason. The stars in the sky were too far away, so if one wanted to pluck them, how could they not work hard? Even if they couldn't, they could at least get closer. Shadowed Star was one of the main battlefields in the territory of the two great stars, so naturally, it was quite well taken care of by the Great Desolate Star territory. There were several dozen battlefields on Shadowed Star, and various material resources were frequently fought over. On Gathering Cloud Mountain's side, the Great Desolate Star territory was naturally also focused on. The other side also had an Origin King Realm Master and several hundred cultivator subordinates, as well as numerous Origin returning Realm Masters. The High Heaven Sect disciples led by Chiu Yi-meng had been entangled here for 5 years and had fought hundreds of battles, both sides winning and losing, but neither side could do anything to the other. The Great Desolate Star Territory's forces who wanted to seize the crystal stone lodes had been unable to succeed, and Chiu Yi-meng was helpless against them. Even when she asked High Heaven Sect for help, the other side would respond. What's more, the more Origin Kings High Heaven Sect dispatched, the stronger the enemy would be. After 5 years, the two sides reached a consensus that they would only rely on the available manpower to fight each other, neither side asking for anything from the backer behind them. Chiu Yi-meng's heart was filled with determination. After several dozen years, he must have gone even higher and further, right? If she couldn't even deal with these people in front of her, how could she get closer to him? When there was no competition, he would cultivate diligently, not daring to waste time. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. Come in. Chiu Yi-meng opened her eyes. The door opened and a burly man walked in, his murderous aura so thick it was almost tangible. This burly man was none other than the blood warrior who had followed Yang Kai in the Inheritance War and made great contributions, Tu Feng. Each of the Yang family blood warriors was an outstanding individual who was loyal to the Yang family. After Yang Kai came to Shadowed Star, the strength of these blood warriors had also grown exponentially. Tu Feng, one of the best blood warriors, was now a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the Origin King realm. Almost all of Chiu Yi-meng's subordinates were from the central capital 8 great families, so it was only natural that the Yang family blood warriors would follow her orders. Elder Chiu. Tu Feng cupped his fists. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, Chiu Yi-meng could naturally become an elder in High Heaven Sect. What is it? There's been some movement from that group of dog food. Again. Chiu Yi-meng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this frequency a bit too fast? The last battle was only 5 days ago, so logically speaking, everyone should have been able to call a truce for at least a month, so how could they have come back in just a few days? Tu Feng said with a strange expression, they're not here, they're trying to escape. Want to escape? Chiu Yi-meng frowned even more. Everyone had been fighting here for 5 years, so who didn't know each other? How could they suddenly want to escape? Vaguely understanding something, Chiu Yi-meng asked, what was that noise just now? She had been cultivating, so although she had heard some strange sounds, she hadn't thought too much about them, but now that she thought about it, those sounds seemed to be coming from the star field, and the direction they were coming from, it couldn't be, Tu Feng said excitedly, I was just about to tell you about it. The starships on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to have been destroyed. Great Elder took action. Chiu Yi-meng's expression became serious. The dozen or so starships anchored outside Shadowed Star, glaring at the entire Shadowed Star. Not only did they give the cultivators on Great Desolate Star the confidence to wreak havoc on Shadowed Star, but they also served as a deterrent to High Heaven Sect's overall actions. Although High Heaven Sect was not weak today and had an endless number of Origin Kings, the only Third Order Origin King currently presiding over the sect was Great Elder Yi Shiyun. The others were not on Shadowed Star, so they were simply too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Unless Yi Shiyun took action personally, no one could do anything to those starships. No, even if Yi Shiyun took action, she wouldn't be able to do such a thing, unless those people returned to High Heaven Sect to join forces with her. Those people have returned. Chiu Yi Meng couldn't help thinking of this, but if that was the case, it made sense. Tu Feng said, I don't know the specific situation, but this is a good time for us to take action. Chiu Yi Meng stood up and sneered, it's time to settle accounts. With their backers gone, it would be strange if the people on Great Desolate Star didn't panic. Chiu Yi Meng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Outside the door, Chiu Yi Meng saw pairs of eyes staring at her, each of them exuding a powerful aura. Looking at these familiar faces, Chiu Yi Meng nodded lightly. Turning her head, Chiu Yi Meng saw several streams of light flickering in the sky a few hundred kilometers away, dazzling like meteors, but instead of falling down, they flew upwards. It was the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory who wanted to escape from Shadowed Star. Turning her head to the other side, Chiu Yi Meng saw the same scene from a further location. It seemed that the destruction of their starships had caused these people on Great Desolate Star's territory to panic, so how could they have the courage to remain on Shadowed Star? Don't let a single one of them go. Chiu Yi Meng shouted. Was Shadowed Star a place where they could come and go as they pleased? Yes. Pushing their Saint Chi, a group of figures flew out and chased after their 5-year-old enemy. With flashes of light, Shadowed Star was bustling today, with similar scenes happening all over the world. As the chase continued, the distance between the two groups did not seem to close. After all, the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory were not vegetarians. Daring to invade another star's territory, how could they do so without strength? Seeing that this group of people was about to escape from Shadowed Star if she didn't act quickly, Chiu Yi Meng grit her teeth, formed a seal with her hands, and condensed a faint red mist around her body. Her speed suddenly increased, like a bolt of lightning. The group of fleeing cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to feel something and turned around, only to see a red light rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed, causing the leader's face to sink. Smelly woman. This leader was the Origin King Realm Master from Great Desolate Star's territory whom Chiu Yi Meng had been fighting for several years. He was a lean man about 40 years old, and although he coveted Chiu Yi Meng's beauty, he had never been able to suppress her. At this moment, seeing her rushing towards him alone, he suddenly had an idea. Before leaving, snatching a woman would be a good idea. Sending out a few words with his divine sense, the fleeing group suddenly dispersed. This scene was naturally seen by Chiu Yi Meng, but she did not reduce her speed in the slightest. Come, you won't be able to return, the lean man sneered. Bien Hong, accept death. Before this person arrived, Chiu Yi Meng's tender voice rang out. The man named Bien Hong laughed, pretending to flee while turning around to tease her. Little girl, if you can't bear to part with Uncle Bien, why don't you come with me? Uncle Bien will take good care of you and feed you until you're full. These vulgar words caused the group of people to burst into laughter. Chiu Yi Meng responded with a divine technique. Lifting her white hand high, a long sword trembled as it flickered and condensed the power of the wind around it. When the long sword was swung down, a sword wave several dozen meters in length shot out towards the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory. The wind around this sword wave was so strong that it seemed like a tornado was about to erupt. Seeing this situation, everyone on Great Desolate Star's territory wore dignified expressions. In any case, the one attacking was an Origin King, how could they take it lightly? The scattered formation suddenly merged together and Saint Chi fluctuations surged. The cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory merged into one in the blink of an eye, their Saint Chi linking together to form a light shield. With a loud bang, the giant sword slammed into the light shield, causing a burst of light and energy to surge. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth and pushed her strength downwards, wanting to break through the light shield and kill a few people first. Gotcha! Cracks immediately appeared on the light shield, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qiu Yimeng was startled, not happy but shocked. Because although her blow was extremely strong, it was absolutely impossible for it to break through her opponent's defense so easily. After all, there was also an Origin King on the other side. Unless, her eyes narrowed, but Bian Hong's figure was nowhere to be seen. She had no idea when he had disappeared. Shit! Qiu Yimeng was shocked, knowing that she had been too eager to chase after her enemy and had been caught off guard. A strong gust of wind blew behind her and she could hear the cries of Tu Feng and the others in the distance. Although Qiu Yimeng was shocked, she did not panic. So many years of fighting had given her flexible combat instincts, so she quickly pushed her Saint Chi to form a protective barrier behind her. Saint Chi collided and a hastily condensed Saint Chi barrier broke as Bian Hong's palm landed on her back, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "Die!" Qiu Yimeng staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, taking advantage of this opportunity to open up some distance between her and Bian Hong. Bian Hong's face went pale as he looked down at his palm, only to see it had turned dark and numb. Desperately pushing his strength to suppress it, he found it difficult to do so. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "What did you do?" Qiu Yimeng chuckled, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and tilted her head to look at him. "Do you like this gift? This was specially prepared for you." Seeing her look, Bian Hong's heart clenched. "You tricked me." How could he not know that Qiu Yimeng had deliberately used a powerful divine technique to expose a flaw in her back in order to lure him in for a sneak attack? She was definitely wearing some kind of artifact armor, and it was one that was highly toxic. His palm had not taken her life, but instead he had been poisoned. Although this poison was not fatal, it still required him to spend a great deal of energy to suppress it. In front of her, how could he spare any energy to do such a thing? Qiu Yimeng reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her eyes clear as water. "Yes, so what?" Chapter 31-23. Bian Hong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley as he felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was truly scheming. He had fought with her for 5 years, yet he didn't know she still had such a card up her sleeve. Only at the last moment did she reveal it and use it against him. In his heart, he hated himself for being too careless, but there was no medicine for regret. Thinking quickly, Bian Hong turned around and fled, shouting, "Smelly, today I'll let you go, but in the future I'll make you submit under this king's crotch." Qiu Yimeng raised her sword and chased after him but was unable to close the distance between them. She had already used a secret technique to increase her speed, which consumed a lot of her Saint Chi, and now she had exposed a flaw to lure Bian Hong into her trap, causing her to suffer some injuries. In this situation where their cultivations were infinitely close, if Bian Hong insisted on escaping, she really had no way to deal with him. In a flash, the two of them had crossed the clouds and the scenery below was no longer visible. Qiu Yimeng finally sent out a burst of sword chi and stopped. This attack was easily dodged by Bian Hong, but before he left, he didn't forget to turn around and ridicule her, causing Qiu Yimeng to become furious. Her beautiful eyes stared at Bian Hong's back, as if she wanted to imprint this man into the depths of her mind and one day cut him down with her sword. A figure suddenly appeared 1,000 meters above Bian Hong. Qiu Yimeng didn't notice it at first, but after inadvertently glancing over, she couldn't help frowning as she narrowed her eyes. This person's back was facing a round sun, and the golden light was too dazzling, casting a shadow over his face, making it difficult to see clearly, but his figure was familiar. Qiu Yimeng's heart jumped violently. This figure perfectly coincided with the shadow that lingered in the depths of her memory. Who is it? Bien Hong flew 1,000 meters into the sky, suddenly feeling something and looking up, he was shocked. He didn't know when a person had appeared above him, but upon closer inspection, he found that it was a young man he had never seen before. Sweeping this person with his divine sense, he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations. Scram! Bien Hong was furious. Today, he had suffered a big loss at Chiu Yimeng's hands, nearly capsizing his boat in a ditch, forcing him to flee in embarrassment, yet at this time, someone dared to block his path. He raised his hand and slapped toward the young man. Energy surged from his palm, and its power was unfathomable. The young man also raised his palm and gently pushed it down, his posture casual, as if he wasn't facing an origin king, but rather a fallen leaf fluttering in the wind, an enigmatic smile appearing on his face as he said, "Go down." Bien Hong's eyes suddenly widened, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. That palm looked ordinary and harmless, but when it came down, it actually covered the entire world. Everything in front of him turned dark, and there was no light at all. Inexplicably, Bien Hong felt that he was rapidly falling. What was going on? Bien Hong's mind was in a daze. Before he could even turn his head around, a sharp force had already attacked him from below. When he turned around, he was overwhelmed with shock. How could Chiu Yimeng miss such a good opportunity? He immediately wrapped his body in the sword light and turned it into a shocking attack, slashing towards Bien Hong. As the sword light and the figure collided, Chiu Yimeng's figure reappeared, her face slightly flushed as she gasped for breath. This killing blow had obviously consumed a lot of her strength. Bien Hong stretched out his hand and clutched his chest, his figure staggering as he stared at Chiu Yimeng in disbelief, grit his teeth and muttered, "You," between his fingers, blood spurted out, instantly drenching his clothes, and the smell of blood filled the air. Chiu Yimeng raised her hand and waved at him. The vitality in Bien Hong's eyes quickly disappeared as he fell headfirst to the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field suddenly panicked. Their strongest warrior, Bien Hong, had been killed so easily. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to run away, but they felt that the space around them had suddenly become very thick. They couldn't help but feel that it was difficult to move. Tu Feng and the others finally arrived. Tang Yuxian came to Chiu Yimeng's side and asked with concern, "Young lady Chiu, are you okay?" They were too far away just now, so they didn't know exactly what had happened. All they saw was that Chiu Yimeng had miraculously killed Bien Hong and must have paid a heavy price. Chiu Yimeng shook her head and pointed to the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory, "Kill them all." Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, and the others nodded and flew out to join the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory. The result was unexpectedly simple. Their opponents, who used to be evenly matched with them in the past, couldn't even display half of their strength today, as if they had all been suppressed. Many of High Heaven Sect's disciples rushed forward, like a pack of wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory unable to fight back. Screams rang out one after another as one figure after another fell from the sky, covered in blood. 5 years of old enemies, today there was an opportunity to clear them all out. This was a great event, but Chiu Yimeng turned a deaf ear to it, the sounds of fighting in her ears becoming extremely distant and gradually becoming inaudible. She looked up in a daze, her heart eager to know the answer to the question in her heart. As the figure approached, Chiu Yimeng's heartbeat became faster and faster, and she even felt a little anxious. Finally, when the figure approached, a familiar face appeared in front of her eyes and a familiar smile hung on his lips. Memories from several decades ago gradually came alive, as if he had just jumped out of her memories. Chiu Yimeng's breathing stagnated, and she didn't dare to recognize him. They had clearly drawn closer to each other, but she felt even farther away than before. He seemed to be a round sun hanging in the sky, far away from her. Although she could see him, she could only feel his warm halo, which illuminated the area in front of her while casting an indelible shadow behind her. "You don't recognize me?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Greetings, Sect Master." Chiu Yimeng gathered her thoughts and bowed her head, her eyelashes fluttering fiercely, her voice somewhat choked up. Chiu Yimeng had thought that after several decades of hard work, she would be able to draw closer to him, but now that she saw him again, she discovered that this was not the case. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed his middle finger on her forehead. "Look up." Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and raised her head. Dong, Chiu Yimeng's head flew back, her hands covering her forehead as she angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" He actually used his finger to flick her forehead. This was too much. Even if his strength was high, he shouldn't bully others like this. Chiu Yimeng's eyes couldn't help turning red. After waiting for so many years, was this all she got? Yang Kai laughed and said, "First, young lady Chiu, just a moment ago I thought you had been possessed by some evil spirit and was about to harden my heart and eliminate this demon, but now it seems there is no need for that. You're the one who's been possessed." Chiu Yimeng said indignantly. Seeing him still smiling, she suddenly became angry and lifted her foot to kick him. Yang Kai quickly dodged. "You dare!" Chiu Yimeng glared at him and kicked out again. Seeing that Chiu Yimeng was still glaring at him, Yang Kai let out a yelp of pain and pretended to jump up and down while clutching his calf, pretending to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Chiu Yimeng squinted at him with a surprised expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" Staring at him, her face suddenly blushed. This looks like flirting." She didn't dare to glare at him. Her heart felt warm. No matter how high his cultivation was, no matter how long he had been away, it wasn't that he was too far away from her, it was she who wanted to use a yardstick to measure the distance between them. "Good, you're now a sect master, don't let others see you like this." Chiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. Yang Kai suddenly grabbed her wrist. Chiu Yimeng panicked, her heart in a mess. What are you doing?" As soon as these words came out, her face flushed bright red. Because a pure energy flowed from Yang Kai's palm into her body, the previous injuries she had suffered immediately showed signs of improvement. Suddenly, she felt extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. He was just healing her, causing her to feel an inexplicable sense of loss. What was I expecting? After a short while, Yang Kai took back his hand and took out a spirit pill and placed it in her palm. Chiu Yimeng didn't ask any questions, raising her head and swallowing it down, stroking her hair as she asked, "When did you come back?" Her expression and tone had returned to normal. Since they couldn't help each other and couldn't forget each other, they could only get along well. "I just came back." Yang Kai said, "A lot of things happened here." "And, have you returned to the sect?" "I've already returned." "Great Elder should have told you, right?" "I've heard." "Shadowed Star is your territory, how do you want to deal with it?" Yang Kai said, "Since you've come here, don't even think about leaving." While the two were talking, Yang Kai had already begun secretly taking action, causing the surrounding world energy to suddenly fluctuate before the surrounding world principles became extremely clear. Chiu Yimeng stared blankly at her surroundings, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. The stars under her feet seemed to have come to life. They were originally alive and had never died, but since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, this cultivation star had become a little lonely and had gradually changed. If they were alive, then in the several dozen years after Yang Kai left, they had been in a deep slumber. But now, with the return of Yang Kai, they had also awakened from their long slumber. The surrounding world energy was filled with an indescribable vitality, and Chiu Yimeng could even feel the surrounding world energy pulsing and interacting with one another. Between the heavens and earth, it was as if an invisible net had suddenly appeared, turning into a cage that enveloped the entire stars. Chiu Yimeng thought for a moment before turning her head to look into the distance, condensing her Saint Chi into her eyes and vaguely seeing the scenery there. A few thousand kilometers away, high up in the sky, the cultivators of the Grand Desolation star field were like fish caught in a net, desperately struggling to break free from the shackles of Shadowed Star, but no matter what they did, they were unable to do so. They couldn't escape from Shadowed Star, and under the suppression of the omnipresent world principles, they couldn't even exert their full strength. The cultivators on Shadowed Star didn't have this kind of suppression at all, and instead, they chased after the invaders and killed them one by one. This was the power of a Star Master. Above the stars, I am God, and God is me. Chapter 31-24. Above the clouds, under the sun, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his hands, a golden light enveloping him, giving him a sense of divinity. Screams rang out one after another as hundreds of cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory were killed in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time. Tu Feng and the others returned, and after seeing Yang Kai, they all showed looks of excitement. Qiu Yimeng raised a finger to her lips and whispered softly. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everyone with a smile. Patriarch. Sect Master. Everyone saluted. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ying Jiu, these Yang family blood warriors who had followed him to participate in the Yang family inheritance war had all grown up greatly. The disciples of the 8 great families had also shed their youthful innocence and matured. There were also the disciples of the various sects in the central capital. Even if they had not seen each other for several dozen years, these faces corresponded to familiar names. Yang Kai had never forgotten them because they were a group of companions he had made when he was at his weakest. The memories of the past were vivid in his mind. Your elder sister is back. Yang Kai looked at Sassafras and said. Sassafras was startled for a moment before becoming ecstatic. Elder sister, she had another opportunity. Sassafras's eyes burst into tears as he jumped up and down, as excited as a monkey. Finally calming himself down, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, where is she? High Heaven Sect. I want to go back. Sassafras couldn't wait and turned around to leave. Su Yan had disappeared for 20 years, her fate unknown, causing him great worry. Now that he heard that Su Yan had returned safe and sound, he was naturally excited. However, he couldn't take a single step, as if he was being held back. Sassafras turned to look at Yang Kai and said awkwardly, brother-in-law, I admit that I have cursed you in my heart over the years, but since elder sister is back, just treat it as a fart. I'll apologize to you another day. Let me go now. You're cursing me? Yang Kai was stunned. Sassafras scratched his head and laughed dryly. Naturally, Yang Kai had cursed Su Yan for exploring the void corridor because she wanted to find Yang Kai, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone missing. The culprit behind all of this was naturally Yang Kai. I'll ask your sister to deal with you later. Yang Kai snorted. It doesn't matter how you clean it up, as long as you're safe. Sassafras looked like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. He was no longer the frivolous playboy he used to be. Can you let me go now? I'll send you on your way. Yang Kai waved his hand and Sassafras suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a wave of spatial energy. Yang Kai turned to look at Qiu Yimeng and said, now that everything here has been dealt with, you should return to the sect. Shadowed Star will no longer be invaded by foreign enemies. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Where are you going? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. There are some things I need to deal with, I'll be back soon. Yang Kai smiled at her before his figure flickered and he also disappeared. Qiu Yimeng stretched out her hand but grasped empty air, a look of disappointment filling her face. The group of people looked at her with complicated expressions. Everyone knew what she was thinking, but unfortunately, the goddess had dreams while King Xiang had no heart, so no one dared to comment. Tu Feng grinned and said, finally, we can relax for a while. Elder Qiu, shall we go back? He couldn't bear to see her in such a daze and wanted to change the subject. Chiu Meng nodded and turned her eyes in the direction of High Heaven Sect. It's time to go back. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew all the way underground. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Earth's core. This was the place where he had refined Shadowed Star's star source and also the place where Shadowed Star's star source was born. After leaving for several dozen years and suddenly returning, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Shadowed Star's star source had some abnormal reactions, especially when he had tried to communicate with its world principles several times before. As soon as Yang Kai entered the Earth's core karst cave, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity, like a wanderer returning home. This kind of familiarity was incomparable even to the feeling he had when he returned to High Heaven Sect. It was as if this place was his home, the beginning and the end of everything. The Shadowed Star's star source in his body also became much more active, constantly stirring. Yang Kai walked up to a stone bed, sat down cross-legged, and emptied his mind, allowing the star source in his body to gradually resonate with Shadowed Star's star source. After a while, Yang Kai lay down again and slept on the stone bed. After a while, he shifted from lying flat to lying on his side with a serene expression, like an unborn baby being gestated in its mother's womb. There seemed to be some kind of sound gradually entering Yang Kai's ears. At first, it wasn't clear, but gradually, it became clear. The sound was chaotic and innumerable, composing an indescribable melody that vibrated in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was surprised and focused his attention on these sounds. Soon, Yang Kai realized that these sounds were coming from all corners of Shadowed Star. He didn't use any of his strength, didn't communicate with the world principles, and didn't even take advantage of his status as a Star Master. Just by lying here, he was able to hear everything happening on Shadowed Star. The sounds of insects and birds chirping, all kinds of sounds that Yang Kai couldn't understand in the past were now clear as day. Two dung beetles were fighting over a round ball in the wilderness, their antennae touching each other as they quarreled. That's my shit, get lost. That's mine, get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll beat you. Why don't you try? I'll try. The quarrel developed into a scramble, and the scramble turned into a fight, with neither side willing to show weakness and the other locked in battle. The moths in the spider web struggled while the eight-legged spiders laughed happily and quickly climbed to the center of the spider web, injected their toxins into the moths, and feasted. Delicious, delicious, it would be even better if I could eat this every day. A pair of ants shouted orderly slogans as they marched in formation, working tirelessly to carry the food they had collected from several kilometers away back to their nest. Yang Kai followed the sounds of begging and discovered that they were coming from a place that had been suffering from a drought for several years now. Starving people were everywhere, but they were still willing to eat. Some mortals were asking powerful masters to set up altars, begging for rain from the heavens to relieve their poverty. Yang Kai, who seemed to be sleeping, waved his hand impatiently. High up in the sky, several thunderclaps rang out and the cloudless sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered overhead, covering a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as heavy rain poured down. These mortals looked up to the heavens and knelt down in worship, kowtowing constantly as they cried out for the gods to appear. Colored Glass Sect. Dai Yuan had transformed into her colored glass body and was fighting with enemies several times her size. Just as she was about to be defeated, the world energy aura suddenly fluctuated and several bursts of energy swept past the bodies of these people, cutting them in half, spraying blood and scattering their internal organs all over the ground. Dai Yuan was shocked and unable to comprehend what had happened. The enemies who had been cut in half also had looks of shock on their faces. They had no idea who had ambushed them, appearing and disappearing so mysteriously. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the bursts of energy continued as one enemy after another fell. All the colored glass sect disciples were dumbfounded as they watched this inexplicable force behead the enemies in front of them one by one without harming any of the colored glass sect disciples. Junior sister, what's going on? In Su Dai flew over and stood side by side with Dai Yuan, asking suspiciously. Dai Yuan shook her head, I don't know. The two of them turned to look at Gong Ao Fu together. Gong Ao Fu also wore a look of surprise. After all the enemies had died, she cupped her fists and called out tenderly, who is this powerful master? Please show yourself, Colored Glass Sect will be eternally grateful. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one answered, as if the powerful master who had secretly helped didn't exist at all. Gong Ao Fu sighed slightly. She knew that since the other party was not willing to reveal himself, she would not be able to find him. She could only silently remember this kindness. When the day came that she knew the benefactor's name, she would definitely repay him. A similar scene played out in every corner of Shadowed Star's great sects. Originally, because the starships on Great Desolate Star had been destroyed, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star had wanted to flee, but how could Shadowed Star allow them to? Naturally, they had taken this opportunity to pursue and engage in a fierce battle. Inexplicably, one powerful enemy after another was beheaded, and in less than an hour, all of Shadowed Star had become silent, with no more fighting occurring. Countless people were confused. They didn't know what was going on, and they didn't know who the hidden expert was. At a certain moment, the world energy aura suddenly fluctuated and a vague shadow suddenly appeared in a very distant place. This shadow was not very clear when it first appeared, so no one could clearly see what it was. All they knew was that it was extremely large, like a black curtain that covered half the sky. Every living being on Shadowed Star, no matter where they were, as long as they looked up, they would be able to see this shadow. An indescribable feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. That shadow made people involuntarily have an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. Under everyone's gazes, the shadow gradually changed, becoming a head, hands, and feet. It suddenly transformed into the appearance of a person, a figure that seemed to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and earth. Such a scene was so shocking that no one could recover from their shock. After a while, the appearance of this figure gradually became clear. Many pairs of eyes became dazed, excited, joyful, and surprised. Many people recognized the appearance of this person. Yang Kai. It was actually Yang Kai, who had been away for several dozen years, the master of Shadowed Star. Now that the giant shadow had appeared, where was the real master? What made these people even more confused was that the huge shadow that covered the sky was actually lying on its side in the sky with its eyes tightly closed, as if it was sleeping soundly. As its chest rose and fell, the world energy tide continued to rise and fall. Specks of starlight suddenly appeared from the star field and fell from all directions on Shadowed Star. At first glance, it seemed as if it had fallen, causing many people to panic. However, when these specks of starlight fell, there was no damage. Instead, it was as if a mysterious force was pouring into Shadowed Star, nourishing this cultivation star that had given birth to hundreds of millions of living beings. As Yang Kai's giant shadow breathed, more and more specks of starlight fell, densely packed and seemingly endless. The world energy aura of all of Shadowed Star became richer and purer at a discernible speed, and even the unfathomable world principles became clearer. The Star Master's reverse nourishment. Chapter 31-25. The relationship between a Star Master and a cultivation star was not a simple master-servant relationship, but rather one of mutual benefit. The higher the cultivation of the Star Master, the more benefits the cultivation star would receive, and vice versa. For example, Tongxian Realm's world energy had suddenly dried up. If Xia Ning Chang had not taken the risk to refine Tongxian Realm Star's star source, it was likely that the originally thriving Tongxian Realm would have withered after just a few dozen years. Yang Kai had not been on Shadowed Star for so many years, causing the connection between the star's star source and Shadowed Star to become weak, and after more than a decade of war, the situation of the entire stars had deteriorated. It was only because only a short time had passed that the cultivators on Shadowed Star weren't aware of this change. But as soon as Yang Kai returned, he felt it. Shadowed Star was undoubtedly more desolate than it was when he left. Now that an opportunity had arisen, the Star Master had returned the favor and used the power of the starry sky to nourish all of Shadowed Star, greatly enriching the devastated land and making it more fertile. All living things had benefited. After this event, the mortal worlds would no longer suffer from drought and floods, and cultivators would find it much easier to cultivate. When they encountered bottlenecks and shackles, they would be able to make breakthroughs faster. It could be said that this was a matter of great merit for the present and great benefits for the future, benefiting the common people. Yang Kai was completely unaware of all this. He was currently in a state of extreme emptiness as countless voices entered his ears. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have gone crazy, but Yang Kai was completely calm, as if he was born to be like this. These chaotic voices not only did not seem noisy, but instead gave him a wonderful sense of intimacy. With his eyes closed, Yang Kai could feel the movements of every blade of grass, every flower, and every tree on Shadowed Star. The whole world had become brilliant and colorful. Time passed slowly. In High Heaven Sect, the square in front of the main hall was filled with people, and so was the main hall. These people were not just from High Heaven Sect, but also from the other great forces on Shadowed Star. At this moment, almost all of the strongest cultivators on Shadowed Star had gathered here. A month ago, the giant shadow of Yang Kai suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone saw it clearly. This giant shadow could not have appeared out of thin air, so naturally, many people had their own speculations and sent messages to High Heaven Sect to inquire. As a result, they received news that made them ecstatic: Yang Kai had returned. Everyone suddenly realized why the starships of the Grand Desolation Star Field were suddenly destroyed and why the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Field were inexplicably killed. It turned out that all of this was Yang Kai's handiwork. Everyone was secretly excited but also shocked. All of them seemed to have found a pillar of support, and their hearts that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. With Yang Kai presiding over them, who would dare invade Shadowed Star? This was probably the best news Yang Kai had heard in over the past decade. Since a month ago, Yang Kai's giant shadow had appeared, and even now, he had maintained his sleeping posture, but occasionally he would roll over, kick his legs, or change his sleeping position. As he breathed in and out, countless stars from the starry sky were attracted to him, decorating all of Shadowed Star with dazzling light. A month passed without a day. Even after such a long time, this scene was still shocking to many. After a month, the effects of the Star Master's reverse nourishment began to show. From all over the world, from all kinds of sects, large numbers of disciples began to break through like bamboo shoots after the rain. The lower their cultivation, the faster their breakthroughs would be. Among them, the most shocking was a disciple from a small sect who, originally a trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator, had now broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage. In just a month, this disciple had practically crossed 2 great realms. Normally, this kind of thing would be impossible. Even if one was an outstanding genius, it would be impossible to accomplish this in just a month. But under the influence of the Star Master's reverse nourishment, this impossible had become a reality. What excited the cultivator on Shadowed Star the most was that many cultivators who had been stuck in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm had finally broken through to the Origin King Realm. Although this number was not large, it was not small either. Across all of Shadowed Star, there were at least 20 new Origin Kings, 4 of which were from High Heaven Sect alone. More than 20 Origin Kings was an extremely terrifying number on any cultivation star. If these 20 Origin Kings had appeared more than a decade ago, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would have driven away all of them from Great Desolate Star's territory long ago. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes, this was just a saying. But on today's Shadowed Star, if one hadn't seen one for 3 days, they would have to look at them with new eyes because the other party had likely broken through a whole realm. In front of the hall, more than a dozen people stood side by side, looking up into the sky. These people were the leaders of the dozen or so most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. Yi Shiyun stood in the middle while the rest were scattered to the left and right. He hasn't woken up yet. Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master Qian Tong looked up at the giant shadow in the sky and thought back to when he first arrived here. It felt like yesterday, and he could not help sighing. Back then, how could he have imagined that little brat would grow to a height comparable to the heavens and earth? The past was like a puff of smoke, and now that he thought about it, it all felt a little surreal. He's been asleep for a month now, could something have gone wrong? Clear Sky Sect Master Gu Zhen showed a look of worry. Gong Ao Fu said, the longer the Star Master's reverse nourishment lasts, the better. How could something go wrong? We should expect him to sleep longer. He's awake, Yi Shiyun suddenly raised her head. When everyone heard this, they all turned their gazes towards the horizon. The giant shadow, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and slowly sat up, covering its mouth with its hand as it yawned, a look of confusion on its face. Although it was just a giant shadow, it seemed to be able to vividly project Yang Kai's demeanor and actions at this moment, without the slightest difference. That smelly brat. Dong Suju ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes slightly red. This old lady ran all the way here to find him, but he didn't show up for an entire month. He's definitely not her biological child. Fourth Master Yang was shocked, who gave birth to him, a sigh. But before he could finish speaking, Dong Suju kicked him, causing him to grimace in pain. Teach him a lesson when we get back. Dong Suju said to Su Yen with a murderous look. Mother, I'll remember, Su Yen nodded obediently. Little Su Yen is so obedient, how good would it have been if I had a daughter? Giving birth to a son is no different from not giving birth at all. After complaining for a while, she suddenly glared at Fourth Master Yang. What? Fourth Master Yang's heart clenched as he thought to himself, I'm just standing here, did I provoke you again? I didn't even make a sound when you kicked me, what else do you want? It's all your fault. Dong Suju ground her teeth. Fourth Master Yang felt wronged, what does that have to do with me? Dong Suju said, if it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have given birth to such a son? You've really made this old lady worry. Fourth Master Yang tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for in this life. Su Yen pursed her lips and chuckled at the side. It was rare to see a married couple like this after so many years together. Just looking at you makes me angry. Dong Suju seemed like she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only vent it on Fourth Master Yang. Fourth Master Yang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly had an idea. He leaned forward and used his divine sense to gently whisper something into Dong Suju's ear. Dong Suju immediately blushed and pinched his waist. What are you saying? You're always so indecent. Let's go, Fourth Master Yang dragged her away. I'm not going. Aya, don't pull me away. There are so many people here, even if you don't want face, I still want face. Along the way, they made a lot of noise and soon disappeared. Su Yan's cheeks were slightly red. Fourth Master Yang thought he had said those words without anyone noticing, but how could he have known that Su Yan's current cultivation was actually second-order Dao Source realm? Even his divine sense transmission could not block her probing. It was not intentional though, it was just an accident. Giving birth to a little sister for Yang Kai, is something I'm looking forward to. Up in the sky, Yang Kai finally came back to his senses. At first glance, it was clear that he was in a state of deep sleep before his thoughts gradually became clear. Turning his head and looking around, he suddenly stared down from the sky. His line of sight seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of kilometers and take in everything in High Heaven Sect, causing him to smile faintly. Everyone felt like he was smiling at them. No matter where they were, no matter what angle they looked at him from, this feeling was the same. Only Su Yen could see her own reflection in that pair of eyes. Voila, the giant figure suddenly collapsed, turning into rich and pure world energy that filled the surrounding area. High above High Heaven Sect Square, a figure appeared, his black hair and robes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this figure. Immediately after, thunderous sounds rang out in unison like a mountain collapsing. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Facing the Star Master who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and bring earth-shaking changes to Shadowed Star in just a month, everyone gave him the highest respect. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a light breeze blew past, causing everyone to involuntarily straighten up. Looking around, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the familiar and unfamiliar faces before smiling and saying, "Today, the heroes of Shadowed Star have gathered here. This is a great blessing, a rare opportunity, so let us share 300 cups of wine." Waving his hand, he declared, "The feast will last for 3 days, no one will return until they are drunk." Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. Even without Yang Kai's order, High Heaven Sect had already made preparations. After all, the return of Yang Kai was a major event, and on top of that, the foreign enemies who had invaded Shadowed Star had been swept away, relieving them of more than a dozen years of suffering, so it was time to celebrate. High Heaven Sect was Yang Kai's sect and its status on Shadowed Star was unshakable. Naturally, this reward banquet could only be arranged in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. No one had any objections to this, and no one dared to, let alone Yang Kai's words. The huge square was soon filled with tables and chairs, and the venue, which was large enough to accommodate several thousand people, was packed to the brim. Among these people were not only High Heaven Sect's disciples, but also disciples from other sects who had come with their elders. As for the leaders of the various sects and martial artists with high cultivation bases, they were arranged in the main hall, separated from the square outside. Delicacies were quickly presented and placed on the tables. Jars of good wine were opened and the fragrance of wine wantonly filled the air, just like the happy mood of Shadowed Star's cultivator at this moment, as if it would float outside Star Field. Chapter 31-26. Toasts were exchanged, jars of wine were emptied, and bodies fell down one after another. In the square, the sound of snoring was like thunder. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator wouldn't get drunk after drinking, just circulating their secret art a few times to dissolve their drunkenness, but now was the time to celebrate. Wine didn't intoxicate people, but they got themselves drunk, so who would do such a thing to spoil the mood? After waking up, they drank, and after getting drunk, they slept. Thousands of cultivators ran around clinking glasses, as if they had put all the troubles of the world behind them. Today, at this moment, they were in a good mood and could only drink until they were drunk. In the hall, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table, and one person after another came to propose a toast. Yang Kai didn't refuse anyone, drinking as they came, giving the guests enough face, making the atmosphere of the celebration banquet even more lively. First, the older generation of cultivators, followed by the younger generation. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with the older generation of cultivators, but many of the younger generation present had dealt with them. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer of Shadow Moon Hall, Dai Yuan and Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect, and Chen Shifei and Luing of Clear Sky Sect had all gone through life and death together, so their relationship was very close. But after a few decades, when they met again, there was a layer of estrangement between them, no longer as easygoing as before. This layer of estrangement was called realm. The huge gap between their cultivation and status no longer allowed them to associate Kai Yang with that person from several decades ago, and an invisible layer of restraint had been added to their hearts. There were friends on the road, walking together, but when they suddenly looked back, many familiar figures could no longer be seen. However, this was a precious memory that could be buried in the depths of one's heart. Occasionally, one would reminisce about it and smile proudly. Look, That great figure who once ran with me on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to keep up with his pace and was quickly left far behind. But no matter what, I wouldn't forget this experience. It was destined to become our memories. Sect Master, I propose a toast to you. If it weren't for Sect Master, this mistress would have died long ago. Being able to reach this day is all thanks to Sect Master's guidance. This mistress is deeply grateful. Yang Kai smiled faintly as he looked at the woman in front of him. He raised his cup and drank. Soon after, he opened his mouth and said, Yun is doing very well now. Huang Wan trembled as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. I just met her a few days ago. She has grown up and become a master. Yang Kai's voice was not loud, but he had always been the center of attention. When he opened his mouth, the entire hall instantly quieted down as everyone listened attentively. She's grown up. A look of longing appeared in Huang Wan's eyes, as if she was imagining what the little girl who had left her so reluctantly would look like when she grew up. Lin Yun was not her biological child and was instead the daughter of a good friend of hers. That good friend and her husband met a disaster and died an unnatural death, so Huang Wan adopted Lin Yun as her own. Later, she met Yang Kai and was brought into High Heaven sect. Later, Lin Yun was taken away by yang inflammation. Huang Wan covered her mouth as she muttered, "It's good that she's safe." Tears flowed down her cheeks as she wiped them away vigorously. She was all alone and was most concerned about Lin Yun but in the current atmosphere, it was really not suitable for her to inquire about Yang Kai. She had not expected Yang Kai to take the initiative to mention this matter to her. Her current strength is no less than mine. Yang Kai smiled lightly. She has worshipped one of the great emperors as her master. Looking at that side of the world, there are not many who dare to provoke her. Great emperors. Everyone pricked up their ears, not knowing what this title meant. In the past, there was a star field great emperors in the star territory, and many people present had even seen the face of the great emperors of Star Field. She was an unparalleled woman who dominated the universe. Could it be, the master that Lin Yun worshipped was her? Yang Kai picked up the wine jar, slowly got up, looked around, and said loudly, "Everyone may be curious about what my current cultivation realm is." How could they not be curious? Yang Kai was a second-order origin king when he left the Star Territory, and after so many years of wandering outside, it was impossible for him to only be a third-order origin king. There were many origin kings present, but none of them could sense Yang Kai's depths. This was not just because he was the Star Master, there must be another reason, the most fundamental reason, which was that Yang Kai's cultivation was far, far higher than theirs. However, no one dared to ask him about this, not even Yi Shiyun. Was this the time to reveal the truth? Everyone stared at him without blinking. They held their breaths, and the sound of heartbeats could be heard in the main hall. Above the Origin King realm is the Tao Source realm, and above the Tao Source realm is the Emperor realm. I am now a first-order Emperor realm master. Tao Source realm, the Emperor realm. These two new words impacted everyone's minds, like two sledgehammers smashing through shackles, opening a new door and opening a new world. Over the years, the place I have been to is called the Star Boundary. It is a higher realm than the Star Territory, and in that place, Origin Kings are nothing. Only Tao Source realm masters barely qualify to have a foothold, and only those from the Emperor realm have the ability to move unhindered. Yang Kai changed the topic. Of course, those who are too arrogant will still be killed. Many people laughed, diluting the tense atmosphere, but Yang Kai's words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts. This was especially true for those Origin Kings. They thought that after climbing all the way to the peak, they could look down on all the other mountains and overlook all living beings. But when they looked up, they found that there were two taller mountains not far away, casting shadows that obscured them, giving them a sense of powerlessness and excitement. Climbing these mountains, reaching the peak, to experience the wider world, to see the more beautiful scenery. Their throats couldn't help but dry up. The Emperor realm is not the strongest. In the star boundary, there are 10 great emperors who are above the Emperor realm. Their power is so great that even I can't imagine it. Everyone held their breath again. The Emperor realm was already an unreachable dream, so how heroic were the 10 great emperors above the Emperor realm? It was unimaginable, unimaginable. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Huang Wan. Yun's master is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. The group of people turned their heads stiffly and looked at Huang Wan with envy. Previously, when they heard Yang Kai say that Lin Yun had worshipped a great emperors as her master, they didn't have any intuition. After all, no one knew what great emperors were. However, after his explanation, everyone understood that the great emperors were clearly one of the small group of people who stood at the very top. That woman named Lin Yun, how could she have worshipped a great emperors as her master? And with such a great backer, who in the star boundary would dare to provoke her? Who could compare to such an opportunity? Lin Yun could be said to have reached the heavens in a single bound, even in the star boundary. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Yang Kai smiled slightly. The star boundary is not unreachable. Everyone's vision blurred and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. After a moment of silence, everyone came back to their senses. What did Yang Kai's last sentence mean? Why did it sound so fanciful? Could it be that they also had a chance to set foot in the star boundary? Yes, he had been to the star boundary several decades ago, and since he could return now, he could definitely go again. Maybe he could even take some people with him. With this thought in mind, no one was able to remain calm. Turning their heads, they all turned to look at Yi Shiyun, only to be immediately taken aback. Many people had already thought of this and were now surrounding Yi Shiyun in a circle, all of them inquiring about how to enter the star boundary. Yi Shiyun stretched out her hand and held her forehead as she felt a constant buzzing sound in her ears, as if countless flies were buzzing around her. Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted, "This queen doesn't know anything. If you dare to be noisy again, don't blame this queen for becoming hostile." The scene suddenly cleared up. Yi Shiyun snorted, grabbed a wine jug, and poured it down her throat. All the Origin kings present were dumbfounded. They had known each other for so many years, but they had never seen Yi Shiyun drink, so seeing her act so boldly at this moment made all of them applaud. High Heaven Sect, on Jade Tree Peak, Yang Kai appeared leisurely, came to a house, and knocked on the door. After a long time, the door opened and Fourth Master Yang appeared in front of Yang Kai, his clothes disheveled and his hair disheveled. "Father." The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened as his eyes stared at the red marks on Fourth Master Yang's face and neck for a while before looking around and asking vigilantly, "Father, are you hiding a mistress in this golden house? Does mother know? How could you be so foolish? If mother finds out about this, I'm afraid you and I will both be killed. Who is the woman in this house?" "It's me, your mother." A tender voice called out. Yang Kai's neck shrank. Fourth Master Yang glared at him, his mouth squirming, but no sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was obvious he was mouthing, "Little brat, you're dead." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat as he stepped forward and blocked the door from closing, grabbing his old father's arm with one hand and looking at him sincerely, "Save me." Fourth Master Yang's eyes widened. Yang Kai said, "Father, you can't just watch me die. I'm your only son. Can you bear to see me suffer?" He had not visited his parents when he came back this time and had instead disappeared for a month. No wonder his mother was so angry. However, Yang Kai did not expect that he would be delayed for so long in the Earth's core. He thought that after dealing with some invaders, he would be able to return quickly, but his plan could not keep up with the changes. The Yang family's fourth master patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Good luck." Yang Kai felt powerless. He no longer had the confidence he had when facing the Origin kings. Instead, he smiled flatteringly and said loudly, "Mother, your son has come to greet you." May you be blessed. His mother's voice came from inside the house. Whose son is this? Whose son are you? Don't disturb us, husband and wife. Get out of here. Yang Kai was shocked. Mother, don't you recognize me? I am your son, Yang Kai. Dong Suju sneered softly. Do I know you? Yang Kai was about to speak when fourth master Yang sent him a message. Let's go first. Your mother is still angry. Wait for this old master to comfort her for a while and let her calm down. Women are easy to talk about after they are satisfied. Yang Kai felt that it was reasonable. He reached out and took out a jade bottle from his space ring and quietly stuffed it into his father's hand. This is. Fourth Master Yang looked down at the bottle, then looked up at him. Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Pill. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look that all men understood. Fourth Master Yang took a deep breath and put the jade bottle into his sleeve. What a good son. Fine, this old master will feed the tiger today and appease your tiger demon's anger. He turned around, closed the door, and strode out. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. Chapter 31-27. On the main peak of High Firmament Peak, inside the palace. Although Yang Kai had left for decades, the palace was still spotless. Su Yen sat by the window, one hand supporting her chin as she looked out the window at the scenery, her thoughts drifting as she recalled the circumstances of these years, a faint smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, she felt something and turned her head to the side, only to see Yang Kai leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, quietly looking at her. You're back. Su Yen got up to greet him, but she had only taken 2 steps when a very aggressive body leaned over, reaching out and hugging her waist. With a little force, Su Yen involuntarily leaned forward, a full and elastic touch immediately spreading from her chest. Senior sister, you're really beautiful. Yang Kai looked down at the person in front of him, his mouth smeared with honey, his eyes lingering on her delicate nose and mouth before lowering his head to kiss her tender red lips. Su Yen supported his chest with one hand and tapped his mouth with a finger. You reek of alcohol, how much did you drink? Yang Kai grinned, not much, I probably drank a cup with everyone. Sit down. Su Yen took his hand and walked to the bed. Yang Kai sat down obediently. Turning around, Su Yen brought the water she had prepared, wrung a towel, and wiped Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing her to do as she pleased, his heart filled with warmth. After a short while, after washing up and wiping her face clean, Su Yen turned around to leave but was caught off guard by Kai Yang pulling her back. She fell into his arms and splashed the wash basin and the water that she had used to wash her face. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent all the debris flying back to their original place. Turning over, he pressed Su Yen under his body and stared at her with a fiery gaze, as if he wanted to burn her. Su Yen pursed her red lips lightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like a small fan as she averted her gaze, seemingly afraid to meet his eyes. Yang Kai was amused. They had been husband and wife for so many years and had dual cultivated countless times, yet his senior sister was still so shy. Women really were women. However, this bashful look could easily arouse a man's desires. Reaching out, Yang Kai lifted Su Yan's chin and pinched her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Su Yan was slightly annoyed, her face full of anger. It would be interesting if his senior sister suddenly burst out with a seductive aura like Shan Qin Luo. Thinking about this pure and untainted woman showing all kinds of charm and seduction, Yang Kai felt like there was a volcano in his body that was about to erupt. His gaze became increasingly aggressive. Su Yen finally couldn't take it anymore and said, Have you seen your parents? Mother has been talking about you these days. Yes. Yang Kai's hand, which was holding her chin, slowly moved up to her earlobe and gently rubbed it. As he spoke, he gently breathed into her earlobe. This was her most sensitive part. How could Yang Kai not know? Su Yan's breath was obviously unstable. She bit her lip and said, "Mother didn't scold you, right?" She had accompanied fourth Master Yang and his wife for a month, so she naturally knew what Dong Suju had been complaining about these days. She was afraid that Yang Kai had suffered some grievances at Dong Suju's hands. "Scolding me is fine. What's wrong?" Yang Kai said with a depressed expression. "She doesn't even recognize me as her son anymore." Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, "Serves you right." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Even you are taking pleasure in my misfortune." Su Yan said, "Mother said that when we return, I will properly deal with you." "Deal with me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He looked at Su Yan with interest. "Then dare I ask how senior sister will deal with me? Let me hear it so junior brother can be mentally prepared." "I don't know." Su Yan tilted her head. Her slender neck was already covered in red. Yang Kai's hand covered that plump place and fiercely rubbed it. Su Yan's brow immediately wrinkled, but it gave him a different feeling. "Since senior sister doesn't want to say, then I will give you my essence until I die." Yang Kai couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a fierce light. He grabbed Su Yan's clothes and tore them apart. With a crash, the palace dress was torn apart. Su Yan exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a puzzled expression on her face. For so many years, Yang Kai had always been gentle when facing her. This was the first time he had acted so violently. She thought he was drunk and was acting crazy, but when she looked around, did Yang Kai's eyes show any signs of drunkenness? Although his eyes were full of fierce light, they were incomparably clear. However, the imposing manner on the bed was like a completely different person. Su Yan's heart inexplicably trembled. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her. "Oh!" Su Yan groaned. For the first time, she felt that Yang Kai was so forceful and overbearing, making her feel like she couldn't resist. At the same time, the tattered clothes on her body were completely torn apart, revealing a white jade-like body that was exposed to the air, glowing with a strange luster. Two big hands like iron pincers raged on this perfect body, as if they were destroying an exquisite work of art. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Yang Kai used so much force that Su Yan actually felt some pain. Amidst the pain, there was actually an indescribable feeling mixed with it. This was a feeling she had never felt before. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened, and her snow-white skin quickly flushed red. There was the sound of some kind of barrier breaking in her heart, and the instincts that had been suppressed for many years were released. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Senior sister had actually taken the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around his neck, and even took the initiative to kiss him, looking like she was in a state of delirium. This gave him a huge shock. Although he had dual cultivated with Su Yan many times, this was the first time he had seen her take the initiative. Immediately, he became spirited and increased the strength of his hands, no longer showing the slightest bit of mercy. Fiercely rubbing his hands together for a while, an extremely crazy idea popped up in his mind. It must be like this, it must be like this, it must be like this. As if possessed, Yang Kai only had a voice in his mind screaming for him to take action. With a sudden force, he turned Su Yan around so that her back was facing him. Su Yan looked back at him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and confusion. *Pa*, a crisp sound rang out, and a 5-finger print immediately appeared on her snow-white skin. Su Yan's head jerked up, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind as her small mouth opened like a fish out of water. A long inhalation sound came from her throat, but there was no sign of her exhaling. *Pa*, another slap rang out, and the two 5-finger prints were perfectly symmetrical, without the slightest difference. Su Yan's head jerked up even more, and her graceful waist caved in as if it could break at any moment, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Kneeling like a puppy made her feel humiliated, but she couldn't stop herself. Her mind went blank, and she felt like she was climbing up the clouds, suddenly going up and down. Her woman's nature told her not to do this, but her body's instincts told her not to. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk a series of crisp sounds rang out. Su Yan could no longer suppress herself, and a series of blood-boiling cries came from her throat, sounding like she was crying and laughing at the same time. She kept shaking her head, her waterfall-like hair swaying back and forth as tears fell from her eyes. Don't, junior brother, please don't, I beg you. Yang Kai's demonic nature had been unleashed, so how could he pay attention to her? Yang Kai felt like he was doing the most fun thing in the world. Raising his hand high up, Yang Kai pressed it down, leaving a mark on her snow-white skin. Then, he watched Su Yan's expression and reaction, her breathing becoming heavy and hot. Inside the hall, the crisp sounds and Su Yan's cries continued to ring out. After an unknown amount of time, the cries gradually weakened, and not only did they become much softer, they even became hoarse. After a long time, Su Yan couldn't even make a sound, and only the sound of Yang Kai galloping could be heard. Senior sister, senior sister. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, gently poking the person on the bed with his finger. Su Yan covered her whole body with the silk quilt, lying on the bed with her back facing him, not saying a word. Yang Kai scratched his head, secretly cursing himself for being such a bastard. How could he abuse Su Yan like that? But in that situation and environment, he couldn't suppress the thoughts in his heart, and inexplicably did such a stupid thing. It's over, it's over. This time it's over. Senior sister is definitely angry, and I don't know if she'll even talk to me. At the same time, his heart was filled with guilt and a trace of unease. Senior sister, if you're angry, just beat me. In any case, my skin is thick, so you can't hurt me. Yang Kai lay on the bed, supporting himself with one hand and pulling her closer to him with the other. Still, there was no movement. Yang Kai sighed, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Don't be angry, what if you hurt your body? No. Su Yan's voice came from the quilt. No what? Yang Kai's spirit shook. Just talk to me, I was afraid you wouldn't say a word. Su Yan turned over, as if facing him, but with the quilt covering her face, he couldn't see her expression. I'm not angry with you. Then what's wrong with you? I'm angry with myself. Yang Kai was speechless. He reached out to lift the quilt, but Su Yan firmly held onto it, pleading in a low voice, I don't have the face to see you, don't open it. Yang Kai laughed, so she wasn't angry with him, but rather embarrassed. Thinking about it, after so many years, this was the first time he and Su Yan had been so crazy. Not to mention that Su Yan was a woman, Yang Kai also felt a little embarrassed. Gently prying open her fingers, he struggled to get her head out of the quilt, but Su Yan's eyes were tightly closed, her trembling eyelashes showing her inner nervousness. Look at me. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Su Yan pursed her lips, and after a while, she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Yang Kai's mischievous gaze. She once again tried to cover her face with the quilt. Okay. Yang Kai reached out to stop her, smoothing her hair back from her forehead, looking at her tenderly, I like you no matter what you look like. In other words, he liked her even more yesterday. Su Yan covered her face with her hands, her voice coming through the gaps between her fingers, don't do that next time. Okay. Yang Kai nodded, leaning down and kissing her lightly, but then he smiled and said, it's time to get up, come with me to see father and mother. If he went alone, he would probably be kicked out by his mother again, but if he brought Su Yan, his mother wouldn't be too disrespectful. Chapter 31-28. When she was getting dressed, she looked charming and gentle. Looking at the marks on her snow-white body, Yang Kai felt his heart ache. He increasingly felt that he was not a good person. How could he have been so heavy-handed? His big hand brushed past her and pure energy surged into Su Yan's body, reducing the red marks by a lot. With great difficulty, they finally got dressed and flew together to Jade Tree Peak. On the way, Su Yan's cheeks were red and Yang Kai kept glancing at her. He felt that he had discovered another side of his senior sister that no one knew about. He felt a little proud in his heart. That side was only blooming for him alone. When they arrived at the house on Jade Tree Peak, they saw their father arranging the flowers and plants in front of the house. Yang Kai greeted and the father and son looked at each other. Fourth Master Yang quietly made a gesture to not worry. "Father, you've worked hard." Yang Kai was very grateful. Turning around, Fourth Master Yang shouted, "Su Zhu, our son is here. Tell him to scram." Yang Kai sniffed and looked at Fourth Master Yang with a face full of bitterness. "Is this what you meant by not worrying? Father, I trusted you wrongly. Give me back my dragon rib tiger bone pill." "Mother!" Su Yan called out. "Su Yan is here." Dong Suju was startled and hurriedly said, "Come in and talk." Su Yan gave Yang Kai a look and the two walked in together. The furnishings in the house were very simple. It could be seen that only the father and mother lived on Jade Tree Peak. There was not even a servant. After passing through the hall, they entered a side room. Dong Suju was sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair. Her black hair was like a waterfall, soft and smooth. Su Yan saw and immediately walked forward and said softly, "Mother, let me help you." Dong Suju smiled and handed the comb to her, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Su Yan said, "It's no trouble, it's what I should do." Dong Suju said, "It's good to have a daughter." "Little Su Yan, how good would it be if you were my daughter? Mother wants a daughter so much that she's going crazy." Su Yan smiled and said, "I am your daughter." "Mother, I'm not the only daughter. Although the other sisters are not by your side, I'm sure they all miss you. Of course, little Qin Luo, little Ning Chang, and little Shuiyu all send me letters every few days to say hello." The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Staring at Kai Yang's back through the bronze mirror, she snorted and said, "Unlike some people, after being pregnant for 10 months, when their wings grew, they flew away. In their hearts, how could they still care about their mother?" Su Yan lowered her head and said, "I can't beat him." Dong Suju immediately glared and slapped the chair, "This brat is willing to beat you? How dare you?" "No, no." Su Yan's face turned blood red. She couldn't help but think back to last night's madness. Her body suddenly became weak. Wasn't he beaten up last night? And it was for a long time. Even now, his butt was still burning with pain. Dong Suju said, "Don't be afraid of him. So what if his cultivation is high? So what if he's a star master? If he bullies you, tell me, and I'll beat him up." Just as they were talking, Yang Kai walked over and squatted beside Dong Suju. He put his head close to her. "What are you doing?" Dong Suju lowered her head and glared at him. "Mother wants to beat someone, so your son sent you here. Otherwise, you would have to walk a few more steps." Yang Kai laughed. "Take your head away, you shameless thing." Dong Suju's attitude was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. When she was cold to Yang Kai, she was warm to Su Yan. The temperature in the room was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Yang Kai grabbed Dong Suju's hand and put it on his head. Dong Suju said with a cold face, "Don't think this old lady can't bear to hit you. As long as mother can calm down, it doesn't matter how you hit me." "That's what you said." Dong Suju grit her teeth, raised her hand, and slapped down hard. Yang Kai didn't even bat an eyelid. Dong Suju's hand stopped on his head and rolled up a gust of wind. Dong Suju glared at him, "Sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by you." How could she bear to hit him? Ever since she was born, she had placed all her hopes on this brat. Even if she scratched his skin, she would die of heartache. How could she bear to hit him personally? You're relying on me to love you. As she spoke, she wiped her eyes. Yan Kai got up and hugged her shoulder. He looked at the woman in the mirror and said, "Mother, you can't cry or get angry. I'm afraid you'll get wrinkles if you cry too much." Wrinkles? Dong Suju was shocked. She held back the tears in her eyes and looked at the mirror. "Where are the wrinkles? Where are they? Do you see them?" "I'm not afraid of wrinkles." Yan Kai reached out his hand and as if he had been prepared, a jade box appeared in front of Dong Suju. "What is this?" Dong Suju took the jade box and asked. Yan Kai said seriously, "Find an opportunity to take this. It will make you young forever, forever 16. Dong Suju immediately smiled. "Is it that good?" She quickly put the jade box into her space ring and said insincerely, "You're already back. What's the point of bringing a gift?" Yang Kai said, "It's not anything precious. Mother, as long as you like it." "I like it, I like it." How could Dong Suju not like it? She held Yang Kai's hand with one hand and stroked his cheek with the other. "You must have suffered a lot in the outside world these years, right?" "No." Yan Kai quickly shook his head. "It's always been your son showing off. Who dares to shit on my head? Those who dared to do so were all killed." "What are you talking about?" Dong Suju knocked his head. She knew that Yan Kai didn't want to worry her and didn't want to talk about those things with her. Although he had returned safely, the outside world was wonderful, but it was also accompanied by danger. He had been away for decades and had grown a lot. How could he not have suffered? It was not uncommon to be on the verge of death. "Now that you're back, are you going to leave?" Dong Suju asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju's face suddenly became gloomy and she let go of his hand. Go, go, go now. If you leave this time, don't ever come back. Just let your mother die here." Yang Kai was speechless. "Yes, I'm going, but I'm taking you with me." Dong Suju came back to her senses and looked at him reproachfully. "Smelly brat, you didn't say it clearly." After a pause, she asked, "Where are you taking us?" "The star boundary." "Is that where you've been for the past few decades?" "I've established a high heaven palace there. There are as many masters as there are clouds in the sky. Mother and father can cultivate there in peace, there won't be any disputes or dangers." "You also have a sect there?" Dong Suju was surprised. Although she didn't know what kind of place the star boundary was, she was certain that it was much more powerful than Shadowed Star. In just a few decades, Yang Kai had actually established a sect there. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? A sense of pride welled up in her heart. "This is my son." Dong Suju was very curious about the star boundary and the high heaven palace, so she held Yang Kai's hand and talked non-stop. Outside the room, the Yang family fourth master listened attentively and smiled. He thought to himself, "Last night, I used everything I've learned in my life and unlocked 18 different positions. Coupled with the dragon rib tiger bone pill, how could there not be any effect? This sacrifice was really worth it." As the sun set and the moon rose, the conversation continued until night fell. Most of the time, Yan Kai was the one talking about his various experiences in the star boundary. Dong Suju and Su Yen listened quietly, both of them yearning for him. In fact, as long as this man was there, it didn't matter where they were. This was how family with no blood relations were brought together. Fourth Master Yang came in a few times, busily pouring tea and pouring water. He was very angry, but under the influence of Dong Suju, he didn't dare to act out. "By the way, mother wants to ask you something. Answer me honestly." Dong Suju's face suddenly became serious. Yang Kai said, "What is it, mother? Just ask." Dong Suju glanced at Su Yen, but Su Yen misunderstood and quickly said, "I'll go back first. Dong Suju held her hand and said, "Don't go, this matter is also related to you, so listen on the side." Yes. Although Su Yan didn't know what Dong Suju wanted to ask, she could only sit quietly. Yang Kai inexplicably felt a little nervous, he didn't know what mother wanted to ask, making it so solemn. "Mother wants to ask you." Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. "In the past few years outside, did you attract bees and butterflies?" Su Yan's expression became serious and she looked up at him. Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. Good. When Dong Suju saw this, how could he not know the answer? He suddenly became angry and reached out to poke Yang Kai's forehead. "You really can do it." Yang Kai lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dong Suju said, "You have Su Yan, Ning Chang, Qing Luo Shuiyu, are you still not satisfied? How can you men be like this? Tell me, what are you thinking in your heart?" Yang Kai stammered, "Accident, accident. Accident?" Dong Suju sneered, "There are so many beauties in the world, do you want to have an accident with every one of them?" He pointed at Fourth Master Yang standing next to him and said, "Why can't you learn from your father? Look at him, he's never been a womanizer." Fourth Master Yang muttered, "There's nothing wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines." "What did you say?" Dong Suju stared at him. Fourth Master Yang stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little brat, you've gone too far this time." Dong Suju's face relaxed a little, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't care what accident you have, this time when you return to the star boundary, drive away those women for me. Su Yan and the other 3 are enough, I will only acknowledge the 4 of them." "Mother." Su Yan held Dong Suju's arm and smiled, "Junior brother is not a fickle person, nor is he someone who likes to attract bees and butterflies. He must have done many things with those girls to reach this point. Moreover, he has been alone for so many years, he should have someone to take care of him. Ning Chang and I still have to thank those sisters, so don't make things difficult for junior brother." Dong Suju said, Being tolerant is a good thing, but not everything can be tolerated, especially this kind of thing, you must tell him black and white." Su Yan smiled slightly, "Junior brother knows his limits, he's not a child, it's fine." Dong Suju looked at her and sighed, "My Yang family has wronged you." Chapter 31-29. This man had been away for decades, how could elder sister Hua not have made mistakes? Dong Suju also knew Yang Kai's temperament. The reason why she had made such a big fuss was only to ask for Su Yan's sake. She had already expected Su Yan's attitude. It wasn't that she was scheming, but as Yang Kai's mother, she had to show an attitude of fighting injustice for Su Yan. Su Yan smiled slightly, "Although the 3 sisters and I don't mind this matter, junior brother, you should know that not just any woman can enter the Yang family. She must have a clean background and be kind. Otherwise, if you bring her into the Yang family, you won't be able to enjoy the blessings of the family but will only bring trouble to yourself. Don't you agree, junior brother?" She suddenly took on the air of a big sister, which made Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. He quickly nodded, "Senior sister is right." Su Yan said, "Since father and mother are here, why don't you tell us about the sisters in the star boundary so that father and mother can help you check them out?" Dong Suju said with a serious face, "Yes, if you have anything to say it now. Don't try to hide it, otherwise you'll die an ugly death." Fourth Master Yang also stared at him from the side. It was as if he was being interrogated by 3 judges. Yang Kai felt a mountain of pressure. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised a finger, "Just one, not as many as you think." "Just one." The 3 were stunned. This answer was unexpected. They thought that Yang Kai had been away for so many years, so he should have provoked many women. Who would have thought that he would only have 1? It was obvious that he was extremely restrained. It was extremely rare for a man to be like this outside. Dong Suju said, "What kind of person is she? Tell us." Yang Kai said, she's not a human. Not a human. Fourth Master Yang's eyes lit up, could she be a monster? TSK TSK TSK, this brat's taste is quite heavy. But then again, the women of the monster race do have a different kind of charm than the women of the human race. I'm really jealous. This brat really has good luck with women. It's not a demon either, Dong Suju frowned, not a human, not a demon, could it be a plant spirit? He slapped the chair. Bastard, how could he be so thirsty? Although it was possible for a plant spirit to take human form, how could it be combined with a human? It would be better to just find a random female monster. It's a dragon. Yang Kai braced himself and said. The room was silent for several breaths. Dong Suju asked in astonishment, what dragon? It's a dragon, literally. Yang Kai explained. Seeing that they still didn't seem to understand, he continued, there is a dragon race in the star boundary, the leader of the ancient divine spirits in our ancient legends. I had an accident with one of the dragon girls, and then, Dong Suju and his wife gasped. They finally understood what Yang Kai meant. Dragon. This was really a legendary existence. Among the ancient divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. But in today's star boundary, such a powerful race simply couldn't be seen. Only in ancient records could one occasionally see a majestic appearance. Her son actually managed to get a dragon girl. She simply couldn't believe it. Dong Suju swallowed her saliva and said, that dragon girl, does she have a family? Yang Kai said, the dragon race in the star boundary. There are about 20 of them, and they all live in a place called Dragon Island. 20 dragon race. Dong Suju was dazed. One dragon race was already hard to imagine. What kind of scene would it be if more than 20 of them gathered together? Her mind was somewhat unable to process all of this. You actually came back alive. Fourth Master Yang was drenched in cold sweat. He sized up Yang Kai in amazement. Although he didn't know what kind of existence the dragon race was in the star boundary, and what kind of status they had, it was definitely not low. They might even be one of the most powerful races. Yang Kai subdued a dragon girl as an insignificant human, and he actually didn't die. This was simply a heaven-defying fortune. Yang Kai grinned and said, I still have a bit of authority on Dragon Island. Strength is the right to speak. Dong Suju was silent for a while, then suddenly opened her mouth and said, no matter what your dragon girl is like, if she wants to enter my Yang family, she must acknowledge Su Yan as the mistress of the family. Su Yan said, Mother, sisters get along with each other. There is no hierarchy, we are all one family. Dong Suju shook her head and said, it's not the same, it's not the same. That's a dragon girl, you have to make it clear to her in advance. She looked at Yang Kai and said, do you understand? Yang Kai repeatedly nodded, I understand, I understand. And if she doesn't agree? Yang Kai raised his fist and said, then I'll beat her until she agrees. Dong Suju slapped him, you even know how to hit a woman now. 10 days later, in front of High Heaven Sect Space Array, Yang Kai stood with his eyes closed, silently perceiving the situation. Over the past 10 days, he had been accompanying his parents with Su Yan on Jade Tree Peak. After so many years of running around outside, he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to make up for it. If it weren't for Dong Suju urging him to leave, he would have stayed even longer. It wasn't that Dong Suju didn't want to keep Yang Kai here for a while longer, but the situation in Star Territory was treacherous, with war everywhere. Not to mention the lives and deaths of others, Yang Kai had nothing to do with them, but Shan Qing Luo and the others were still on their respective stars, so how could Yang Kai not care? Today, Yang Kai was driven away by Dong Suju, who told him to go see his 3 wives. Yang Kai gladly agreed. To be honest, he also missed Xia Ning Chang and the others very much. The overall situation on Shadowed Star had been settled. The invaders had all been wiped out, with not a single one escaping. After this battle, it would be impossible for anyone on Great Desolate Star to invade again before they had a clear understanding of the situation on Shadowed Star. What's more, Su Yen was still here, so even if foreign enemies tried to invade again, they wouldn't be able to return alive. When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had arranged no less than 100 space arrays throughout the entire Star Territory, connecting the entire Star Territory together, but after more than a decade of war, many of these space arrays had been destroyed, and some had been seized by the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. This caused the great forces in Star Territory to be unable to quickly and effectively support each other and could only fight on their own, otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a passive situation. High Heaven Sect Space Array was the starting point of all the space arrays in Star Territory, so it was targeted the most. Almost all of High Heaven Sect's transmission channels to the outside world had been destroyed or occupied, causing Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world to be cut off. Yang Kai was the one who arranged the space array, so he naturally had the right to make decisions about it. With his divine sense surging and space principles fluctuating, Yang Kai released his strength. Although this was the territory of a lower star, he was Shadowed Star's Star Master, so on Shadowed Star, he could use a little of his strength without worrying about being rejected by the world principles. After a while, he opened his eyes and sensed a space corridor that could be used to transport people. A group of people stood not far away and looked at him. Yang Kai said to Su Yen, "Senior sister, I'll leave this to you." Su Yen nodded and said, "Don't worry." She now had the foundation of a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and although she had suppressed her cultivation, a third-order Origin King cultivator was definitely not her opponent. With her guarding Shadowed Star, there was nothing to worry about. "Come back soon," Dong Suju said reluctantly. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. As the world principles surged, the space array flashed and his figure disappeared. On a dead star hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Shadowed Star, deep underground, in a mine, a space array suddenly bloomed with a faint light. Several pairs of eyes suddenly opened in the silent darkness and stared at the space array. These people were all Origin King Realm Masters from the territory of Great Desolate Star. They had been waiting here to hunt down the cultivator who had been transported from Shadowed Star. They had succeeded several times before, so when Shadowed Star was besieged, they would naturally send people to deliver the news. However, they had all been killed here and obtained a few transmission tokens specially made by Yang Kai. The space array arranged by Yang Kai was not accessible to everyone. If one wanted to teleport, they had to have a transmission token made by him, otherwise, they would only be banished into the endless void. With these few transmission tokens, it was much more convenient for the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Field to travel back and forth. They could even directly teleport to High Heaven Sect, but there were too few transmission tokens, so they didn't have the courage to do so. All they could do was leave behind some transmission tokens and space arrays to transmit information, which was extremely convenient. However, no one had come here for several years. Obviously, Shadowed Star knew that the person who delivered the message had been killed and no longer made any unnecessary attempts, lest their enemy took advantage of them. Even now, someone dared to repeat the same mistake. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes bloomed with bloodthirsty light as they quietly restrained their auras and quickly surrounded the space array from all directions. A figure suddenly appeared on the space array. It was a handsome young man. As soon as his figure appeared, 5 black shadows pounced on him like cheetahs, each of them brimming with murderous intent and extraordinary means. In an instant, the dark mine became as bright as day and the energy around it became chaotic. The 5 people were either calm or grinning, looking at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. It was not that they were confident in their strength, but rather that all 5 of them were just first-order Origin Kings, not even a single second-order. With such a lineup, even if they joined forces to deal with a second order, it would be difficult, let alone a third order. But how far was Shadowed Star from here? With such a long-distance transmission, anyone would have a brief adjustment period, even a third-order origin king would not be spared. This adjustment period might only be a few breaths of time, but on the brink of life and death, a few breaths were enough for them to kill their target 1,000 times. They would not show any mercy, determined to kill their target on the spot. This was what they had always done, and there was no precedent of them failing. They did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, what they cared about was the transmission token Yang Kai had on him. Those who could use this kind of space array would definitely have a transmission token on them, and in the territory of Great Desolate Star, these transmission tokens were being collected. Once 10 were collected, 10 top masters would be sent directly to the headquarters of Shadowed Star or other cultivation stars. Chapter 3130. Light blossomed in the darkness as 5 people rushed in. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared ahead, meeting the eyes of a burly man. When their eyes met, the burly man was taken aback. He saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of discomfort. There was no time for him to think too deeply. A sledgehammer in his hand smashed down, stirring up a storm of wind and clouds. A hand that wasn't too strong suddenly blocked the hammer head, causing the momentum of the attack to stagnate. The recoil even numbed the burly man's arms and cracked his hands. The burly man's eyes narrowed. How was this possible? This guy had just teleported from Shadowed Star, so not only did he immediately wake up, he was also able to block the blow of his artifact with one hand. How was this possible? But before he could think about it, the other 4 people's attacks had already landed on the young man. In an instant, energy surged, and the mine groaned as rocks fell down. The 4 people had succeeded and immediately jumped back. One of the scantily clad women looked at the burly man and sneered, "Man, Z, did I squeeze you too hard a few days ago? You didn't even use the slightest bit of strength when you attacked today. You're too useless." A short, thin old man coughed a few times and said weakly, "There's a knife above the character of lust. Take this as a warning." Another fair-looking man laughed loudly, "Silkworm madam, man Z is already at his limit. Do you want a change of taste today?" The beautiful woman called Silkworm madam glanced at him and curled her lips, "Scram, this old lady hates gigolos like you the most." A jade folding fan suddenly appeared in the fair-looking man's hand. He opened it and waved it, smiling, "I may be fair, but I'm not a wax spear. How will Silkworm madam know if you don't try?" Silkworm madam said coldly, "This old lady doesn't care even if you're a diamond. This old lady likes burly men like Man Z." She suddenly turned her head and asked in surprise, "Hey, Man Z, what are you doing? Are you stupid?" The burly man called Man Z was extremely stiff at this moment. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as he stared quietly at Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with horror and shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "He's not dead, you bastards." The other 4 retreated immediately after the attack, so they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's situation. After all, who could stop their sneak attack? They only thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure. Only Man Z, who was very close to Yang Kai, saw clearly that the thunderous attack of his 4 companions did not harm a single hair on Yang Kai's body. It was as if they had merely scratched an itch for the youth in front of him. Yang Kai did not even frown as he stared at him with eyes full of ridicule. He wanted to withdraw his secret treasure, yet he noticed that Yang Kai wasn't moving at all. The strength in Yang Kai's hand actually caused him to feel powerless. When the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled into a subtle arc, Man Z's hair stood on end, and he immediately released his secret treasure with the intention of retreating. A hand reached out unhurriedly, but tightly gripped his neck. The barbarian was immediately unable to move. The man who was like an iron tower was lifted up just like that. His feet left the ground as he kept struggling. Silkworm madam and the other 3 cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. A feeling of horror rose from their hearts and spread throughout their bodies. Immediately, their limbs turned cold. They knew very well how strong Man Z's cultivation was. His strength was on par with theirs, yet he was being gripped by a single hand. Who was this person? You guys sure are having fun chatting. Yang Kai's sinister voice reverberated in the mine. Although his voice was deep, it sent chills down the spines of Silkworm Madam and the other spines. They looked at each other and didn't say a word. At the same time, they pounced forward again. This time, they pushed their strength to the limit. Their bodies glowed brightly, illuminating the mine. Huh, good one. Yang Kai laughed loudly. If these people were to escape, he would have to chase after them. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to attack him, saving him a lot of trouble. The hand that was gripping the barbarian suddenly exerted force and smashed him in a certain direction. He was actually treating the barbarian as a human-shaped weapon that he could use at will. There was originally nothing in that direction, but when the barbarian's body smashed down, the short and thin old man actually appeared at that spot as if he had moved forward himself. The wind howled as the thin old man's seemingly turbid eyes shone with shock. Then, he could only watch helplessly as the barbarian's sturdy body covered his head. The sound of flesh and bones breaking rang out as the barbarian and the thin old man turned into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai held the hammer artifact that the barbarian had abandoned in his right hand. He didn't use any energy and just waved his hand casually. He used a simple and crude move to annihilate an army. A force that could overturn rivers and seas swept out. The fair-skinned man's body was smashed in half on the spot. The defensive artifact on his body and the Saint Chi protecting him were as fragile as paper. The two halves of his body exploded into a bloody mist mid-air, and he died on the spot. Silkworm Madam and the other person didn't die, but they were also forced back by the violent energy vortex. They were severely injured in an instant, and all their defensive artifacts were destroyed. When they regained their footing, their bodies and minds were shrouded in fear. Who is this? Not only did he not feel any discomfort after being teleported from Shadowed Star, but he also killed 3 First-Order Origin Kings with just a wave of his hand. Is he even human? How can there be such a powerful existence on Shadowed Star? Silkworm Madam was still in a daze, but the other First-Order Origin King had already turned into a stream of light and fled without looking back. I'm not your opponent. If I don't run, I'll die. He couldn't even tell how high Yang Kai's cultivation was, so how could he dare to stay? The mine was full of twists and turns, and he soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. He had realized this deeply after returning from the star boundary. The big hammer artifact in his hand spun, and Yang Kai threw it out casually. It flew out and smashed through several rock walls, followed by a scream that stopped abruptly. Silkworm Madam's face was pale. She clearly felt the aura of her last companion disappear from her perception. Thinking back to the scream just now, how could she not know what had happened to him? Of the 5 First-Order Origin Kings lying in ambush here, only she remained in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai looked over and saw Silkworm Madam kneel on the ground, trembling as she begged, "Please spare me." Yang Kai frowned and stepped forward. He reached out and pinched her smooth chin, making her look up at him. "You're called Silkworm Madam?" Silkworm Madam tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "That's what they all call this mistress." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes examining her beautiful figure. White and plump, the name, Silkworm Madam, was quite appropriate. Exerting a bit of force, he said, "You're making things very difficult for me." If this Silkworm Madam had turned and fled, he could have just killed her like how he dealt with the previous one. But this woman didn't run away and instead knelt on the ground to beg him. If he killed her, wouldn't it be a little immoral? Silkworm Madam looked pained. I'm not very good at killing women, Yang Kai shook his head. Silkworm Madam's eyes lit up at this. Master, please show mercy and spare this mistress' life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay you. Yang Kai shook his head, I'm not interested. Silkworm Madam panicked and raised her head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing his eyes roaming around her collar, she immediately said, this mistress is willing to be master's dog. I only ask for my life. As she spoke, she actually prostrated herself and raised her plump buttocks up high. She stuck out her scarlet tongue with a fawning expression and even barked twice like a dog. If she had an extra tail, she would really be a female dog. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of him fooling around with Su Yen a few days ago. That night's madness could be said to be the most exciting he'd been in years. Unfortunately, after that night, Su Yen never let him touch her again. He didn't know whether she was angry or shy. Now that this Silkworm Madam brought up those memories, he felt his beast blood boil and his breathing become heavy. Su Yen wasn't willing to play along with him in this game. This woman in front of him was definitely willing to give him what he wanted. TSK, he was really looking forward to it. Silkworm Madam observed Yang Kai's expression and saw that his appetite was piqued. Naturally, she was overjoyed and stroked her hair even more coquettishly. The barking sounds in her mouth gradually became whining, moaning, and teasing. It was likely that no man would be able to resist such a scene. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. I've seriously considered it. You should just die. The power in his palm poured into Silkworm Madam's body. The violent power rampaged, messing up Silkworm Madam's internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians. Silkworm Madam fell limply to the ground. Bits of her internal organs and blood flowed out of her nose and mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even in death, she didn't expect that this man would have no compassion for the fairer sex and kill her without any hesitation. Her eyes were wide open as she fell, her vitality quickly dissipating. Yang Kai swept his gaze around, and after confirming that he hadn't missed any enemies, he nodded lightly. The space array that he had spent so much time, effort, and money to arrange in his early years had now been reduced to a convenient tool for a cultivator on Great Desolate Star. This was something he had never expected. These 5 people guarding this place must have killed a cultivator on Shadowed Star or even High Heaven Sect, so how could Yang Kai let them live? Not to mention the woman shaking her head and wagging her tail and begging for mercy. Even if she really stripped naked, she wouldn't be able to escape death. He was indeed not good at killing women, but when it was time to kill, he wouldn't show mercy. After collecting the space rings of the dead people, Yang Kai searched around and found a transfer token. He didn't care about the things in the space rings, but this transfer token had to be taken back. Walking back to the space array, Yang Kai sensed that there were many transfer directions. After sorting out his senses a little and determining his location, Yang Kai pushed his principles and disappeared. Chapter 31-31. Green Mountain Star was not a top-level cultivation star in the entire Hengluo star field, nor was it the home star of any of the strongest forces, but it was very famous in star territory. There were 2 reasons for its fame. One was that there was a restricted area here called the Blood Prison that opened once every 100 years. An origin-returning realm cultivator could enter and participate in the Blood Prison trial to obtain many benefits and opportunities, as well as pry into the mysteries of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai had participated in the Blood Prison trial many years ago and obtained a lot of territory stones there. These territory stones could help an origin-returning realm cultivator condense their own territory. Yang Kai had relied on these territory stones to quickly break through to the Origin King realm. The Blood Prison had existed for an unknown period of time, but it was at least 10,000 years. The reason for its birth was rumored to be that many Origin King realm masters fought here and died here, scattering their martial Tao essences and insights into the surrounding soil. By chance, this unique environment was formed, and the territory stones were born. The second reason for Green Mountain Star's fame was something that happened several dozen years ago. After the end of the last Blood Prison trial, Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai inexplicably fell, shocking the entire Star territory. Although Luo Hai was only a second-order Origin King, he was the only second-order Origin Star Master in the entire Star territory who had become a Star Master. His aptitude was extraordinary, and with the assistance of a Star's source, he was certain to break through to the Third Order and stand at the peak of Star territory, becoming an overlord. However, such an amazing person suddenly fell, and no one knew what happened to him after the Blood Prison trial. At that time, people speculated that he had provoked some old monster and was mercilessly killed. After all, his strength was not weak, and he was a Star Master, so besides those few people, who could have killed him? But in the following 10 years, the truth gradually revealed itself. The one who killed him was not some old monster, but Shadowed Star's Star Master, Yang Kai. The source of this news was Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was impossible to verify who spread this news, but it was certain because Luo Hai had fallen on Scarlet Wave Star and many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had witnessed it with their own eyes. At that time, Yang Kai had already left Star territory and headed to the Star boundary, so after this news spread, it didn't cause too much of a stir. Although Luo Hai had made many friends, none of them really went to Shadowed Star to avenge him. What's more, Yang Kai was no longer in Star territory, so there was no way for Luo Hai to seek revenge, so the matter was left unsettled and gradually died down as time passed. But how shocking was the fall of a Star Master? It could be said that in the entire Heng Luo Star field, Luo Hai was the first Star Master to be killed because of a fight. Not to mention that no one else had done so in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Looking at the familiar stars, Yang Kai's dusty memories were unlocked. This was not the first time he had come to Green Mountain Star. Counting this time, it was his third time. The last time he had come here to participate in the Blood Prison trial, he had been chased by Star Master Luo Hai and had been chased all the way to Scarlet Wave Star for more than half a year. If not for him repeatedly hiding in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have likely died. That was a rare moment in his life when he was on the brink of death, so he had never forgotten it. However, Yang Kai couldn't remember why Luo Hai had chased after him at that time. It was as if he was a maggot that had latched onto his bones. In the end, Yang Kai still had to thank the dead Luo Hai. If not for his constant pursuit, Yang Kai would not have inadvertently entered Scarlet Wave Star or found Su Yen in Ice Heart Valley. The past was like smoke. Yang Kai smiled lightly, collected his thoughts, and turned into a stream of light that flew towards Green Mountain Star. He was originally going to Monster Star. Monster Star was the only cultivation star in Star's territory where the monster race was the dominant cultivation star. There was very little space for the human race and other races to live there. Shanqing Luo was there at the moment, so it was also the closest to Shadowed Star. If the space array he had arranged back then had not been destroyed, he could have directly teleported to Monster Star, saving him a lot of time, but the space array on Monster Star seemed to have been destroyed, making direct teleportation impossible, so Yang Kai could only take a roundabout route. The reason why Yang Kai came to Green Mountain Star was because there was a secret passage in the Blood Prison that led directly to Monster Star. During the Blood Prison trial, Shanqing Luo and several other monster race youths had used this secret passage to go back and forth. Although Yang Kai did not know where this secret passage was, with his current cultivation, as long as he entered the Blood Prison, it would be very simple for him to find it. As he flew down, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that Green Mountain Star was very different from what he had seen in the past. The entire star was filled with a thick death chi, and even with the naked eye, Yang Kai could see a faint yellow halo enveloping the stars. Of course, the fall of the Star Master was one of the reasons for this, but it was definitely not the most fundamental reason. Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, had died several dozen years ago, and Green Mountain Star's Star Source had already returned. Even if it had suffered some damage at the time, it should not have caused such earth-shaking changes to Green Mountain Star. Thinking of what he had heard about the Great Desolate Star territory in High Heaven Sect these days, Yang Kai faintly felt that the changes on Green Mountain Star were inseparable from the Great Desolate Star territory. It was likely that this cultivation star had already fallen into enemy hands. Without a Star Master, or even a powerful cultivator, Green Mountain Star could not resist the invasion of a cultivator from the Great Desolate Star's territory. Above a city, Yang Kai descended leisurely like a falling meteor, his figure suddenly coming to a stop a few dozen meters above the city. Looking down, his brow furrowed even more. He had wanted to find someone to inquire about the location of the blood prison, but looking around, there were not many living people in this city. On the contrary, the smell of blood filled the air, making him nauseous. Inside the city, broken walls were everywhere, birds were flying through the sky, and the earth was groaning. Looking at the scale of this city, Yang Kai could at least accommodate 1 million people, but at this moment, there were very few people here. The thick corpse chi had condensed into a solid substance and filled the entire city like a dark cloud. As far as the eye could see, there was a gigantic blood pool at the center of the city. The blood pool was filled with dark red water, and there were severed limbs floating in the pool. There were also things that looked like ghost faces floating in the pool, and they were letting out horrifying wails. Inside the city, corpses were everywhere, and it was impossible to tell how long they had been dead, all of them giving off a decaying aura. Beside the blood pool, groups of cultivators were being escorted by another group of people and then mercilessly killed before being pushed into the blood pool. Begging for mercy, crying, and cursing filled the air incessantly. It was simply a hell on earth, causing Yang Kai's face to become gloomy. He had killed many people before, but this was the first time he had seen such a large-scale tragedy, and the first time he had truly experienced the brutality of a cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory. This was simply a massacre. What did the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory want to do? Did they invade the Himluo star field just to show off their strength and kill people for fun? Yang Kai observed the blood pool. There were formations and runes flashing around the blood pool, forming a tall platform that looked like a wonderful altar. He understood that these people were probably refining something, and the human lives that were being pushed into the blood pool were the materials for the refinement. Who is it? Although the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory was slow to notice, it was not impossible for Yang Kai to notice it after such a long time. Moreover, Yang Kai did not hide his aura. Immediately, someone shouted and looked over with vigilance. Yang Kai's eyes swept over, and his figure flashed. Suddenly, he came to the blood pool and gently patted the head of the person who shouted. Immediately, the person fell softly into the blood pool. Cries and howls rang out from the blood pool as ghostly hands reached out and pulled the person into the water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining cultivators were all shocked, none of them having expected that this person would actually try to kill them at the slightest disagreement, all of them rushing towards Yang Kai. "Be careful!" someone shouted. These people were the cultivator who had their cultivation sealed and were being escorted here. These people should be natives of Green Mountain Star who had been captured and brought here. They thought they would not be able to escape, but now that a divine weapon had descended from the heavens, their desire to survive was ignited. How could they bear to see Yang Kai die, so they shouted a warning. However, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and countless afterimages appeared, circling around the huge blood pool. After 3 breaths, he stood still again, as if he had never moved. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory who had rushed towards him or showed hostility towards him all froze in place, not moving at all. Immediately afterward, the sound of a corpse falling to the ground rang out. The group of shadowed star cultivator were all dumbfounded. After a long time, gasps could be heard. These cultivators from the great desolate star territory were not weak. Among them, there were more than a dozen origin returning realm masters and at least 100 transcendents, but all of them had been slaughtered in just 3 breaths. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if they were looking at a god. The joy of surviving this calamity filled their hearts, and many of them even began to cry. Yang Kai's eyes swept across the crowd before settling on a red-faced man. This person had the highest cultivation here, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but someone had placed a seal on his body that sealed his Saint Chi in his meridians, making it impossible for him to move. The red-faced man obviously realized that Yang Kai was an incredible master and that whether he could survive this time all depended on him, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Peng Shizong greets master." Yang Kai raised his hand, "Take them to the side, I'll talk to you later." His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the center of the city. Over there, 2 Origin King realm auras suddenly surged over, obviously alarmed by Yang Kai's actions here. One of them was a second-order Origin King and the other was a first-order Origin King. When these auras appeared, the complexions of Peng Shizong and the others changed drastically and they quickly retreated. There were many of them, at least 300, but their cultivations were uneven and their clothes were different. Obviously, they all came from different backgrounds, but at this moment, all of them had united and were staring at Yang Kai worriedly. "Daring to ruin this old master's business, Junior, don't even think about leaving." A voice that was sharp like a wolf's howl resounded. Subsequently, 2 figures appeared at the center of the city, and they flew over swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 31-32. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai and revealed themselves to be a man and a woman. Both of them were quite old. One of them was an old man with white hair and beard, while the other was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Both of them were exuding a thick corpse chi. At this moment, the old man was glaring at Yang Kai with extremely bitter eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. The old woman swept her eyes over the blood pond and immediately became hysterical, glaring at Yang Kai and gnashing her teeth. "Boy, you dare kill my Netherworld sect's disciples, this old woman will make you beg for death." The disciples of Netherworld sect could do whatever they wanted on Green Mountain Star. Even if they encountered some resistance, it was quickly suppressed. They had never thought that someone would dare slaughter their disciples and kill so many of them at once. These 2 were the leaders of Netherworld sect here, so they naturally had to take some responsibility. What's more, many of the dead disciples were existences similar to their own children, so how could they tolerate such a deep blood feud? "You're from Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Great Desolate Stars territory, Netherworld sect." It was really a small world. "Boy, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Your soul belongs to me and your body belongs to her. Don't even think about entering the cycle of reincarnation." The old man's wolfish voice sounded, making those who heard it feel like 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked at them disdainfully. "Do I look like I'm begging for mercy? Old thing, are your eyes failing you? Bold." The old man was angered by Yang Kai's rebuttal and stretched out his withered hand to grab Yang Kai. His hand was thin and bony, and his fingernails were pitch black, making him look like a terrifying ghost's claw. When the withered hand reached out, it brought with it a cold wind that seeped into one's bones, making those who saw it shudder. Laughing loudly, Kai Yang said, "Although having a brain is a good thing, it seems that not everyone has one. I originally wanted to ask you a few things, but since you're so anxious to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Sending out a punch, Kai Yang said. The old man's face changed drastically. Although he did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using any kind of strength, just a simple punch, this punch gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if he would not be able to block it. Although he was only a second-order Origin King, as the saying goes, old people who do not die are old thieves, and their senses of life and death. But before he could reach Yang Kai's hand, he hurriedly retracted it. However, he was still a step too late. The violent fist energy swept through his 5 fingers, and an unstoppable destructive force was transmitted. It directly blasted his 5 fingers apart, turning them into a mass of flesh and blood. What? The old woman's face also changed. What the hell was this kid doing? It was only at this moment that the sound of wind whistling rang out, causing the 2 old men to sway. The 2 old men looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Not daring to hesitate, they both used their trump cards. At the same time, they stretched out their hands towards the blood pond and waved. 2 large flags flew out of the blood pond and fell into the hands of the 2 old men. One flag was blood red, as if it was made of blood and exuded a strong bloody aura, while the other was as black as night, without the slightest glow. Vaguely, there were countless human faces floating, struggling, and roaring on its surface. Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner. Peng Shizong, who was watching from a distance, called out in a low voice as he stared at the 2 artifacts that had cost countless lives, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Everyone else had similar expressions. On Green Mountain Star, countless people had died because of these 2 artifacts, so how could they not know about the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner? With their natal artifacts in hand, the old man and the old woman calmed down and glared at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai quickly said, "Is this the purpose of your massacre?" He could sense that the so-called Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner were both extremely evil secret treasures. The reason they were soaked in the blood pool was obviously to use the blood water and souls in the blood pool to nourish the secret treasure's intelligence and power. As soon as these 2 artifacts appeared, the entire blood pond quieted down and even the color of the water became much lighter. So many pieces of trash, to be able to enter my banner is their honor, the old man coldly snorted. The old woman smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, you'll also enter in a moment." Yang Kai sneered, "Then please take me in quickly." The old woman coldly snorted, "As you wish." The Blood Sea Banner in her hand rolled up and fell towards Yang Kai, causing the entire sky to turn dark red. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced over with an indifferent look on his face. The old woman was still on guard against Yang Kai's resistance, but even after Yang Kai was sucked into the Blood Sea Banner, she did not see him take any action. She immediately sneered, "Ignorant fool, you actually dare enter this old woman's Blood Sea Banner. Let's see how you die now." The old man said, "This person is no small matter. Don't be careless. Let me in, you and I will work together to deal with him." The old woman said, "You're too cautious. After entering the Blood Sea Banner, even a 3rd-order origin king will lose a layer of skin." Even though he said that, he still grabbed the old man's arm. With a single movement, he brought the old man into the Blood Sea Banner. Peng Shizong and the others watched from a distance, all of them feeling anxious, thinking that this young man had an extraordinary bearing, so how could he be so foolish? The Blood Sea Banner was an extremely powerful artifact, and with the old woman, a 1st-order origin king, controlling it, how could he survive? Not only would he not be able to kill the old woman, but he would also increase the power of the Blood Sea Banner. They thought that a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be a hothead. "Brother Peng, what should we do?" Someone looked at Peng Shizong and asked. At this moment, there were only their own people near the blood pond. The Netherworld sect disciples had all been slaughtered, and the 2 origin kings had also entered the Blood Sea Banner. It could be said that they were the only ones left in the entire city. "Hurry up and run," Peng Shizong did not answer, but someone shouted. Peng Shizong smiled bitterly, "Run. Where can we run to?" If their cultivations had not been sealed, they might have had a chance to survive, but now, everyone's cultivation was sealed in their bodies. If they wanted to escape, they could only rely on their legs. Even if they ran for a day, they would not be able to travel more than 100 kilometers. What was 100 kilometers to an Origin King? They could easily catch up. It could be said that they were at the end of their rope, unless a miracle appeared. Then, are we supposed to wait for death here? Peng Shizong said, perhaps, that master can kill his way out of the Blood Sea banner. Immediately, he attracted a lot of attention, all of them looking at him like he was a fool. Peng Shizong rubbed his nose, there is always a glimmer of hope. However, this hope was too slim to appear. Brother Peng, if you don't leave, I will. We cultivators do not fear life or death, but to have our bodies and souls refined into an artifact and not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation is too miserable. I would rather find a place to commit suicide than wait for those two old things to come out. These words caused a stir. Sometimes, death was not scary, but after death, having one's soul and body to be controlled by others was somewhat unacceptable. Peng Shizong said, since that's the case, please have a safe journey. Everyone saw that he seemed determined to stay here and no longer tried to persuade him. Time was precious now, and no one knew when the two from Netherworld sect would come out, so escaping was naturally the most important thing. In an instant, more than half of the crowd had left, leaving only a few dozen people behind. Most of these people looked hesitant and determined to die, probably thinking that it was useless to escape and might as well save their strength and stay here. Perhaps a miracle would really happen. The blood sea surged, filling the eyes with a blood-red color and a pungent aura. Inside this blood sea, there were countless blood corpses tumbling about, all of them like ghosts. Yang Kai stood above the blood sea, coldly observing this hellish scene. The old woman and old man suddenly appeared together. The old woman sneered, little brat, enter my blood sea banner and you'll die obediently. The old man also laughed strangely, you're really stupid. Yang Kai asked, are these corpses the cultivator of Green Mountain Star? There were tens of thousands of corpses tumbling about in this blood sea, perhaps hundreds of thousands. The old woman said, even at death's door, you're still in the mood to inquire about other people's affairs. Boy, your heart is quite big. Even if I die, I should know what's going on, right? Yang Kai turned to look at the old woman. The old woman let out a crow-like laugh, you're quite sensible. Rest assured, this old woman won't make you feel any pain, it'll just be over in a flash. You haven't answered my question yet. When one gets old, not only do they have poor eyesight, are they also deaf? The old woman's face sank, yes. Most of these people are the cultivator of this place, and it was thanks to their contributions that this old woman was able to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai asked, your Netherworld sect invaded this star's territory for this purpose? The old woman said, the Purgatory Blood Sea banner and the 10,000 Soul banner require a lot of materials. In the territory of Great Desolate Star, my Netherworld sect needs to exercise restraint, but here, there is no need for that. Having said that, there are really many cultivator here. I wonder to what extent this old woman's Blood Sea banner can be improved. Yang Kai nodded, right now, you're at your limit. You have no chance to improve further. The old woman sneered, at this point, do you still want to escape? Why should I escape? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. The old woman was startled and asked incredulously, could it be you want to kill us? As if they had heard the biggest joke in the world, the old woman and old man both burst into laughter. Do you know Yin Lusheng? Yang Kai suddenly asked. The laughter of the two stopped abruptly as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously, the old man quickly asking, how do you know this name? It seems that Yin Lusheng is the former sect master of your Netherworld sect, right? The old man hesitated, do you know the former sect master? Impossible. The former sect master left Great Desolate Star's territory for the star boundary several dozen years ago and had never been to this star territory. How could anyone here know his name? I know him, naturally I know him. Yang Kai nodded, his voice suddenly becoming ferocious, he died at my hands. As soon as his voice fell, the old man's body suddenly floated up involuntarily as he felt a strong grip around his neck. Yang Kai was strangling him, but his eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai's figure a few dozen meters away. "I'll send you to meet him, no need to thank me," Yang Kai said as he exerted force in his hand and sent a head flying. Chapter 31-33. Brother Peng, why don't we flee? Near the pool of blood, one of the several dozen cultivator who were prepared to die suddenly spoke up. However, he did not want to die for nothing, so he advised, "Where there's life, there's hope." Peng Shizong smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to the side. He saw the crimson light surging over there. The blood sea banner in the air surged endlessly, causing the blood-red light to roll as if something was trying to break out. "It's too late." Peng Shizong slowly shook his head. That young man had been killed so quickly. He broke into laughter. Wasn't he a little too naive? He actually had high hopes for him. When the others saw this, they were speechless as well. Earlier, when they saw how arrogant Yang Kai was, they had thought that he was extremely capable. Who would have thought that he would be killed in less than 10 breaths after entering the blood sea banner? This was truly laughable. No one was in the mood to laugh, because they were the ones who were going to die next. In the next moment, pairs of eyes froze. Their eyes slowly widened as they stared ahead in disbelief. A person slowly leapt out from the blood sea banner, but it was not the old woman or the old man from the Netherworld sect that they had imagined. It was actually the rash young man. The young man seemed to have only gone for a stroll. His face did not turn red, nor did his heart skip a beat. After he broke free from the blood sea banner, he waved his hand and put away the secret treasure that had cost countless lives. He turned his head to take a look and frowned. "Where are the others?" No one answered. Everyone seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Their minds were in a mess, unable to return to their senses. "I'm asking you a question." Kai Yang furrowed his brow. What was going on with this group of people? Shouldn't they be kowtowing to him, their savior? Shouldn't they be saying something along the lines of, "I will definitely repay you"? Why were they acting like idiots? Could it be that their brains were damaged? They fled, Peng Shizong gulped and replied rather unnaturally. Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that there were indeed quite a few people fleeing 1,000 feet away. However, their cultivations were sealed, so they did not run very quickly. So what if they fled? Yang Kai waved his hand and a gentle force swept out like a gentle breeze, brushing past the bodies of Peng Shizong and the others. The eyes of Peng Shizong and the others widened even more, because with just a brush of Yang Kai's hand, the restrictions on their bodies were all undone. The long-awaited power flowed happily in their meridians, giving them an impulse to roar towards the sky. "Master, those two." Peng Shizong stammered as he looked at Yang Kai. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't sure. The main culprit has been killed. This can be considered as an explanation for the dead creatures of this city. "It's a pity that I came too late," Yang Kai sighed. "You should also run for your lives. Don't get caught again." He was lucky this time, but it might not be the same next time. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Peng Shizong was dumbfounded. Although he had guessed the outcome, hearing it from Yang Kai's mouth was still unbelievable. Those two Netherworld sect masters were Origin Kings, and they had the 10,000 soul banner and the blood sea banner in their hands. That young man had also entered the blood sea banner, yet he had killed them in less than 10 breaths of time. What kind of astonishing method was this? What kind of strength was this? Peng Shizong couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the blood sea banner had been taken away by this young man. If the old woman from Netherworld sect was still alive, how could she have allowed such a thing to happen? Who was that young man, and what was his cultivation? How could he accomplish such a thing? Peng Shizong slapped his head in annoyance. Just now, he had been so shocked that he had forgotten to ask for the other party's name. Now, he didn't even know the name of his savior, which was simply rude. Just as he was thinking so, a Mizan-like shadow suddenly appeared in his field of vision. In the blink of an eye, this shadow grew to the size of a fist, then to the size of a baby, and by the time he came back to his senses, his savior was already in front of him. Peng Shizong stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "Master, I'll be a good man to the end, and help the Buddha to the west." Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Peng Shizong, and Peng Shizong involuntarily floated towards him, floating directly in front of him. "Master." Peng Shizong was a little flustered, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but he did not feel any malicious intent from him, so he was not worried. "Open your mouth." Yang Kai shouted. Peng Shizong obediently opened his mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a spirit pill flew into Peng Shizong's mouth and rolled into his abdomen. The force binding him disappeared and Peng Shizong fell straight down. After coming to a stop, his eyes suddenly bulged and he impatiently sat down cross-legged. The other cultivators saw this scene and did not know what was going on, but after observing for a while, they were all shocked. Because at this moment, an extremely powerful aura was surging from Peng Shizong's body, making him look like a trapped beast. This aura was raging inside his body, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle. Between the heavens and earth, there were some wonderful vibrations, and a moment later, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. Is he about to break through? Peng Shizong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't he be an origin king? Many people present were familiar with Peng Shizong, so they naturally knew what was going on with him. Although Peng Shizong had some talent in cultivation, he was still a little short of breaking through to the origin king realm, and this required at least a few dozen or even 100 years of hard work. But now, without any warning, he was about to break through. This was obviously the work of that young man and that spirit pill. In an instant, everyone looked at Peng Shizong with eyes full of envy. This was an incredible opportunity, and Yang Kai's image in their hearts became more and more unfathomable. Originally, he had easily killed 2 origin kings, which was already shocking enough, but now, he had made such a big move. Just what kind of background did he have? Hong long. In just a few breaths of time, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, as if a mass of dark cotton had covered the sky. Yang Kai looked up and showed a dissatisfied look. This was too slow. He was anxious to go to Monster Star, and although he was willing to help Peng Shizong, he did not want to waste too much time on this kind of thing. Looking at the situation, this world baptism would take at least half a day. With a thought, Yang Kai flashed to Peng Shizong's side, pushed his Emperor Qi, and unsealed some of his cultivation. Hong long. The rolling dark clouds in the sky became more and more restless, and the thunder seemed to become more violent. Yang Kai chuckled. He had just thought of this idea and hadn't expected it to really work. His existence was a burden on the territory of this star, so he had been suppressing his cultivation these days to avoid being rejected by the world principles. Now that he had taken the initiative to unseal it, it really attracted the hostility of the heavens and earth. Together with Peng Shizong's world baptism when he broke through to the great realm, it accelerated the gathering of world energy. Silently calculating, Yang Kai quickly resealed his cultivation when he felt that it was about time. The heavenly might had been formed, and the arrow was knocked on the string, so it had to be released. And Peng Shizong had become the best target. In just a dozen breaths, the world baptism had taken shape. Although Peng Shizong was meditating and refining the medicinal efficacies, he was not completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and felt that he was going to die this time. After all, breaking through to the great realm required a long time to prepare. Today's events had happened so suddenly that he had no time to prepare. He didn't even have a protective artifact with him. What was this master doing? Giving him a spirit pill to help him break through, only to lead him to death. The ups and downs of life were simply too exciting. Kacha, a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and blasted straight towards Peng Shizong. My life is over. Peng Shizong's heart sank. At this moment, the huge medicinal efficacies were colliding with his body, so he couldn't even escape, so he could only sit on the ground and bear the fatal blow. When the bolt of lightning hit him, Peng Shizong's body trembled as he felt his whole body go numb. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain, but instead of being shocked, he was overjoyed. I didn't die. The power of this world baptism was weaker than he had expected, but if that was the case, he might be able to survive. If he could survive, he would be able to break through to the Origin King realm. In this world of endless war, he might not be able to move unhindered, but he would at least have the strength to protect himself. At least he wouldn't be captured at will like this time. What are you thinking about? Guard your mind, comprehend the power of the world, and condense your own territory. A voice like the morning bell suddenly sounded in Peng Shizong's ears, causing his mind to shake as he quickly guarded his knowledge sea. Another bolt of lightning fell. Peng Shizong felt that when the world baptism arrived, the young man standing next to him suddenly waved his hand and was actually able to divert the energy falling from the sky. More than half of it shot towards the sky while the other half fell on him. He can actually interfere with the power of the world baptism. Peng Shizong didn't dare to express his feelings at this moment. The cultivator who was watching from the side was also dumbfounded. This kind of method was simply unheard of. It was beyond the power of this world. As the world baptism continued to fall, Yang Kai kept waving his hand and directing it. With him standing guard, it would be difficult for Peng Shizong to die even if he wanted to. After an hour, Peng Shizong stood up. Although he looked a little disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and his expression tired, his eyes were shining with a brilliance that had never been there before. Cupping his fists, he said, Peng Shizong thanks Master for helping me break through to the Origin King realm. This time, I am unable to repay this great kindness. Enough, enough. Yang Kai raised his hand. If I wanted you to repay me, I wouldn't have done so much. The value of that single spirit pill alone was not something a trivial Peng Shizong could compensate for. The reason why Yang Kai had helped them was simply because he didn't want them to fall into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star after he had saved them. One more Origin King was always more strength to resist. Green Mountain Star was Heng Luo Star Field's cultivation star, so how could it tolerate outsiders abusing it? Sooner or later, this group of people would be driven away, leaving behind a small flame that might be enough to burn the entire star. Chapter 31-34. Being interrupted by Yang Kai, Peng Shizong did not dare to be dissatisfied and asked more respectfully, "Dare I ask if Master is from White Robe Temple?" "What's that?" "I've never heard of it." Peng Shizong said, "It's the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star that resists the territory of Great Desolate Star." "I thought Master was from White Robe Temple." Thinking about it, although White Robe Temple had become famous in the past 10 years, it did not seem to have a powerful master. The White Robe Temple's master was just a second-order Origin King, so naturally, it was impossible for someone with such divine technique to be inferior to others. "Good, this is all I can help you with. From now on, you'll have to rely on your own luck." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted Peng Shizong on the shoulder. "By the way, where is the blood prison?" Peng Shizong quickly pointed to a location and wanted to ask Yang Kai what he was going to do with the blood prison, but Yang Kai had already leapt up and flew off into the distance. "Dare I ask Master's name?" Peng Shizong shouted. From afar, 2 words rang out. Peng Shizong heard them clearly and frowned slightly, feeling that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Yang Kai! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Peng Shizong turned his head and looked at the man inquiringly. Brother Peng, don't tell me you've forgotten this name. The man looked at Peng Shizong with a complicated expression. Several decades ago, Master Luo Hai died. Peng Shizong suddenly realized, it was him. Finally, he remembered where he had heard this name before. When Star Master Luo Hai died, the star's territory was shaken, but the ones who were most affected were the stars and cultivators on Green Mountain Star. With the death of the Star Master, although the star's source had returned, it had inevitably suffered some damage, causing some subtle changes to the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star, causing the hundreds of millions of cultivators on Green Mountain Star to hate Yang Kai. Never had Peng Shizong expected that the one who saved him today was the same person who had killed Luo Hai. If it's him, then it makes sense. Peng Shizong thought to himself. He had been able to kill a Star Lord decades ago, so it wasn't surprising that he was capable of such shocking moves. Didn't I hear that this master had left the territory of the Star Realm decades ago and went to a higher world? Could it be that the rumors are false? Maybe he's back. Back then, there were the great emperors of Star Field in the territory of Star Field. They were invincible in the universe. In my opinion, even if this Lord Yang isn't as good as the great emperors of Star Field, I'm afraid he's not far from them. If we can have another one of the great emperors of Star Field, it will be the blessing of the billions of cultivators in our territory. Although Yang Kai's killing of Luo Hai had left a bad impression on the cultivators of Green Mountain Star, after all, that kind of thing was too far away for them to care about, so none of them wanted to avenge Luo Hai. Now that they had received a life-saving grace from this young man, how could they not be grateful? Everyone talked for a while before stopping and coming forward to congratulate Peng Shizong on his breakthrough. Peng Shizong squeezed out a smile. If it were before, breaking through to the Origin King realm would definitely be a joyous event, but now that the entire city had been massacred and almost all of his friends and family had died, the joy of breaking through had been diluted greatly. Brother Peng, what should we do now? Someone asked. Peng Shizong's cultivation was the highest among them, and now he was the only Origin King. If they wanted to live longer, they could only follow Peng Shizong's lead. Peng Shizong pondered for a moment before raising his head and saying, "This Peng wants to join White Robe sect." On Green Mountain Star, there were many forces that resisted the oppression of Great Desolate Star, but the largest was White Robe sect. Moreover, it had only recently risen up and was currently in need of manpower. Peng Shizong believed that if an Origin King like him went to join them, White Robe sect would definitely welcome him. Today's ups and downs had allowed Yang Kai to comprehend many things. With the help of his benefactor, not only did he escape from certain death, but he had also broken through to the Origin King realm. It was only right for him to throw himself into the battle to save Green Mountain Star. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would have no regrets. This proposal was approved by many people and was quickly passed. Peng Shizong said, "Find the others and bring them back. If they are willing to come with me, they can go with me, if they are not, I won't force them." Everyone set off immediately to find those who had escaped before. Everywhere, there was smoke and scorched earth. Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that what he saw in the city where he met Peng Shizong was just an exception, but it was actually the norm on Green Mountain Star. Along the way, most of the cities they encountered were dilapidated and uninhabited. In these cities, there were still traces of blood pools and altars, obviously the work of a netherworld sect cultivator. As for the residents of these cities, there was no need to even think about it. They had all been used by the netherworld sect cultivator to refine the Blood Sea banner and 10,000 soul banner. The viciousness of the netherworld sect's actions was simply outrageous. At this time, Green Mountain Star was desolate and filled with death chi. Along the way, Yang Kai had also saved some people and killed some netherworld sect cultivator from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but it was just a drop in the bucket. In another city, Yang Kai slaughtered the invading enemies and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Leaving the last person alive, Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and said fiercely, "Where is your netherworld sect's most powerful cultivator now?" The man had long been scared out of his wits by Yang Kai's shocking means, so he replied in a panic, "Sixth elder is now overseeing Yanghe City. Take me there." Yang Kai ordered. "Yes, yes, yes." The man nodded and quickly pointed in a direction for Yang Kai. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery receded at an extremely terrifying speed, causing the man to close his eyes in fear. Although there was no time to stay here and restore order to Green Mountain Star, it was still possible to kill the enemy directly. Yanghe City, one of the top cities on Green Mountain Star, covered a vast area and was extremely prosperous in the past. There was an endless stream of cultivator coming and going, but after the Netherworld sect invaded this place, it was occupied. At this moment, Yanghe City had become the headquarters of the Netherworld sect on Green Mountain Star. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people imprisoned in the city, all of whom were materials that the Netherworld sect cultivator prepared to refine the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner. In the past 10 years, the number of people who had been killed was even more difficult to count. Such an important place was naturally the most heavily guarded by the Netherworld sect. Although they had overwhelming power over Green Mountain Star, they couldn't completely enslave the cultivator of the entire stars. They had never thought of doing so, simply using the people of these stars as materials to refine artifacts. Today, Yanghe City was very lively. When Yang Kai arrived here under the guidance of that person and was about to show off his power, he found that there was actually a fierce battle taking place here. Bursts of light bloomed and figures fell one after another. Up in the air and on the ground, countless people were entangled in a fierce battle. White-robed sect. The man being held by Yang Kai cried out. "Are they from the White Robes Temple?" Yang Kai swept his eyes over the group in front of him and suddenly became interested. He had just heard about the existence of the White Robes sect from Peng Shizong yesterday, but he hadn't expected to have a chance to see it today. Peng Shizong had said that this White Robed sect was the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star that resisted the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory, and now it seemed that this was not a lie. Daring to come to Yanghe City, one had to have some strength. "Yes, they are from the White Robed sect," the man replied. That person replied. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and shouted, "My lord, I've already brought you to Yanghe City. Spare me." His voice came to an abrupt end as Yang Kai tossed the man's corpse aside and spat disdainfully. Looking ahead, the battle situation was relatively clear. Although the White Robe cult had a lot of people and they were bold, it seemed that they weren't a match for the Yellow River sect. This was because the number of experts was too small. In the various battles, the White Robe cult had more victories than losses. Perhaps, they would have to flee in distress in less than half a day. Of course, the premise was that they could escape. At this moment, everyone was fighting in the city, and Yang Kai was keenly aware that the spirit array covering Yanghe City was slowly closing. Although he didn't know what had happened before, he could roughly guess that the white-robed sect had fallen into a trap and had been lured into a trap. If they were forced to retreat, their fates would be bleak. How could the white-robed sect's people not notice this problem? Many of them wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they were firmly entangled by the enemy. The 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners were constantly being used, filling the city with monstrous blood chi and evil spirits, making Yanghe City look like a ghost town. They came at the right time. Yang Kai walked forward confidently and waved his hand at the same time. A few figures leisurely appeared. At this time, there was strength in numbers. It was not a big problem for him to rush in alone, but with a few more helpers, he could save more people. Before he could speak, Lu Yen rushed up and kicked him. "What?" Yang Kai glared at her. Lu Yen pouted and her eyes were slightly red. She looked extremely wronged, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for ignoring her for so many days. Yang Kai swallowed the scolding that was about to come out of his mouth. He reached out and picked her up, placing her on his shoulder. "Are you okay now?" Lu Yen sat on Yang Kai's neck and wrapped her hands around his head, beaming with joy. Li Jiao made a fist salute and said, "Brother Yang." He Yunxiang also said, "Master." Although the Dharmakaya, Lu San Yang, and Ruanbai Ting did not speak, they all looked at him curiously. Has everyone suppressed their cultivations? Is there a problem with fighting now? Yang Kai asked. No problem. Li Jiao nodded. Since he was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, this was the first time he was released. Naturally, he wanted to perform well. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang He City and said, "Master, are you going to intervene in the battle over there?" "Yes." Yang Kai pointed to the front and said, "Do you see those guys with ghost chi and big flags? Wait for me to go in and kill them all." "Yes." He Yunxiang nodded. Ruanbai Ting wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Su Yen is somewhere else." This time, he forgot to leave her behind to accompany Su Yen, but since he brought her out, it was not bad to have her as a fighter. While talking, the group had already arrived in front of Yang He City. At this time, the city's spirit array was about to close. Countless white cloth cult cultivators were furious. Although they wanted to break through, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests looked over curiously. Chapter 31-35. With a series of rumbles, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Yang He City's grand array finally closed. The faces of the white robes sect cultivators were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the embodiment stepped forward and threw a punch forward, seemingly powerless. The power of this punch caused the world to change color, and so did many cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star. Although the Dharma body had become the size of a normal person after refining the stone fire origin, its original body was a stone giant as tall as a mountain. How could a casual punch from it be described as extremely powerful? Wherever the fist reached, the seemingly impenetrable array buzzed. With the fist as the center, several huge cracks spread out in all directions. The light on the array flashed wildly for a while, and it collapsed with a crash. Breaking the spirit array with a single punch, how heroic. Those who were watching the embodiment with interest before were scared out of their wits. Without needing Yang Kai to give any further instructions, Li Jiao, Lu San Yang, Ruanbai Ting, He Yunxiang, and the embodiment turned into 5 streams of light and rushed in 5 different directions, breaking into 5 different battlefields. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet, and no one could withstand a single blow from them. Among the 5, He Yunxiang's cultivation was the lowest, having just broken through to the third-order origin king realm not long ago. However, in Yang He City, the strongest was only a third-order origin king. There were not many other origin kings, so how could they be their opponents? It was like a group of strong men had broken into a child's game. They were unreasonable, unrestrained, and wanton. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died at their hands, including many origin king realm cultivator. The arrival of these divine soldiers changed the situation in an instant. The white robes sect cultivators, who were already prepared to die, were shocked. How could they not know that their savior had arrived? Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, they fought back and changed their previous situation. They were like a hot knife through butter, forcing the netherworld sect cultivator to retreat step by step. Looking down from the sky, Li Jiao and the other 4 were like 5 giant dragons rolling in the city, bringing with them 5 zigzagging trails of dust and smoke. Any enemy within a radius of several dozen feet would be injured or killed upon contact. They were no match for them at all. The gap between the 2 sides was no longer a chasm, but the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned in a certain direction. In the sky over there, a white shadow was moving about freely in a cloud of black chi. Yang Kai's eyes pierced through the black chi and saw the white shadow's face clearly. He was surprised. He didn't expect to bump into a familiar face here. After thinking for a while, this person's name popped up in his mind. Speaking of which, he was not familiar with this person. They had only met once. However, he was indebted to this person in the past, and to a certain extent, this person was somewhat related to him. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai had not expected him to have already broken through to the second-order origin king realm. As expected of that person's disciple, his aptitude was extraordinary. His opponent was a third-order origin king whose aura was fluctuating, somewhat similar to He Yunxiang's. At a glance, it was obvious that this person had just broken through to the third order and his foundation had not yet stabilized. He was an old man with a short stature, but he wore loose robes. The robes practically covered his entire body. As energy surged around him, his presence was sinister and cold. He held a 10,000 soul banner in his left hand. Ghastly wails and howls came from the banner, disturbing Bai Ying's mind. In his right hand, he held a blood sea banner, which constantly released rays of blood-red light and filthy energy. There was a gap between their cultivations, and the old man's two artifacts were difficult to defend against, so even though the white shadow's strength was quite good, at this moment, he was being beaten into a corner, unable to fight back at all. If not for the embodiment breaking Yang He City's spirit array with a punch and distracting the old man, the white shadow would have already been defeated. Yang Kai soared into the air and stepped forward. The old man's face was ugly, and he could not help but be distracted, giving the white shadow a chance to catch his breath. After a few steps, Yang Kai had closed within 300 meters of the white shadow. The old man immediately shouted, "Who are you and why do you want to embarrass my netherworld sect?" Green Mountain Star definitely did not have such a group of people. He had been here for more than a decade and had dealt with the cultivator here, so how could he not know what kind of people lived here? He had never heard of this group of people who had come to Yang He City today, but each one of them was enough to make one tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, how could the old man hold back? Today, it was likely he would not be able to destroy this white-robed sect, and he might not even be able to protect Yang He City. However, he was still a third-order origin king and was confident in his abilities, so he was not in a hurry to escape. He just wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai and the others so that he could ask the masters of his sect to deal with them. Old thief Mei, watch out for my hidden weapon. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste time with him, so with a roar, he reached out and grabbed something above his head before throwing it forward. Both the old man and the white shadow were dumbfounded, forgetting that they were fighting for a moment. Because the hidden weapon Yang Kai threw out was actually the little girl sitting on his neck. A 7 or 8-year-old little girl with waist-length hair and delicate skin, anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she had actually been thrown out like a hidden weapon. How could she possibly survive? The little girl seemed to be scared silly, a blank look on her face as her small body slammed straight into the old man, not moving, not crying, and not making a fuss. The old man flew into a rage, feeling that he had been underestimated. He wanted to take the little girl's life, but when he saw those clear black and white eyes, he couldn't help feeling his heart palpitate. In a panic, the old man waved the blood sea banner in his hand and with a flash of blood-red light, the little girl was sucked into it and disappeared. No matter who this person was, he would take her as a hostage first. Seeing this, the white shadow became anxious and pounced forward, exchanging a few blows with the old man, but his cultivation was inferior and he was forced to retreat, holding his spear diagonally in his hand as he gasped for breath. "Brother Su, long time no see, I trust you've been well." In the air, Yang Kai stood on the wind and greeted the white shadow with a smile on his face. As the wind blew, his black hair and robes fluttered. If he hadn't used the little girl as a hidden weapon earlier, he would have looked quite otherworldly. You are. Su Bin Bai frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that this face was a little familiar. Thinking about it carefully, a memory from several decades ago appeared in his mind and he immediately cried out in surprise, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, "It's me. How did you?" Su Binbai couldn't believe that Yang Kai would appear here. After all, he had left Star Territory several decades ago. It was said that he had used the tokens of the great emperors to forcibly break through the void and travel to another world. Those who had traveled with him at that time were all well-known figures in Star Territory, including Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO, Monster Star's Star Master Monster King Chiyu, Sword Union's Union Master Gu Cangyun, and his honored master, Wu Dao. There had been no news of him for several decades, and Wu Dao had told him many things before leaving, so he knew very well about this matter. Why was he here? Where was his honored master? Su Binbai looked around, as if trying to find the figure that had raised him all his life, but he saw nothing. "Who the hell are you?" As the two were chatting, the Netherworld sect old man couldn't help but ask. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Why is a dead man asking so many questions? The old man's face sank as he gritted his teeth. "This old master will remember you. Today's enmity will be repaid by Netherworld sect in the future." As he spoke, his figure shot out explosively. How could Su Binbai allow him to leave? He immediately wanted to stop him. Yang Kai, however, raised his hand and said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Su Binbai looked at him puzzledly. Although he couldn't see the depth of Yang Kai's cultivation, he knew that the old man was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. That person was the sixth elder of Netherworld sect. If he could be killed here, it would be a blow to Netherworld sect. Why let go of such a good opportunity? Turning his head, he saw a profound smile on Yang Kai's face as he stared in the direction that the old man had left. Su Binbai seemed to sense something. He turned his head and his eyes widened. The old man who had fled several hundred meters away suddenly staggered, as if he had been struck by something. Afterwards, the Blood Sea banner in his hand actually began to emit specks of flames. When the flames first appeared, they were not too obvious, but in the blink of an eye, they began to burn, turning the Blood Sea banner into a ball of fire. The old man vomited blood as he tossed the Blood Sea banner away. Whether it was the Blood Sea banner or the Myriad Soul banner, they were both secret treasures that he had refined with his mind. If any of them were damaged, it would affect him. Now that the Blood Sea banner was being burned, he obviously could not remain unscathed. A speck of flame flew out from the Blood Sea banner. It twisted and changed, turning into a miniature phoenix. This phoenix was only the size of a palm, but it was indescribably noble. It raised its head and let out a cry, causing the world to shake. The phoenix pounced over, causing the old man to pale in fright. He hurriedly swung the Myriad Soul banner, causing thick black chi to wrap around his body as he laid down a defense. Wherever the palm-sized bird passed, the black chi would evaporate. The defense the old man had laid down was completely useless. When the flames reached his body, he let out a miserable shriek that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. He turned into a ball of fire and fell from the sky. Only then did a clean, snow-white hand suddenly reach out from the Blood Sea banner that had almost been burned to ashes. It seemed to have crossed over from another space. Immediately after, a small figure appeared. Patting her clothes, she turned her head to take a look before flying over to Yang Kai. With a leap, she rode on his neck and grabbed his ears with both hands to maintain her balance, just like she had done at the beginning. Su Binbai's eyes bulged as he stared blankly. His entire being was in a mess. He could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person, but what he saw just now made him feel like he was in a dream. A third-order origin king master was killed so easily. What cultivation did this little girl have? What kind of fire was that to have such a miraculous effect? As if sensing his gaze, Lu Yen turned her head to look at him. Her clear eyes were not tainted by the slightest impurity, causing Su Bin Bai to feel guilty and avert his gaze. "Brother Su, let's end this battle first," Yang Kai said. Only then did Su Bin Bai come back to his senses. He nodded and said, "All right." His spear danced, turning into a meteor-like ray of light that fell towards the city. At the same time, he shouted, "White-robed sect, all demons retreat." The heroes responded. In just a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The white-robed sect members, with their unparalleled bravery and the cooperation of Li Jiao and the others, killed the warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field until they were scared witless. Chapter 31-36. 10 miles outside of Yanghe City, in a pavilion, Kai Yang raised his head to look at the clouds. A white figure flew over and landed in front of him, revealing Su Bin Bai's vigorous figure. Yanghe City had been recovered, and the Netherworld Sect's foundation on Green Mountain Star had been uprooted. Although there were still some fish that had escaped the net, they were no longer a problem. The haze that had covered Green Mountain Star for more than a decade had been swept away, and even the sky had become much brighter. Looking at the figure in the pavilion with some awe, Su Bin Bai's mood surged, as if he had returned to several dozen years ago. At that time, he and Yang Kai had both participated in the Blood Prison trial. At that time, both of them had origin-returning realm cultivations and there was not much difference between them. Su Bin Bai even felt that he was stronger because his master was called Wu Dao. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest master in Star Territory. Of course, that was excluding the great emperors of Star Field. With the protection of such a master, Su Bin Bai's future was limitless. This was indeed the case. Over the past few decades, he had broken through to the second-order Origin King realm and his potential was still there. In time, reaching the third-order Origin King realm would not be a problem. But compared with the person in front of him, his achievements were like the light of a firefly, insignificant. In today's battle, Yang Kai had not seen him take action, but the reinforcements he had brought with him were all unfathomable. Even that seemingly harmless little girl could kill a third-order Origin King with a snap of her fingers. As such, Su Bin Bai was certain that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could estimate. "Brother Yang." Su Bin Bai cupped his fists and bowed, "Many thanks for Brother Yang's help. Today, I was able to kill those netherworld bastards all thanks to Brother Yang. Please accept this Su's bow." Before he could do so, an invisible force held him up and Yang Kai smiled, "In this way, we are even." Su Bin Bai looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "When I escaped from the blood prison, if you hadn't spoken up for me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to leave Green Mountain Star safely." During the blood prison trial, Yang Kai had attracted the attention of Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai. When he came out, he was intercepted and interrogated. It was Su Bin Bai who spoke up for Yang Kai, allowing Luo Hai to settle the matter. Although Su Bin Bai's cultivation was not high at that time, the one standing behind him was Wu Dao, so Luo Hai had no choice but to give him some face. Although in the end, Luo Hai still managed to chase Yang Kai all the way to Scarlet Wave Star, if it weren't for Su Bin Bai's words, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to escape and he would have been captured by Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. On Green Mountain Star, the might of a Star Master was not something Yang Kai could contend with. Only then did Su Bin Bai remember. He laughed and said, "Old matters are not worth mentioning." At that time, who would have thought that his identity would change today? "Sit." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured. Su Bin Bai hesitated for a moment but still sat down freely. Looking up and meeting Lu Yan's eyes, he still couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. How could such a little girl kill a third-order Origin King? And from beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions, as if she had just casually crushed an ant. Shaking his head, Su Bin Bai turned to look at Yang Kai. Before he could ask the question he most wanted to ask, Yang Kai spoke first. Senior Wu Dao has fallen. Su Binbai's body trembled as he gulped with difficulty. Yang Kai said, Senior fell to the world's might, not to the point of dying in battle. Of the few who had gone to the star boundary, only Wu Dao had died. According to Qi Yu and the others, Wu Dao had failed to withstand the baptism of world energy when he was breaking through to the Dao source realm and finally died under the heavenly might. Yang Kai did not see this with his own eyes, so he did not know much about it and could not tell Su Binbai too much, but Wu Dao's death was really regrettable. He was the strongest person in the star field back in the day. A few of them had gone to the star boundary together, but he was the only one who had fallen. Qi Yu and the others had all safely advanced. Time and fate, who could say for sure? Su Binbai was immediately enveloped by a thick sense of sadness, and the joy of returning from a great victory was completely gone. That old man was both his master and father, and was the most important person in his life. If it wasn't for him, Su Binbai wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. However, Su Binbai had also experienced many storms over the years, especially in the last 10 years. He had become accustomed to life and death situations and had even abandoned his own safety, so he quickly calmed down and asked with reddened eyes, "Can you tell me more about it?" Yang Kai shook his head and told him the specific reason. Su Binbai nodded, "Brother Yang, for you to tell me this news, this Su is grateful. Being able to meet you today was a stroke of luck. Brother Su, please restrain your grief." After a pause, Yang Kai changed the topic, "Is white robe religion yours?" Su Binbai took a deep breath and nodded, yes. He did not have the heart to create white robe religion. Over the years, he had just witnessed many life and death situations and had taken action a few times to make a name for himself. Some people had gathered around him, and under the influence of those people, the white robe religion had emerged. Heroes emerged in troubled times. Rather than saying that Su Binbai and his companions had created white robe religion, it was more accurate to say that Green Mountain Star needed white robe religion. Once white robe religion was established, it developed extremely quickly and had now become the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star to resist Netherworld's sect. After today's battle, white robe religion would become the sun at noon and truly dominate everything on Green Mountain Star. Brother Yang, can you stay and relieve the suffering of Green Mountain Star's inhabitants? Su Binbai looked at Yang Kai earnestly. As long as he was here, Netherworld's sect was not worth mentioning at all. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just passing by, I can't stay long." Su Binbai suddenly showed a look of disappointment. Although today's battle had damaged Netherworld sect's Yuan Qi and uprooted their foundation on Green Mountain Star, no one could guarantee that Netherworld sect would not send a more powerful cultivator here. If another third-order origin king appeared, Su Binbai would not be their opponent right now, and all his previous efforts would likely be for naught. But now that things had gotten to this point, Su Binbai could not persuade him any further. A great man would rather rely on himself than others. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai, he did not feel inferior. "But I can stay here for 2 days," Yang Kai said again. Su Binbai was speechless. 2 days. What could he do? Moreover, if the Netherworld sect or any other cultivator on Great Desolate Star really wanted to make a comeback, they would not have arrived in such a short time. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "The stars of Green Mountain Star have not been refined yet, right?" As soon as this statement came out, Su Binbai's body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Brother Yang means, impossible. That shouldn't be possible. Even if you have extraordinary means, you shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Come with me." Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Binbai's shoulder, and before the latter could react, his body flickered and disappeared. Su Binbai only saw the scenery in front of him flash wildly, but even with his cultivation, he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only knew that there was an earthy smell around him and his vision had become dark. He instinctively felt that he had gone deep underground. After a dozen breaths of time though, Su Bin Bai's figure suddenly came to a halt. A brilliant and colorful light filled his field of vision. Turning his head to look at the source of this light, Su Bin Bai's eyes shrank. What he saw was a halo of light that was slowly rippling, giving off a dazzling aura. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Su Bin Bai immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy from this halo, and it seemed to contain a mysterious and unparalleled power. This is. Su Bin Bai had some guesses in his heart, but he was not sure. Green Mountain Star's source. Yang Kai said. Sure enough. Su Bin Bai took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. Brother Yang, you don't want me to refine it now, do you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If you can refine it, you will become the master of Green Mountain Star. With the help of Green Mountain Star, who would dare invade? But hold your breath and comprehend it with your heart. This is the key to whether you can refine it or not. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped Su Bin Bai's forehead, causing a huge amount of information to rush into his mind. Su Bin Bai did not dare to hesitate and quickly immersed himself in comprehending this information. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. Su Bin Bai still stood there, motionless. The star refining art had been passed down, and with the assistance of this secret technique, Yang Kai believed that it would not be difficult for Su Bin Bai to refine Green Mountain Star's source. Of course, he would still have to stand by and watch over him. This was a secret technique he had obtained from Yang Inflammation's Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had refined Shadowed Star and Xia Ning Chang had refined Tong Xian Realm by relying on this secret technique. What's more, what Yang Kai had passed down was not just the star refining art, but also his own insights, saving Su Bin Bai a lot of time. After 2 hours, Su Bin Bai opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Begin, Yang Kai urged. Su Bin Bai nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged facing the star's source, circulating the star refining art to communicate with it. Specks of light flew out like fireflies and hovered around Su Bin Bai's body. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, not having expected that Su Bin Bai would be able to communicate with it so easily. However, after thinking about it, this was not surprising. Over the years, Green Mountain Star had suffered greatly from the Netherworld sex cultivator, polluting its world energy, but Su Bin Bai had always taken it upon himself to save the common people, leading the white-robed religion against the Netherworld sect and complying with the heavenly way. The star's source was the will of the entire cultivation star, and although it was not a living thing, it was still connected to the cultivation star. Su Bin Bai's actions for the common people were for Green Mountain Star, so it made sense why the star's source was so close to him. The heavenly way was unpredictable, but the heavenly way was constant. After realizing this, Yang Kai knew that he had been worrying too much. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to refine Green Mountain Star's source so easily. Only Su Bin Bai could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Green Mountain Star would give birth to a new Star Master. At that time, Green Mountain Star would have the strength to protect itself and would no longer have to worry about being invaded and plundered by the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he walked to the side and took out various materials. Arranging a space array here was a good choice, so the next time he wanted to come here, he wouldn't be unable to teleport directly. Chapter 31-37. 2 days later, in a pavilion, Lu Yen rested her chin in her hand and sat there in boredom. Li Jiao and the others were also in the pavilion. The previous battle had not been taken seriously by any of them and they had only casually killed a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harry dogs. In front of the pavilion, a group of cultivators in white robes looked at them in awe, their expressions tense. Although these people were the foundation of White Robe's sect, and there were several origin kings among them, they didn't have the slightest confidence in the face of these divine soldiers descending from the sky. The difference in cultivation between them was too great, so they didn't even have the courage to exchange a few polite words. Suddenly, the figure of a young man appeared in front of them. When the White Robes sect cultivators saw this, their expressions brightened and the leader quickly cupped his fists. "Master, dare I ask religion, Master?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Su is refining the star's source of Green Mountain Star, you don't need to worry." "What? Refining the star's source of Green Mountain Star?" Everyone couldn't believe it, but Yang Kai's words were so convincing that they didn't dare to doubt him. Refining the source of Green Mountain Star was an earth-shattering event. It wasn't that there were no Star Masters in Star territory, but in the past, Star Masters were basically third-order origin kings. Only with such a cultivation could they have a chance of successfully refining the source of Green Mountain Star. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash from the source and die on the spot. This was a common occurrence throughout history. A few years ago, when Luo Hai became a Star Master with just a second-order origin king cultivation, the entire star field was shaken, and many people were envious of him. If Yang Kai hadn't broken the record later, this matter would likely have remained a legend throughout history. However, Yang Kai was just a special case. Now, Su Bin Bai was actually going to refine the source of the stars with just a second-order origin king cultivation. The first reaction of the White Robes sect cultivators was not surprise, but fear. In the Battle of Yanghe City, the Netherworld sect's Yuan Qi on Green Mountain Star had been greatly damaged and needed the White Robes sect to take charge of the situation. At this critical moment, Su Bin Bai, the religion master, was actually going to disregard life and death to refine the source of the stars. This was simply ridiculous. If he was lucky enough to succeed in refining it, it would be fine, but if he failed and died, all his previous efforts would likely be in vain. Not only would Green Mountain Star fall into chaos again, it would even cause internal strife within the White Robes. Yang Kai took in everyone's expressions but didn't explain anything. Time would naturally reveal everything, so he simply called out to Li Jiao and the others, "Let's go." With a flash of light, the groups quickly. Half a day later, in front of the blood prison. A blood-red barrier enveloped this large area, turning it into a forbidden zone that prevented anyone from spying on it. Only when the time limit was up would this blood-red barrier open, allowing cultivators below the Origin King realm to enter. This barrier was arranged by the previous star of Green Mountain Star using the source of the stars. Even Luo Hai could not change it at will back then and could only maintain the custom of the blood prison trial. Although the Netherworld sect cultivator had poisoned the entire Green Mountain Star, he had no way to deal with this blood prison barrier. When Yang Kai arrived, this place was no different from before. Reaching out, he placed his hand on the blood-red barrier and a blood-red halo immediately emerged from the barrier. It seemed to be extremely corrosive and sizzling sounds could be heard from Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai ignored it. If he was really just a third-order origin king, he would naturally be powerless against this barrier, but his true cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm and he had a half-dragon body. What could a trivial blood prison barrier do to him? With a burst of strange vibrations, Yang Kai's palm slowly penetrated the blood-red barrier, followed by his entire arm, then half of his body. With a single step, he stepped into the blood prison. The world was dyed red, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed red. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would be scared out of their wits, but Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the place where he had gained experience in the past, so it was a brand of his growth. Lu Yan also walked in and stood next to him, her close-fitting dress outlining her small body and her waist-length hair giving her a lovely appearance. This time, she did not want to enter the sealed world bead again and only wanted to stay by Yang Kai's side. Helpless, Yang Kai could only let her be while Li Jiao and the others were sent into the sealed world bead. "Wait for me," Yang Kai rubbed her head. Lu Yan shook his hand away in annoyance, seemingly still angry at him for not letting her out for so long. Yang Kai smiled lightly, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and began to silently perceive his surroundings. His divine sense surged, but Yang Kai did not dare to release too much of it. This was not Shadowed Star, so if he displayed too much strength, he would still be rejected by the heavens and earth. Wisps of his divine sense moved like swimming fish, attached to them by space principles, shuttling back and forth through the void. A magnificent scene was immediately transmitted back to Yang Kai's mind through these divine sense threads, allowing him to observe the scenery inside the blood prison as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. Yang Kai's divine sense radiated in all directions, seemingly endless. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards a certain direction. Found it. There was a secret passage in the blood prison that was connected to Monster Star. Shanqing Luo and a group of monster race disciples had used this secret passage to enter the blood prison directly to participate in the trial. Since this secret passage was connected to 2 cultivation stars, it was certain to be a void corridor that gave off fluctuations of space principles. These fluctuations might be extremely obscure to others, but to Yang Kai, they were as dazzling as a lighthouse in the dark. Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's small hand, the two of them walked forward side by side. Their pace was not fast, but the scenery around them was rapidly passing by. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at an extremely secluded place. This was the belly of a mountain with an altar-like structure. Looking at the various patterns on this altar, Yang Kai made a decision and walked up with Lu Yan. Monster Star, as the only stars in the territory of Star City dominated by the monster race, could be said to be a paradise for the monster race. On Monster Star, the living space of the human race and other races was extremely small and their status was extremely low, oppressed by the monster race all year round. There were no masters among the human race, and the strongest human race cultivator was only at the origin returning realm. Any human who had the potential to break through to the origin king realm would be killed by the monster race. Here, the significance of the human race's existence was nothing more than a foil to the monster race, a vassal. On Monster Star, there were 10 monster race tribal lords. Each of them had a cultivation at the origin king realm, and their bodies were all 10th order monster beast. Only when one's cultivation reached the 3rd order origin king realm would they be qualified to be called a monster king. Monster kings were extremely rare, and it was often difficult for one to appear in hundreds or even thousands of years. A few decades ago, a monster king had appeared on Monster Star. It was one of the 10 tribal lords, Chiyu tribal lord, who had broken through. However, Chiyu's monster king left Monster Star not long after and handed over his territory to his adopted daughter. Since then, the monster king had become a legend. Monster Star's 10 tribal lords had different temperaments, and their attitudes towards the human race were also different. In one of the tribal lords' territories, there was no space for the human race to establish themselves because all of them had been killed by this tribal lord. Among the 10 tribal lords, the tribal lord who had the most harmonious relationship with the human race was Chiyu tribal lord. In Chiyu tribal lord, the human race was not oppressed too much and could even live freely. Many human race sects had even sprouted here. Chiyu was a woman of great foresight. The monster race could not perform artifact refining or alchemy, but the human race could. She had provided a place for the oppressed human race to live and reproduce, providing them with shelter and protection. She had also gathered a large number of artifact refiners and alchemists to refine artifacts and alchemy for her, increasing the strength of Chiyu tribal lord. After she left, Shanqing Luo took over Chiyu tribal lord, and this policy was maintained. In addition, Shanqing Luo had the support of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, so Chiyu tribal lord's influence grew like a rolling snowball, surpassing the other 9 tribal lords in just a dozen years, and showing signs of unifying the entire Monster Star. If there had been no foreign invasion, with Shanqing Luo's current cultivation and strength, it would not have been difficult for her to rule Monster Star. However, the invasion of a cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory disrupted her plans. Monster Star was also targeted by the people from Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect that targeted this star was a first-class existence in Great Desolate Star's territory. Although it was not as strong as Netherworld sect, it was still quite powerful. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. This sect was based on beast taming, and all the disciples of this sect were proficient in beast taming. As their cultivation increased, the number of monster beasts they could control would also increase. When the disciples of 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa fought with others, they had monster beasts to assist them, so it could be said that they had an advantage. When they heard that there was a monster race leading stars in Hengluo star field, there were countless monster beasts and many rare bloodlines. How could they remain calm? They immediately mobilized the power of their entire sect to Monster Star and brought the flames of war here. After more than a decade, only 3 of the top 10 monster race tribal lords remained on Monster Star. The other 7 either refused to submit and self-destructed their monster cores, or they chose to rely on 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa and became their lackeys. The tribal lords' names only existed in name. Now, only Red Moon Territory was struggling to hold on. Red Moon Territory being able to persist in the battle with 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa until now was largely due to the contributions of the current Red Moon tribal lord, Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo was already a third-order origin king and possessed the source of the divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. This kind of ability was not something that could be defeated by just anyone. In addition, Red Moon Territory had the support of High Heaven sect in the early years and was developing vigorously, so if 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa really insisted on going to war, both sides would suffer. Therefore, after 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa eroded most of Monster Star's land and subdued 90% of the monster beasts, they actually reached a strange period of peace with Red Moon Territory. Under this peace, undercurrents were surging, and a storm was brewing. No matter who it was, this peace would not last long. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was accumulating strength, and it would take time for the disciples to subdue new pet beasts. Once 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was ready, Red Moon Territory would definitely welcome a storm of attacks. When that time came, Red Moon Territory would definitely not be able to hold on. On Half Moon Mountain, in her palace, Shanqing Luo sat by the window, gazing at the scenery of the mountain. Her bright red robes were like the sun, outlining her graceful curves. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders and her face was enchanting. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.